The Department of Interior and the Bureau of Indian Affairs were the War Department. The exact same reason that we in this situation right now, and you think that just writing them a nice letter is going to give them an oversight committee to y'all to be able to tell them what to do. The Department of Interior and the Bureau of Indian Affairs were the War Department. The exact same reason that we in this situation right now, and you think that just writing them a nice letter is going to give them an oversight committee to y'all to be able to tell them what to do. Like, this is fantasy land shit that we talking about, but we're going to break it down even further.
So, let's examine this play. African Americans, Black Americans have been claiming to be the true American Indians. And Miss Phoenix Moon, who is at the head of that claim based on the American Indian Civil Rights Movement, she has championed this claim and created a petition to put her in position to have authority over who she deems are urban Indians misclassified as American Indians.
Let's get to it.
So first off, we gather before y'all today. Y'all know we typically don't even rock like this, but we had to get an understanding on certain things because it's a lot of bullshit that's been going on in this community. And that's why this community got a black eye. You feel me? Because of bullshit that we finna explain right now, because there's way too many games that's being played. So if you want to, Matt, you can go ahead. Y'all can tell by the title that we are addressing the Urban Indian Heritage Society, more specifically, Phoenix Moon and Ishmael Bay. Because of the things and the way that they approach situations, we tried to have a cordial meeting, debate, whatever you want to call it, to go and, express our issues as adults. But for various reasons that we're going to show y'all, they wanted to play games and they want to get to it. So I'll go ahead and let Matt give some of the backstory, and then we're going to get right to it.
Well, basically, for everybody that, follows the Autonomous Party on Clubhouse, we've been doing rooms, social rooms with our different members and different people who want to talk about different topics dealing with indigenous social issues, obviously. And obviously the misclassification situations, the heavy thing that we always talk about. History, we always talk about politics, how you go about finding the remedies for all of our people to get out of the situation that we're all facing. So as we have these conversations, we've been obviously hearing certain people we might disagree with about, Egypt in America and other topics that, are social things that always be trending. We had a room obviously called Mixing the Dope. Mixing the Dope was to, let people come on our stage and come in our room and basically get to what they felt people might be mixing the dope about. So long or the short, we made that happen. We addressed the issues. People came in the room and brought up what they thought, and we had conversation. Months before, the people who are affiliated with the Urban Indigenous Society that have been tackling the issue.
The issue is Black Americans have been misled and taught they are the American Indians. That is a fallacy. You may have American Indian ancestry, but you are not an American Indian unless you are part of a federally recognized tribal nation. If you're not, then you are a Native American. That's simple.
This Mistel petition right here. All right, we are American Indian.
That is a fallacy. You may have American Indian ancestry, but you are not an American Indian unless you are part of a federally recognized tribal nation.
Misclassification is not the issue, okay? That is not the issue whatsoever. And we're going to get to what's the big issue in their petition. So Mistel petition, it referenced UNDRIP, UNDRIP specifically, and different things that had to do with the Civil Rights Act of 1968.
Many of us know about the Civil Rights Movement, which is when Black Americans heroically fought for social justice and equality during the 1950s and 1960s. Unfortunately, the American Indian Civil Rights Movement is often overlooked. So, what is it exactly? The American Indian Civil Rights Movement, or the American Indian Movement, AIM, as it's sometimes called, was established in Minneapolis, Minnesota in 1968 by a group of activists, namely Dennis Banks, Clyde Belcourt, Hetty Benton Benai, and George Mitchell. It originally aimed to improve conditions for Native Americans who had been urbanized and were living in ghettos after government programs forced them out of their reservations. However, AIM eventually encompassed everything that American Indians were demanding. More specifically, it fought for economic independence, the revitalization of their traditional culture, the protection of their legal rights, autonomy over tribal areas, and the restoration of lands that they had owned but were illegally seized from them. The founding of AIM came nearly a decade after the Indian Relocation Act of 1956 was passed, also referred to as Public Law 959 and the Adult Vocational Training Program. This legislation encouraged Native Americans to leave their reservations and traditional lands in order to assimilate into urban areas. Thousands of Native Americans did end up migrating to cities and other such urban areas. However, they experienced low-wage labor, substandard housing, discrimination, and violence. The initial activities of AIM were meant to help the Native Americans suffering in urban areas in Minneapolis. For example, they established the AIM Patrol to provide help and support to victims of police abuse. The organization also founded the Indian Health Board, which focused on providing Native-centric healthcare. As the years passed, AIM widened its focus to Native Americans outside of Minneapolis. For instance, it participated in the occupation of Alcatraz Island, which took place November 20th, 1969 to June 11th, 1971. This months-long protest saw 89 Native Americans and their supporters living on Alcatraz Island in the San Francisco Bay. In the months that followed, the Native American population on Alcatraz Island swelled to more than 600. They even managed to form a governing council, a clinic, and a security force dubbed the Bureau of Caucasian Affairs, among other things. Unfortunately, their movement was quashed when they were forcibly removed by armed federal marshals. AIM participated in many other movements besides the occupation of Alcatraz Island. One of their most famous actions was the Longest Walk, which took place in July 1978 and saw a few hundred people trekking from Alcatraz Island in San Francisco, California. By the time they arrived in Washington, D.C., the marchers had swelled to more than 30,000. The Longest Walk hoped to raise awareness for the problems plaguing Native American communities across the United States, such as the lack of job opportunities and inadequate housing. Perhaps its biggest achievement, though, was the signing of the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, which lifted the ban on Native American spiritual ceremonies, which had been outlawed since 1884. Unfortunately, AIM's national leadership disbanded later that year due to infighting, jealousy, and the FBI's alleged efforts to divide them. Fortunately, several local chapters remained active afterward.
Now, my question for Phoenix Moon, for Top Trash, for Dane Calorie, and all the rest of these people who claim to be American Indians based on phenotype, where are the demonstrations of these Black American Indians claiming to be American Indians? We can see civil rights demonstrations. We can see the Black Panther demonstrations. Where are the Black American Indian demonstrations? I see none. Phoenix Moon, Top Cat, Dane Calorie, please simply produce some type of footage of Black American Indians rallying, protesting, fighting for their identity as American Indians, not as freedmen, not the civil rights movement. I would like to see footage of the Black American Indians protesting for their rights to land back, for their hunting rights, for their water rights, for their missing and murdered indigenous women. Let's see these Black Indians standing up for the treaties. Well, we can show you the American Indians and their movement waiting for you to show us your Black American Indians and their specific movements.
All right, so right here, she breaking down the UNDRIP. For those of you who don't know, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. All right, so she literally cited it, and this is what she was using on the basis of this petition, basically to bring awareness and start a conversation. All right, that's all it was. So no problem with that. She did a great job. You could tell she coming out of the education community because she cited her sources, the whole nine. She's not really asking for anything. Her main purpose, the purpose of this petition, is to cease presenting misnomers and fictitious labels placed upon American Indians and those whom are descendants to those indigenous to the Americas based on physical appearance and phenotype. Anybody in this community should have no problem with that whatsoever.
Teaching people you're the real American Indians is misleading them. It's a lie.
Here go my problem with you, Phoenix. Since you here, make sure you hear this part clear. Now, I'm not no person I don't hate, right? I've been watching your videos when I first came into this information. And one thing that stuck out to me the most, because I like law, I got a passion for law. The number one thing that made me gravitate to you in the beginning is because you were speaking on law. So now I'm trying to figure out, how do you, who understand legal maxims, who understand public and private and all this other shit, how do you go from that to what you wrote in this petition? Because this petition is nowhere near a remedy. It's not legal nor lawful, and it's built upon straight up bullshit. So I'm trying to figure out, either you're not qualified to be in this leadership position that this petition is trying to put you in, or you playing some type of slick side game on the back end. Either way it go, we're going to put it out there and we're going to let the people decide, because you ain't want to come speak for yourself, you and your big boy ish. So you can respond to this however you like, but we're going to get the facts out there. All right, so now on this petition, right? First things first. All right, so they're telling you why they organized it. And I'm going to do a high level summary because I'm not about to read everything on here. Y'all go read the bias for us and all that other good shit, right? But I want to get into some of these bullet points, okay? So the first one says the discovery, access, and redress to all known tribal records that provide direct distinction of the misclassified American Indian that are in possession of the United States Bureau of Indian Affairs, National Archives, Department of Housing, United States Department of Defense, and United States Department of Commerce. Cool. You want access to the records? Hey, ain't no biggie there. That makes sense, right? Second point, you want to create a federally commissioned genealogy committee managed by y'all, UIHS, to examine the genealogy findings of bloodline lineage for misclassified American Indians, right? So here we are, right here and there. As part of this petition, this would put you guys in a power position, right? So anybody who's putting themselves in a power position needs to be for the people. It would just make the most sense, right? Since you're trying to ask for these things and you want yourself to be in charge. All right, so now, next they want an oversight committee that governs the 7 mandatory criteria for tribal membership and appeals for tribal membership denial within all state and federally recognized tribes. All right. They want to create a sanctioning board to review all the grievances for ongoing misclassification efforts from the United States Department of Interior and United States Bureau of Indian Affairs. All right. So basically, you want a committee that's going, another committee that's outside of the government that's going to monitor the government. So the shit that y'all asking, you literally think in the position that we're in, the Department of Interior and the Bureau of Indian Affairs were the War Department. The exact same reason that we in this situation right now. And you think that just writing them a nice letter is going to give them an oversight committee to y'all to be able to tell them what to do. Like, this is fantasy land shit that we talking about, but we're going to break it down even further. All right. So once again, create a tribal band extension commission approved by the UIHS within the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Now, what does that mean? If you're going to be within something, that means you're within collaboration with them. Now, I thought the BIA is the ops. How are you going to create anything that's working with them and be under them? And you want it to be overseen by the DOJ. The DOJ, these are people are all in collusion together. It don't even make sense what you're saying, bro. All right. So now to the next one. Immediate, unique, and distinct federal protections for the UIHS Genealogy Committee determined. Now, this part didn't even make no sense. Immediate, unique. Now, y'all read this too. Tell me if it makes sense. Immediate, unique, and distinct federal protections for the UIHS Genealogy Committee determined misclassified American Indian now and forever to be classified as the urban Indian. So is y'all trying to say that you want to take the term the misclassified American Indian and now they're going to be labeled as an urban Indian? What does that even mean? Because that shit don't make no sense. So it seemed like to me, y'all want to create y'all own classification.
So let's examine this play. African Americans, Black Americans have been claiming to be the true American Indians. And Miss Phoenix Moon, who is at the head of that claim based on the American Indian Civil Rights Movement, she has championed this claim and created a petition to put her in position to have authority over who she deems are urban Indians misclassified as American Indians. She wants to create a partnership with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Very confusing. The issue we have is these type of demonstrations lead people to believe that African Americans are the real American Indians, ignoring the history of the American Indian movement. So I would like to demonstrate what the real American Indians did in reference to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They did not try to partner with them. They stormed their building and took control of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. one of the many demonstrations that the American Indian movement is famous for. Now, my question for Phoenix Moon, for Top Trash, for Dane Calorie, and all the rest of these people who claim to be American Indians based on phenotype, where are the demonstrations of these Black American Indians claiming to be American Indians? We can see civil rights demonstrations. We can see the Black Panther demonstrations. Where are the Black American Indian demonstrations? I see none. Phoenix Moon, Top Cat, Dane Calorie, please simply produce some type of footage of Black American Indians rallying, protesting, fighting for their identity as American Indians, not as freedmen, not the civil rights movement. I would like to see footage of the Black American Indians protesting for their rights to land back, for their hunting rights, for their water rights, for their missing and murdered indigenous women. Let's see these Black Indians standing up for the treaties. Well, we can show you the American Indians and their movement waiting for you to show us your Black American Indians and their specific movements.
I'm sure it will be in good hands. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 4 or 5 bags, suitcases, and stuff like that. Everybody knows where all that stuff is at. Okay, now listen. All you guys, all you drivers only, or the owners of the automobile, or the vans, or whatever they are. Get a paper and pencil ready, because here's the number of the automobile or the mechanic where you take your car and get a tune-up, light tune-up, some cars, or some tires, battery, poison plugs, or whatever. The number is 333-4100. 333-4100.
I called her already. I called her from the other place.
John Brody, Miss Billy, John Brody.
This is mostly white scene, I think. We're taking care of this scene.
Yeah, mic check.
Are you going home? For how long?
Until the very end.
Let me see something, man. See this. Is this mic working? Mic check. Is the mic working? It's been a minute. Yeah. So this right here, what are we looking at? We are looking at American Indians sitting in at the Bureau of Indian Affairs, at the BIA. This is actual footage of American Indians at the BIA. Took it over. Took it over. And somebody want me to debate with them about who the American Indians were and who this American Indian Bill of Rights pertain to? People who don't understand that an act is made up of separate titles. Each title deals with a different subject. So title number 2, the American Indian Bill of Rights, is a whole separate subject than title 8, which is fair housing. But somehow you're trying to conflate the two because you're confused and create a whole new history that this somehow proves that the American Indians are actually black people, and you can show it in law. And then you want me to debate this, and we're sitting here looking at American Indians who took over the BIA, the very building of the people that you want to align yourself with. So why didn't I say anything in 2022? And I'm gonna break all this down for y'all. Whoever's listening, I take it back. Yo, and what's crazy is Turtle Gang got the footage. I don't even know why these people be fucking talking crazy, because every time they talk crazy about me, I show and prove and show the actual footage showing them to be wrong. And still motherfuckers think they could just still keep trying. Okay, so I'm gonna show you all of this. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show you why, Phoenix Moon, you're not even an urban Indian by definition, by law. You can't play both sides of the fence. You can't make claims based on law, but then ignore the actual law. Because that's what these are. These are laws being written in. So you can't cite a law. You can't cite a law, and then when the law shows you to be wrong, try and jump into some conspiracy shit, because that's all they could do. Well, you see, you got to understand that the real American Indians is black folks, because let me show you these pictures. But you cited this. You cited the 1968 Civil Rights Act as your claim as to why black people are Indians. You claim the urban Indian identity. And we're going to get to that. I don't even know why you would try me with that. Are you kidding me? For real? Wow. So, and I show the footage because it's actual proof of things that took place, right? Documented. Is what it is. This footage is actual American Indians, right? Native American Indians. Some people just say Native American because it's shorter and it just became a thing, but it's actually Native American Indians. It's not two different people. A Native American is someone who was born on this continent, born in North America in the 50 states, in this jurisdiction of the United States of America. And a Native American Indian is someone who comes from one of these indigenous nations. And at this point, those indigenous nations are documented. So American Indians are the documented, federally recognized tribes. That's who American Indians are. You can't write yourself into that history unless you come from one of them tribes. You could be as black as night, but if you come from that tribe and that tribe identifies you as one of them, then you're an Indian. You are a specific, whatever group you're with. But all this general shit, we're American, based on what? Because you're the one that claims this law. You're the one talking about the BIA, and you're demanding papers from people, and you want records, and you want family records of everybody so you can fucking satisfy your own shit. Because when you're talking about wanting access to BIA records, you're talking about records of families, not just some random Indians, records of specific families that went through specific ordeals that if you were a part of, you wouldn't need to be demanding records from these motherfuckers. You'd have your own shit. I don't need to access somebody else's records to show you the people in my family that suffered. I could go online and show them to you. Not even because I put the information up, because the information is known history. And all these people who you watch videos of, these historical people, they all have families that still exist. So when you get up there and start talking about Mingo Jack, not knowing that you talking shit to Mingo Jack's fourth great grandson, you a fucking nut. Tasha, you a nut. Talk to me about Mingo Jack. You telling me about Mingo Jack. Fuck up out of here. This is this nut shit that go on. So now, here we go. Like, I'm patient. It's turtle. I sit back. I collect information. Decades worth. Really. So, what we talking about? We're going to go here. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull up a definition. Now, anybody that actually been following me know that in 2013, 14, somewhere around there, 15, I put out a documentary called When is an Indian Not an Indian? When He's a Negro. It was a documentary about my family, right? Everything I talked about, I was talking about my family. And I suggested that people who have this similar background look into their own family and start to figure out their history. And I showed people via my history. So when I said, yeah, Walter Plecker did this, I didn't just say it from a general perspective. I said it from the perspective that the Branham family, which is my family, that's my father's side, I'm a Branham. I'm speaking on Walter Plecker because he directly affected my family. That's how some of my family ended up north, ended up in different places. They were a part of that. All right. So I'm using me as an example. When I talk about the different things that happened to my people, I was talking about my exact people, not general people. And these are some of the things you could look for in your own history to maybe help you figure it out. Right. So one of the things I talked about in this documentary was the urban Indian. So we're going to look up urban Indian. Well, let me get into this. All right, so here we go. Urban Indian. Let me find a definition that I actually used. All right, this might be it. Let me see. So I got to find the exact one I used. I don't feel like pulling up the documentary. But it talks about, so let's just see what this one says. Urban Indians are tribal people currently living off federally defined tribal lands in urban areas. And they are often an overlooked population. Today, according to U.S. Census, approximately 71% of American Indians and Alaska Natives live in urban areas. So what is an urban Indian? An urban Indian is one of these people who is from a federally recognized nation that doesn't live on their reservation. The first time urban Indian was used was during the in Minnesota, when natives were moving into urban areas, basically into the ghettos in Minnesota. And so they created the urban Indian like health thing, stuff like that for these Indians who are now living in urban areas. Okay, but there's also a part of the definition. That's why I'd like to find it. Like I said, it's in my documentary. And it talks about, maybe this breaks it all up. It talks about today's urban Indians. Citizens or individuals of American Indian ancestry. Okay, yep. So this is the full definition. All right. Who are urban Indians? Citizens or individuals of American Indian ancestry who reside in cities and urban Indians, intertribal populations from numerous tribes. So let me explain that to you. So here in New York City, we have many intertribal organizations, right? The urban indigenous, UIC is one of them, Urban Indigenous Collective, right? But they're just not a YouTube group. They're actual people. They have a office, they have a place, they have a place you can go to in Manhattan. Indians from all different nations that are in New York come through there. They all work together. Nobody's fighting. Nobody's arguing. Nobody's saying, oh, you're a black Indian and you're this and you're that. None of that is going on. It's all people from different communities all over America that are American Indian in New York. And this is where they come at times to convene. The parade we just had was organized by the Urban Indigenous Collective, right? The Urban Indigenous Collective. These are all people who come from indigenous backgrounds. They're not all federally recognized. They're not all, but they all have something in common, is that they come from indigenous communities. All right. So that would be an example of urban Indians in New York. These are people who come from different indigenous communities that are identified as Indian communities. And now they're in New York. All right. So what else? Let me get down to this. Urban Indian organization means a nonprofit corporate body situated in an urban center governed by a board of directors of whom at least 51% are American Indian. For establishing and administering an urban Indian health program and related activities as described in Title V of the Indian Health Care Improvement Act. So this whole urban Indian thing is something that is fully developed. There's actually organizations that exist in every big city, right? So the Urban Indigenous Heritage Society, whatever, why they not aligned with these people? Why you wasn't at the march last week? Why you wasn't at the prayer walk supporting what is primarily a woman's organization? And where was all these men at that say they indigenous men? Why wasn't y'all there to make sure these women is protected? Y'all online talking about things, but you're not out here really doing nothing. I'm in Oklahoma at a film premiere, and then we driving back 20-something hours straight so I can be there. Like you talking about, I'm in New York, we could just meet up. Why? I'm doing things. Why do I even have to address this? Why are people so confused that they even consider this? I don't know. So let's go down to the next one. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, more than 1 million American Indians and Alaskan Natives have moved to metropolitan areas during the past 3 decades. They now constitute roughly 67% of the nation's 4.1 million self-identified American Indians and Alaska Natives. Right? So the whole urban Indian thing, this is not it's a new phenomenon to I guess the Black community. All right, so what does it mean when someone calls you urban? A person who belongs or lives in a town or city. All right, that's urban. The term Indian in reference to the original inhabitants of American continent, said to derive from Christopher Columbus, a 15th century boat person, whatever that. Some say he used the term because he was convinced he had arrived in the Indies, Asia, his intended destination. So we know all these things. All right, what else? What are the major cities for urban Indians live in? Major cities with large Native American populations include Los Angeles, Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Phoenix, Salt Lake City, Anchorage, Seattle, Portland, Tucson, Albuquerque, and Minnesota, or Minneapolis. All right. So that's talking about culture of Indians. Let me find the rest of this. So we got the Urban Indian Relocation Program. In response to its policy, the BIA began a voluntary urban relocation program. American Indians can move from their rural tribes to metropolitan areas such as Chicago, Denver, Los Angeles, Cleveland, and Seattle. BIA pledged assistance with locating housing and employment. So the relationship between American Indians and the BIA is a very old relationship. What is this petition doing? If you're an American Indian, you should be able to go to your representatives who already have a relationship with the BIA. If you're an American Indian, why are you working around the people who actually established and were a primary source in establishing, hold up, guess what? UNDRIP. Yeah. So the people that were instrumental in creating UNDRIP, the American Indian movement, you are trying to go around them to claim that you're them. And they're sitting here in the Bureau of Indian Affairs that they took over in a time where we didn't even have color film. And you really making that claim? And you want me to debate you over it? I must be a fool to sit up here and debate. And then you want me to debate you on a channel where none of the people who would be judging it fucking know what the fuck is going on. You want to challenge me to a dunk contest, and you want all the judges to be motherfuckers that can't dunk. Never dunked before in their life. And then I guess somehow you want to tell me where the original rims were only 8 feet. And then you're going to give me some conspiracy why we got to lower the rims to 8 feet just so you can compete with me. Yeah. Just so you can compete. You're going to tell me some conspiracy about how the rims were originally 8 feet. Just so you can dunk too. Just so you can fucking compete. No. Them rims is what they are. They always been that. Stop playing. Stop playing. Now, Urban Indian, right? And I'll put the documentary up. I could clip it up right now as we speak and show it. Tired of proving myself over and over, but I'm gonna show you something even better. So that was 2016 when I put that documentary out. And the way I clipped it up, I clipped the Old Dirty Bastard, his family's clip right after it. Why? Because they're a local family. They Shinnecock. A great example of what I was talking about. People who have ancestry who's Indian, but now appear Black. There was a great example. So I clipped, right after I talked about the urban Indians, I clipped the Old Dirty Bastard clip together so our people would fucking understand and could say, oh, okay, that's what Dirty was talking about. But there's also a part of the definition that talks about urban Indian, and it says that they are also people who come from areas where their tribal homeland was built up and is now large cities. And it talked about the New York, what was remaining of the New York Indians and different other groups where the cities were built up and around them. That's why I considered myself an urban Indian. Why? Because I was in my tribal homeland, and now these great cities were built up on my tribal homeland, which is why Manhattan is Manhattan. So that's why I identify as an urban Indian, because I'm from one of the local tribes. See? So if there's already an urban Indian community and society in every large city, why are you not connected with them? Primarily a women's group. A lot of women be involved. Why are you, a woman who claims to be American Indian, not involved? Why you not? Why? Because if you get around them, you can't talk like you talk. Because they'll all know you're a fraud. It's that simple. Or else you would even already know about these people. Why? Like, where was you last a few weeks ago at the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's prayer walk? Why weren't you there? If you're in New York, why you ain't have all your big, strong men with you to make sure these women is protected? Now, here's what it is. Okay. So I'm going to show you something else. I'm going to show you something from 2018. This is from 2018. Where is this? This is from 2018. Because you're trying to say that we was hating, and all we've been doing is trying to help you along the way the whole time. 2018, we invited you to a meeting that we had with the census, right? These are all the things that was giving you credibility. Two Hawks invited you. Figured you would be a good outlet. Right? So you were invited. And at that, watch, I'll just show you. I don't gotta fucking, I could just show you. I could just show the shit. I don't gotta. Yeah, I ain't gotta do all that shit. I could just show it. So I prefer to show it. I prefer to show where all this shit come from. Catch you up to speed. And this is one of them. Why is this not working now? All right, so I'm gonna play this video. I just gotta pull it up now. It's gonna be a video of the meeting we had with the United States Census, of which we invited Phoenix Moon. We invited you. And right then and there, Two Hawks was breaking down classification of urban Indian, and he even admitted that it was something he just learned about. Like, why I even gotta go through this is incredible. Let me play some of this while we waiting. Matter of fact, let's go to this one. Let's go to this one. Yeah, I just had like a stomach virus. I was down for a few days, so my energy coming and go. It is what it is. You know, matter of fact, I want to go back to that. That's what I want to do. Let's go back to that. Go back to what he's breaking down. Because that's the shit that's crazy.
So you can respond to this however you like, but we're going to get the facts out there. All right, so now on this petition, right? First things first. All right, so they're telling you why they organized it. And I'm going to do a high-level summary because I'm not about to read everything on here. Y'all go read the by us, for us, and all that other good shit, right? But I want to get into some of these bullet points, okay? So the first one says the discovery, access, and redress to all known tribal records that provide direct distinction of the misclassified American Indian that are in possession of the United States Bureau of Indian Affairs, National Archives, Department of Housing, United States Department of Defense, and United States Department of Commerce. Cool. You want access to the records? Hey, ain't no big deal.
That's just all public record
sense,
anyway.
Right? Second point, you want to create a federally commissioned genealogy committee managed by y'all, UIHS, to examine the genealogy findings of bloodline lineage for misclassified American Indians, right? So here we are, right here and there. As part of this petition, this would put you guys in a power position, right? So anybody who's putting themselves in a power position needs to be for the people. It would just make the most sense, right? Since you're trying to ask for these things and you want yourself to be in charge. All right, so now, next they want an oversight committee that governs the 7 mandatory criteria for tribal membership and appeals for tribal membership denial within all state and federally recognized tribes. All right, they want to create a sanctioning board to review all the grievances for ongoing misclassification efforts from the United States Department of Interior and United States Bureau of Indian Affairs. All right, so basically, you want a committee that's another committee that's outside of the government that's gonna monitor the government. So the shit that y'all asking, you literally think in the position that we're in, the Department of Interior and the Bureau of Indian Affairs were the War Department. The exact same reason that we in this situation right now. And you think that just writing them a nice letter is going to give them an oversight committee to y'all to be able to tell them what to do. Like, this is fantasy land shit that we talking about, but we're going to break it down even further. All right. So once again, create a tribal band extension commission approved by the UIHS within the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Boom, hold up. Let me stop that there. Now, you see what they asking for. They're asking for some type of status. They're asking for some type of power within the Bureau of Indian Affairs, right? Now, let me show you something. We're going to go back because, I know sometimes shit just be passing by and people don't always know how to focus on things. Plus, my energy is a little whatever. So, but let me just remind you of this. Okay, let me remind you of this. So they're called the UIC, Urban Indigenous, UIH, some shit, Urban Indigenous, right? Urban Indian, whatever the fuck they call themselves. Now look, here we go. Because they're trying, this is what I mean when I say motherfucker, like these people are getting into shit that they don't even understand how dangerous the waters that they're trying to navigate, and they don't get it. They don't get it, and they're setting themselves up for fucking not just failure, but for that. Bro, y'all are setting y'all up. I'm trying to fucking drop some jewels on you, but go ahead. Look, Urban Indian Organization provide unique access to quality health care and culturally comprehensive services for urban American Indians and Alaska Native, right? This is what I mean when they say that people are committing erasure and it's like identity theft. For you to be claiming that you're an urban Indian organization and you're not engaging in just the basic prerequisites of what it would take to legally be identified as that. And then you're trying to move in a way where you're getting a petition of the people. Like you're setting yourself up for all this fuckery that you niggas don't even realize is going on. When if you really truly believe that way, you could fucking go seek out an urban Indian fucking organization and become a part of it. Whether you're an Indian, a full blood, half blood, or just a supporter. So, see, earlier we read what is the criteria for an urban Indian organization. And it talked about having a board, right? Talked about having a board and at least half the people on that board being American Indian, like being able to prove it, not just say it, being able to prove it. If you can't do that and you've created one of these organizations, you're going to be subject to what? You're claiming to be something you're not, and you're trying to solicit. Lucky you ain't trying to get bread for that shit. But if they find out you accepting bread under that title, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Y'all is dancing around in waters that you don't understand, obviously, just by the fucking terminology y'all use. Like, you're not urban Indians. There's already a fucking lane for urban Indians that's documented. What you're doing is trying to create erasure. That's what they call erasure. And motherfuckers take that serious. But you think you navigating, okay, you calling yourself an urban indigenous Indian heritage. Like have you even created now this is the big thing. When you're talking about the BIA, you're talking about a Fed organization. How are you going to interact with the feds if you don't have an organization to interact with them that's a legal organization? Why are the feds going to let some people who don't even have an official urban Indian organization bully them into fucking giving them some shit that they won't even give the other Indians, the real Indians? Where is your mind at thinking this shit is going to work from a petition of people who don't know what the fuck is going on? I don't give a fuck if you get 1 million signatures. It's not going to make it law. What does that mean? What are we talking about? What you're doing is convincing people that what you believe to be the truth is a lie. You're not doing nothing else. You're not inching people closer to having a voice for themselves, because when you get an opportunity to present yourself, people are going to think you're a nutcase. Whoever you're trying to appeal to, like the BIA is going to be like, are you insane? Like, they have all the history that you're demanding. That's why you're demanding it. You don't have it. They know exactly who everybody is. They're going to say, who the fuck is you? What the fuck? What? Yeah, you wilding. This shit is insane. It's insane to me.
Addressing the Urban Indian Heritage Society, more specifically Phoenix Moon and Ishmael Bay. Because of the things and the way that they approach situations, we tried to have a cordial meeting, you know what I'm saying, debate, whatever you want to call it, to go and express our issues as adults. But for various reasons that we're going to show y'all, they want to play games and they want to get to it. So I'll go ahead and let Matt give some of the backstory, and then we're going to get right to it.
Well, basically, for everybody that follows the Autonomous Party on Clubhouse, we've
So
been
there you
doing
go.
rooms, social rooms with our different
Turtle
members
Gang
and different
Midwest
people
just made a great
who
point.
want to talk about different topics
Right.
dealing with indigenous.
What about all the tribes that now aren't operating with the BIA, right? A lot of tribes ain't dealing with the BIA no more. So how you going to navigate that? And then on top of that, how you going to navigate past the tribal courts? See what I'm saying? It's a whole bunch of things set up that if these people really understood what they was talking about, half them demands that they put up, they would know, like, that shit is insane. It's insane. See, now Midwest, you're going to have to come up here and really expound on some of these things. I was just jumping in real quick, but if you want to come expound on them, you know what I mean? But the point is, these people are making claims that show they don't know anything they're talking about. Why would you claim? It's like me saying I want to join the NFL and I demand the right for you to give me the paperwork to every team in the league and I'm the Dallas Cowboys. First of all, Jerry Jones gonna be like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's what these people are doing. They're demanding rights to get into something that has got nothing to do with them. Like, we're gonna do a poll, right? Because they love polls. We're gonna take a poll, right? Pause. No Diddy. All right. Should we debate with these people or have a conversation with them? What do we think? Should we debate them or have a conversation with them? And if we're going to have a conversation, I could bring some people that could really edify them. Yep. And then if you really want to get down to it, yep, this is another nail in the coffin. The BIA are frauds in regards to stealing money from nations, etc. Tribes no longer fuck with the BIA. Some tribes do, many tribes don't. And I'm showing you the video of them sitting in on the BIA. They took the building over. They didn't take it over because they was going to hang out with their buddies. See, it looks like these people are so confused and so thirsty for power, some imaginary power, some YouTube online power, some clout, that they not really doing the knowledge to the things that's coming out their mouth. They walking themselves. Yeah, you're doing it to yourself. Like, listen, there are urban Indian organizations that already exist, right? When you take on that title, right, you are insinuating or implying that you are urban Indians, which are American Indians, right? From recognized tribes that now live in urban areas. Now, whether these tribes are FedRec, whether they're work with the BIA, whatever, these tribes are known tribes. And the individuals that come from them tribes have relationships with them tribes. So when they're out here saying they're this and they're that, they're not just saying it, they're saying it because they're actually those people. And if you go back to those nations and those communities, they're going to say, yeah, that's ours. That's her. She's ours. She's from our people. You know what I'm saying? So when you make these claims, how do you back them up? And who helps you validate it? Just you? Just grandma? That's it? Because listen, you're talking about federal shit. When you talk about the BIA and the Division of Justice, you're talking about the federal government. Do you think the federal government is going to say, well, her grandmother said, so let's respect grandma? Is that what the federal government, or are they going to say, show us the documents that show that you are who you are, right and exact 100%? They're going to want to see all that shit. They're going to trust me, I know. I know. All this shit, you see, they talk about UNDRIP, United Nations Declaration of Rights for Indigenous People. All this stuff is piggybacking off of what the United Nations declared. Not a law, it's a declaration. See, it's a declaration. It's a declaration. It's not a law, right? So all this is based on the United Nations Declaration. Now, this is the thing. They want to sit up here and say, I'm this and I'm that, but they're trying to access rights through the United Nations Declaration of Rights for Indigenous People. They're trying to access that. Meanwhile, my tribe and myself are at the United Nations, at the Indigenous Peoples Permanent Forum that happens every year that discusses UNDRIP. We're literally there. So while y'all are sitting up here trying to ride off of UNDRIP, trying to claim some imaginary claim, we're applying it properly. That's why we're in the United Nations. Now check this out. In order to be in the United Nations, you have to get vetted. If you say you are a Native American organization, or if you say you're this, if you say that I want to go to the UN as the urban indigenous whatever organization, you're going to have to form some type of nonprofit or some type of actual corporation to interact with these other groups. You can't just go there as you. You have to come with an organization, whether it be an IPO, Indigenous Peoples Organization, right? Or an NGO, a non-governmental organization. You have to access through some type of organization, and they're going to vet your organization. We go as an IPO, Indigenous Peoples Organization. Yeah, because we're not federally recognized and we're not state recognized, right? So we go as an IPO. Plain and simple, right? Indigenous Peoples Organization. Now, in order for them to grant us access to the UN as who we say we are, the Sandhill, the local tribe, in order for them to recognize us as being Sandhill, we have to submit all of our paperwork to the UN. So they can validate through their libraries, and they have their own libraries. Trust me, I've been in them. They have to validate through their own history, through everything they have access to, that what we're saying is true. Now, if we tell them we have a standing treaty still with Britain, they can investigate that shit and find out if an old treaty that we had is still on the books. Meaning, yeah, we're those people, and we had this treaty with them, and that's why they still recognize us. We still have a relationship with them. You understand? They're going to look through all of this. The UN, the United Nations, is going to vet all of this so we can be up in there. They're not going to let us in because we said our grandma said. They're not. They're not. Nowhere. First of all, everything has to be right. So if you start an organization, your organization has to be peopled by a certain amount of actual indigenous people who can prove it, not whose grandma said. Now, I'm only saying this because y'all talking about creating a relationship with these federal agencies. And if you're going to create a relationship with them, it's going to be requirements that they need in order for you to even interact with them. So how are you going to be granted all this stuff by them? And you're not even an organization, because if you were an organization, you would have to come under the rules and regulations of the federal government. Duh, right? Can't start a business and not fucking operate under the rules and regulations, right? Nonprofit, got to be something, right? Yep, got to be notarized, fed rep. All these things got to happen for you to start having these conversations with people. So what is this? So you think, let's say 1 million people sign that petition. You think those 1 million signatures is going to make the federal government just jump through hoops and loops and all of a sudden put you in a place that different Indian nations been fighting for as long as the BIA been around? That shit crazy. That shit crazy. You definitely don't understand politics. You definitely not in the loop. So why would I debate you? So you could argue with me over shit that I done already blown through just now. Like, you can't show no black urban Indians, no black Indians, nothing protesting for land back. You're not going to pull up any images. You're not going to get no organization in the history of America that ever stood up and said the original Indians are the black folks. And this ain't nothing about being against black folks. This ain't nothing about being against African Americans. I'm technically fucking part African American, part African, right? I got African ancestors. I'm not from Africa, but my ancestors were. So that's what makes me African and American. It's just a general term. It's no big deal. Oh, I know. No, they changed our status. Dumbest shit in the world. Status in the United States, there's only one status. There's only one status. One status, and that's called citizen. I don't care if you're the president or you're a homeless man, you're a citizen. If you're born here, you're a citizen. There's no other statuses. White is not a status separate from citizen. It's a descriptor of that citizen. people are arguing over descriptors. Oh, they changed our description. We was first this and yeah, your great grandmother might have been an Indian. Ain't nobody denying you that. And through time, they reclassified her. But guess what? They didn't change her status. She was a citizen the whole time. And that's what you're not getting. If you're finding federal documents of your ancestors, that means they're not a part of their tribe no more. They're American citizens. And you're arguing over the descriptor term that they're using when you're not realizing that you can't even make that argument anymore because your people renounce their tribal rights to become American citizens. They didn't maintain dual citizenship. You understand? That's why they would have gotten allotments. That's why they would have gotten all the things that they got, because they renounced their tribal rights. And the documents that you say are reclassifying you, they're not. There's only one classification, and that's citizen. Now, the type of citizen, the descriptor of the citizen, Negro, white, right? Asian, whatever the fuck it is, it's a descriptor. Now, if you think that those are, okay, cool. I understand that. You don't like how they're describing you, but they're not changing your status. Status is citizen. There is no other status. Anything else is foreign. Got dual citizenship, but that's still dual citizenship. All that other stuff is just descriptors. So if they described a family as being black and then 2 generations, they said, oh, look at them, they this. Maybe through marriage, they changed. I don't know. Maybe your Indian grandmother married an African, and them African kids married more them mixed kids married more Africans, and by 3 generations later, all the Indian was washed out. Maybe that's how they I don't know, I don't care. You should have kept your own records. You should know all your family members, so you don't have to be subject to I demand that you give me every record ever recorded about any Indian that ever lived, so I can somehow tie myself into this. It's got to be one that I'm related to. And guess what? It's probably a bunch that you're related to. But to try to infer that African Americans, Black Americans, Negroes are the real Indians, and to try to use the 1968 Civil Rights Act, and even crazier is to expect me to want to debate with you. I feel sorry for you. Been trying to help y'all. Phoenix, no. We invited, like, come on now. I've seen you at 2 things. Both things that we invited you to. And if y'all feel so good about what you're saying, I'll invite you to the UN. You could come as our guest. But I can't let you speak, not the shit y'all be talking. But you can come and observe, and we can have conversations, and we can talk amongst people. But like, in order to get up and try and make some HEMOC shit, that was dumb. Shit he did was dumb. Got up there and complained. This is what they're doing to us. Man, motherfuckers been saying that speech for the past 20 years. As soon as you come in there talking that shit, motherfuckers know you don't understand what this shit is about. Motherfuckers know what's going on. The people there are other nations that have been abused. You're not there pleading to motherfuckers that can fix your problems. You're there trying to figure out how you can fix your problems yourself amongst other nations that might have went through it or are going through it now. So you might create a relationship with a nation that been through exactly what your particular nation is going through, and they might have some insight on how to accelerate your growth, things like that. They might, you know what I mean? These are the things that's going on there. Nobody is inferring your identity or giving you anything there. You're coming there, you're there because you've already established that. See, I got so many videos on my thing, I just be having them private. So I gotta, you know what I mean? Yeah. So give me a moment, please. Yeah, thought I had all this. Let's see something. So yeah, I'm downloading this video. Oh, that's the video I want. I want this one. Okay, I found the video I need. Just gotta download it again. It's off grid for a minute. And then like, you know, I'm literally in my crib, chilling, typing, texting shit. We online texting. And you talking about trying to be a tough guy. Why are you trying to move this into a realm where we deciding things based on being tough or not? Why would I try to be a tough guy with you? What? Like, this is that, yo, just deal with the information. I ain't never tried to bully nobody. What are you talking about? Never in my life have I bullied somebody. Like, ever. What are you talking about? Trying to be a tough guy. What I look like trying to be a tough guy? Because I stand on business? Because I don't let you fucking lie to me and manipulate the conversations? Nah, that's not me being tough. That's me standing on my own business, me standing my square. What are you talking about? Where that tough shit come from? You the one want to bring the tough shit up. Oh, you trying to be tough. So you want to move it into a venue like everybody else do. That's why I don't engage in conversation with these other motherfuckers. On some levels, I had a respect, and probably I still do have a respect for you and Ishmael. But I got to deal with this shit. Like, Ish, I watched you for all them years being a Moor, not talking none of this shit. Like, what are we talking about? I watch you have debates with people and be passionate about that shit. Stop, bro. Not me. You could act like that around them people who don't remember you. Turtle Gang was the one filming everything, bro. Sonetta wasn't the only one filming shit. I got mad niggas on film. I got mad shit on catalog. This video taking a minute to download, but it's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. Let me play this for you though, while that downloads.
Social issues, obviously, and obviously the misclassification situation is a heavy thing that we always talk about. History, we always talk about politics, how you go about finding the remedies for all of our people to get out of this situation that we all face. So as we have these conversations, you know, we've been obviously hearing certain people we might disagree with about, you know, Egypt in America and other topics that, you know, are social things that always be trending. We had a room obviously called Mixing the Dope. Mixing the Dope was to, you know, let people come on our stage and come in our room and basically get to what they felt people might be mixing the dope about. So long or the short, we made that happen. We addressed the issues. People came in the room and brought up what they thought, and we had conversation. Months before the people who are affiliated with the Urban Indigenous Society that been tackling the issue.
The issue is Black Americans have been misled and taught they are the American Indians. That is a fallacy. You may have American Indian ancestry, but you are not an American Indian unless you are part of a federally recognized tribal nation. If you're not, then you are a Native American. That simple.
This Mistel petition right here. All right. We are American Indian.
That is a fallacy. You may have American Indian ancestry, but you are not an American Indian unless you are part of a federally recognized tribal nation.
Now that's the definition for
Misclassification is
American
not
Indian.
the
That's
issue.
not me just saying
Okay?
it.
That is not the issue whatsoever. And we're going to get to what's the big issue in their petition. So Mistel petition, it referenced ADRIP, UNDRIP specifically, and different things that had to do with the Civil Rights Act of 1968.
Many of us know about the Civil Rights Movement, which is when Black Americans heroically fought for social justice and equality during the 1950s and 1960s. Unfortunately, the American Indian Civil Rights Movement is often overlooked. So what is it exactly? The American Indian Civil Rights Movement, or the American Indian Movement, AIM, as it's sometimes called, was established in Minneapolis, Minnesota in 1968 by a group of activists, namely Dennis Banks, Clyde Belcourt, Eddie Benton Benai, and George Mitchell. They originally aimed to improve conditions for Native Americans who had been urbanized and were living in ghettos after government programs forced them out of their reservations. However, AIM eventually
just read all of
accomplished
that.
everything that American Indians were demanding. More specifically, it fought for economic independence, the revitalization of their traditional culture, the protection of their legal rights, autonomy over tribal areas, and the restoration of lands that they had owned but were illegally seized from them. The founding of AIM came nearly a decade after the Indian Relocation Act of 1956 was passed, also referred to as Public Law 959 and the Adult Vocational Training Program. This legislation encouraged Native Americans to leave their reservations and traditional lands in order to assimilate into urban areas. Thousands of Native Americans did end up migrating to cities and other such urban areas. However, they experienced low-wage labor, substandard housing, discrimination, and violence. The initial activities of AIM were meant to help the Native Americans suffering in urban areas in Minneapolis. For example, they established the AIM Patrol to provide help and support to victims of police abuse. The organization also founded the Indian Health Board, which focused on providing Native-centric healthcare. As the years passed, AIM widened its focus to Native Americans outside of Minneapolis. For instance, it participated in the occupation of Alcatraz Island, which took place November 20th, 1969 to June 11th, 1971. This months-long protest saw 89 Native Americans and their supporters living on Alcatraz Island in the San Francisco Bay. In the months that followed, the Native American population on Alcatraz Island swelled to more than 600. They even managed to form a governing council, a clinic, and a security force dubbed the Bureau of Caucasian Affairs, among other things. Unfortunately, their movement was quashed when they were forcibly removed by armed federal marshals. AIM participated in many other movements besides the occupation of Alcatraz Island. One of their most famous actions was the Longest Walk, which took place in July 1978 and saw a few hundred people trekking from Alcatraz Island in San Francisco, California. By the time they arrived in Washington, D.C., the marchers had swelled to more than 30,000. The Longest Walk hoped to raise awareness for the problems plaguing Native American communities across the United States, such as the lack of job opportunities and inadequate housing. Perhaps its biggest achievement, though, was the signing of the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, which lifted the ban on Native American spiritual ceremonies, which had been outlawed since 1884. Unfortunately, AIM's national leadership disbanded later that year due to infighting, jealousy, and the FBI's alleged efforts to divide them. Fortunately, several local chapters remained active afterward.
Now, my question for Phoenix Moon, for Top Trash, for Dane Calorie, and all the rest of these people who claim to be American Indians based on phenotype, where are the demonstrations of these Black American Indians claiming to be American Indians.
All right, so I mean, shit on top of shit on top of shit on top of shit. So we got they just talked about the long walk, right? Which was organized by AIM from Alcatraz to Washington, D.C. Now, about to show you a video, showed it the other day, showed it again though, of a sister by the name of Yanazda Lone Wolf. I'm gonna let her speak for herself. But she was born on that walk. She was actually born in DC when they got there. And she's going to be very, very specific about her history. So, like, it ain't just me that don't agree with you. The shit you saying is wrong.
You know, first of all, if you can share with all of us, you know, how do you identify? And you know, so many times, you know, people are always talking about, and I even said it, American Indian, you know,
Yes.
the Indian part was a mistake. Hundreds of years ago. Why are we still saying it?
Yes, yes.
But let me pass it to you.
Yeah, you know, I know that now we're in a time everyone is saying Afro-Indigenous or Afro-Native. I think because I was born in 1978, I never we kind of moved away from the Afro word. Even in the African American community, we don't say Afro-American. So I don't really like the word Afro because so I just say that I am Black and Native American. I do use Black or I use African American. My father is a descendant of Africa. His ancestors were kidnapped and stolen and brought here to America. And so
Hold on, let me pause this real quick. Because so many things I could be addressing. So this is a woman that is from both communities, right? The 1968 Civil Rights Act addressed two communities, right? First, it addressed the American Indian community, then it addressed the Negro community. In the 1964 Civil Rights Act, it only addressed what was going on in the Negro communities. 1968, they had us up it and address what's going on in the American Indian communities as well as the Negro communities, because they both were dealing with the same issue, which was housing in urban areas. So that's what's really going on. And they're trying to somehow switch identities with these urban Indians who were now living alongside Negroes and now having the same issues. This is where you get this is where you start getting the Fred Hamptons and all them starting to work with the Native Americans, right? All this is actual history, and it's phenomenal history. I don't know why people aren't wanting to learn about that, but this is a woman that comes from both communities, right? And she's at the center of both communities. She'll speak even more in depth about her mother and the communities her mother had her around. And at no time in history were these people having conversations over who were the real Indians. This is ground zero here. What are y'all talking about?
As far back as the Zulu tribe, my family has traced their roots all the way far as back as there, and I love the richness of both of these amazing race of people. From my mother, Native American, and I'm sorry, something must have fell. My mother, Native American, and my dad being Black African American. So I love, and I love that there are two separate, but they came together to have me, and they raised me. My mother really raised me to learn who I am as a Lakota woman, and then who I am as, and then she brought me around a lot of amazing Black matriarchal women to teach me about how to be a Black woman. My mother could not teach me how to be a Black woman. She could teach me how to be a Native woman, and so she brought me around a strong unit of Native, of Black women to teach me about my Blackness, and a village that way, from my hair to, you know, to even some of the colorism that I dealt with growing up, you know. And so I am grateful for that. So I love the distinction of being Black and Native American, because I cannot deny my mother and father. And I remember growing up, you know, when they always said your race, like put your race down, and I always would just mark both, you know, when they said check one. And now you could check multiple, but growing up, you couldn't check multiple, you could only check one. And so I used to always check two and get in trouble for it. But I said, you know, I can't, you're not denying your mother and you're not denying your father. Why do you feel that I have to deny mine? So yeah.
That's awesome. So now, how did your activist parents come together?
So my mother, she was the first Native American to work for NBC. How she got that was they were trying to look for they were trying to fill in a quota at NBC in New York City, and they was looking for a Native American that had their bachelor's degree. And so my mother was in South Dakota. She was, and she happens to have a bachelor's degree. And they was like, hey, we see at this university, I forgot the name of I think it's in Nebraska, that everyone kind of goes to from South Dakota, Nebraska. What's that one called that everyone goes to? I forgot. It's on the border town of Nebraska, but Haskell. I think it was Haskell. I think that's it, Haskell. But anyway, so she was there, and so they ended up. She ended up going to New York. My mother said it was like the concrete jungle. Like it was a huge, and it was the first time for her to meet other Native Americans that did not look like her. You know, growing up on one res and never venturing out, and especially growing up as an Ogallala, you know, it's already bad enough that we don't learn our own history, you know, but it's also even worse. We don't learn each other tribal histories and that about other tribes, you know. And so it was the first time that she was learning about other natives. She didn't know about the Shinnecock and the, you know, all of the other tribes from that area. And she was like, wow, you look Puerto Rican, you look Cuban, you know, you look white, you know, like it was just all of this. And so it was, and why everyone was starting to really poke fun of that, you know, that they thought that Native Americans were some ancient beings. And so I think that really empowered her in regards to who she is. And so she ended up going to a party. She met Muhammad Ali, and Muhammad Ali immediately called her Pocahontas. And she didn't know who Pocahontas was. And so he said, I'm going to call you Pocahontas. And that became her nickname. And she accepted it until someone ended up telling her, do you know who Pocahontas really is? And, you know, she's like, well, you have to tell the heavyweight champion of the world to stop calling me Pocahontas, you know. But she ended up becoming his public relations director. And so she was the woman behind the Thriller Manila, the Rumble in the Jungle. And this was really her introduction into the Black community, into the sports world. She learned a lot about, you know, PR and marketing and all of that. And one thing that she saw that was a void was Native American representation. And so she ended up meeting my father. My father was a fine artist. His stuff was like, basically his artwork was like, if you had a Thaddeus McCall art piece in your house, then you had money. Like his stuff was really amazing. And so they fell in love after 6 months, they got married at the Beverly Hills Hotel, star-studded. You know, she had Jane Kennedy was her maid of honor. The Temptations was there, the Four Tops, the list goes on and on. It was a celebrity studded, and every media was there, because they're like, oh, you know, what big wedding is this with all these celebrities? And because she also had some high profile clients, you know, it was just an amazing wedding. But what my mother did not know was that my father was also into kind of like blue collar crimes and money and things like that. And so that's what he ended up being in prison most of my life. My mother was my primary caretaker. And she just, I would think that, for me being born during the American Indian movement, the longest walk was I was in her stomach, and it was me, and I believe it was Russell Means and Mary Crow Dog's child that they had. I think it was not Mary Crow Dog, Leonard Crow Dog, and Nat Russell Means, let me just put that out there. Nat Russell Means child, but Mary Crow Dog and Leonard Crow Dog's son, and another child and myself were the only 3 children born during the longest walk. So I was born in DC when they got to DC, from Alcatraz, San Francisco to Washington, DC. So I was literally born with my fist up. And I remember, you know, AIM song was like a lullaby song to me. You know, that AIM song was just like, I would hear that and it was always so familiar. Even to this day, when I hear the AIM song, I'm like, oh, that's like my lullaby, you know? Is to hear that that cry for justice and representation, that we're still here, you know. And so being born around all of these you know, all of these great activists and leaders that we now read about in history books, you know, was a great honor. And I learned so much from all of them, you know. And I think that it was instilled in me to be able to stand up and fight for injustices of humans, of humankind, in our Mother Earth, all around the
And
earth.
2 girls.
Yeah.
That's peace. See
No
how
problem.
easy that
And
is?
what the
You
longest
ain't got to
walk
rewrite
was,
history. Just say
a
who you
quick
are.
little explanation of what that is.
Yeah, so it was a walk from Alcatraz, San Francisco. It first started with the siege of Alcatraz, the American Indian movement, as well as the Chicano movement, the Black Panthers, the
Yeah,
Rainbow
we're gonna get into the
Coalition.
Chicano
Like,
movement too.
it was all of like this beautiful 4 direction of movement activists came together and said, let's take over Alcatraz. They did, and then they said, you know what, we're not being heard. I mean, it was amazing, but they was like, it's now time to head to DC. And it was really for our Freedom of Religious Act. The reason why we are able to burn sage and say a prayer publicly is because of the sacrifice of those that were a part of the American Indian movement, the longest walk. And so Phyllis Young, Russell Means, Dennis Banks, the list goes on of so many, and even, you know, Madonna Thunderhawk, you know, so many amazing women. I want to acknowledge these women because we always talk about the men of the American Indian movement, but there was some powerful women, you know, that were also right there writing these laws and these to make sure that we're able to have the Freedom of Religious Act. So because of them and their sacrifices, why we're able to publicly pray without being murdered and being imprisoned, because before they were scared of our sage and our smoke signals.
Absolutely.
They were
DNA is
scared. They're
real.
like,
I
oh
agree
my
with you
God, what are
100%.
they doing? You
I
know,
got
but
mine done and
now we're able to do it
stay
freely.
exactly where I'm from too.
So you mentioned, you know, fighting for justice, and so that's, you know, deep in your bloodline, in your roots. But you know,
Yes.
one of the things that we're facing today is, you know, the absolute crisis that as many times is like just silent crisis of missing and murdered indigenous women. And so looking up statistics, when I looked at black women of, again, US populations, if you look at who are the victims, who are the human trafficking victims, Black women are 40%, and so are Native American women. That's
Yeah.
crazy. That's
Yeah.
not acceptable.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
And that doesn't mean
it's
that they're the
really,
same
really, because
40%.
when we look at that,
That's how they were trying to
and
flip it.
me being Black and Native, it's affecting me twice. And it's a lot of injustices that are affecting me double time. You know, I'm here living in Atlanta, Georgia. We're one of the top statistics of Black women that are being murdered and kidnapped and missing. This is a huge human sex trafficking area, especially for Black women. We're looked upon, just as Native women are looked upon, as like some type of folklore or a you know, just like, you know, I want to say what's the word I want to use, like not abstract, but just like mysterious, or what's that word that, like, it's over sexualized. They over
That's all they
sexualize
can do.
us, you
Is
know.
slander people.
And so I think that you know, with me, it affected me personally. My sister cousin Annie, she's my first cousin. And
Conspiracy and
my
slander.
sister
That's
cousin
all they
Shelly,
have.
she was my first cousin. They were sisters. Shelly, we couldn't find her. It was around Halloween, and we couldn't find her for like 3 days until she was found on the side of the road in South Dakota, beat up. They ran her over, and we ended up finding out it was her friends that that beat her up and ran, but we couldn't find her. And and just that feeling of trying to find her for 3 days, and then we ended up finding her, and then fast forward, her little sister Annie, there was some sex traffickers that was taking a Native girl, and Annie said, you guys are gonna have to go through me in order to get her, and they ended up shooting her. And so my aunt Wilma, poor bear, I pray for her all the time because she lost 2 daughters to MMIW, and the way that her strength is with this, and the way that she's able to carry on as a great grandmother now, and I had Shelly's 3 daughters. They lived with me here in Atlanta, and the way that they honor their mother, is just beautiful. The way that they fight for MMIW. I think that, it could happen to anyone. A friend of mine just emailed me. This person is a non-binary person, Native, that is in North Carolina, and they can't find this person. They don't know where they're at. So and I'm just like, it can happen just like that, and I think more laws, the same way that we have Amber Alert for children, there needs to be more alerts, like how the state of California now has an alert for MMIW, but I feel that it needs to be more alerts, just like California, all across, nationally, and as well as internationally. I met someone that was telling me a story that his best friend's daughter, within they end up finding her 6 months later, but within 24 hours from Detroit, Michigan, someone kidnapped her and got her all the way to Colombia in 24 hours. So the way that they're taking our children, taking our women, our men, so quickly, and putting them in other continents, for human trafficking, it's just a scary, scary thing. And yeah, it affects me on multiple areas, on both sides.
Yeah. And the statistics, affect our families and even us. I was sharing last year about being chased on a rural highway.
Oh my
And
God.
I was able to get away. I had the kids in the car, and I was sharing it with a colleague who told me that happened to her just like the month before. So it's like these are things that are happening like right now that we need to be sounding, the alarm. This cannot be a silent crisis anymore. We need to do something. And so looking forward to, building that momentum and lifting up those voices. And thank you for mentioning your family, your cousins' names. I mean, that's so important that we know that these are our family, our sisters. We have to speak out and be that voice whenever we can.
Yes.
So, given, your experience, your life history, fighting for justice, what do you see have been, like some of the wins, and also some of like, where do we need to go? Like, how can the folks out there, our allies, our sisters, stand and, fuel the fight for justice? Because sometimes it's like, can't we just have a big win?
Yes.
Like, Dr. Martin Luther King talks about the long arc. I'm tired of the longness. It's time for a win.
Yes. I think that we are in a place where it is tiring. It's a lot, and for me, for these past couple of years, here in Atlanta, we're fighting on the militarized police training facility called Cop City. They're already building it, and they've lied to us several times as taxpayers that they're going to spend XYZ amount of money. It end up being more, and so and they're going to tear down all this forest, our last forest here in Atlanta, in the inner city part of Atlanta, in the Black community, where they're building this. And we just got word that there are 69 Cop cities that are being built here in America So so alone, and they're militarized police training facilities right in the heart of predominantly urban communities that are affecting BIPOC people, and it's for them to be trained, for them to be able to be trained to shoot to kill. You know, there's no training in regards to, you know, cultural diversity and how to deal with people that are, you know, that have a mental illness or, you know, or any of that. But we're really in a crazy time. We're seeing a war happening, not just in Gaza. Well, a genocide happening, not just in Gaza, but also we're seeing it in Sudan, and we're seeing it in the Congo. And it's so it does get a lot. And I feel for the past couple of years since battling cancer, I've really been on self-improvement. On the basis of community development is self-improvement. And I feel that even though as many times we want to go outward, I think it's important to balance it to go inward and to really balance home and to really balance your well-being, because we are in the time of war. War is not fun. War is ugly. War is horrible. And because we're in this time and it just seems like a lot, we have to balance it out with self-improvement. We have to find our time for therapy, for, you know, being quiet. We don't have to speak out about everything we see on the news, you know, but speaking out at the right time with wisdom, you know, and listening to our elders. You know, one thing I love about being Indigenous is the fact that on my Black and my Native side, we have a long history of talking to our wisdom keepers, you know, our griots, our medicine people that are in our village or in our tribe, you know, and I think that we have to get back to that. So this is to my Black relatives that's watching this and to my Native relatives. We have to get back to connecting back to village, connecting back to community, talking to our elders. Remember, there's a difference between old people and elders, you know, but talking to our elders because they've seen this too. They've seen World War I, World War II, if they're still here, Vietnam Wars, you know, they've seen the world go up, you know, they even were not that far long ago from segregation time, you know, and I think that it's like, how did you deal with this? How did you handle this? You know, I know that you fought on the front lines for this, but how did you find your balance, you know? And I think it's time for us to begin to start seeking that wisdom in order for us to be able to know how to deal in the next 5 to 10 years, because it's going to get even much uglier. But if we begin to start self-improving now, I feel that it would be an example for this future generation to know, like, okay, like, you know, I forgot this person's name, but he just yesterday, Jewish US Air Force man, he set himself on fire. And his last words was "Free Palestine," 25 years old. And he said, and that's what he said. And I was looking at his age. I feel that this generation is tired of the old ways of war, of hatred, doesn't matter what race or religion they are. They do not want to see babies being burned across the board, don't want to see killings no more. And I feel that when he did that, it was a cry of a change. And I feel that we have to listen to our young people and we have to set examples, you know, to be an example of how can we, justice has to be peace. Justice has to be peace. It cannot be the way we fought for justice. Right now, we have to, every single day while battling this lung cancer, I wake up every morning and I said, I have to fight for my joy. How am I going to fight for my joy? That means eliminating all negativity around me. And I feel that this new generation, my son is the same, he's 12 years old. He's just like, I just want happiness. And he will do whatever means to be happy. And I think that that's because we just have to set an example. We have to set an example, or if not, then they're going to push us out the way and show us the example. And unfortunately, I don't like that it took his death to show us that we needed to listen to him. and to listen to other 20-year-olds, you know, and other young people that are saying, I'm going to set myself on fire. I would sacrifice my life if you don't stop this war, you know, because we need that generation, you know, so yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. You know, you've been an example in many ways, you know, educating others. You have a podcast and a
Yes.
children's book.
Yes.
Share a little bit about both.
Yeah. Yeah. So I have this book. Yep. The Adventures of Star Song. It's loosely, it's kind of blurry. Okay, there it goes. Adventures of Star Song. It is loosely based off of my life, but it's about a 8-year-old girl. She's Native American and Black, African American, and she ended up having I would say spirit guides that come and give her gifts on how to be able to deal with things in the world. And so this is volume 1, Who Am I? And it's basically to, you know, to show children and those that have read it to be able to identify with just being uniquely different. And with being uniquely different, how you can have special powers if you take on the gifts of your ancestors. And so she takes on the gifts from her spirit guides or her ancestors that give her these gifts to be able to handle the things that she's dealing with. And I think that if we lean on our ancestors a little bit more to give us gifts, then we can be able to, you know, combat anything that comes to us. So that's what the base of the book, The Adventures of Star Song. And I also have my podcast. I'm about to go right back into production again, but it's called Walk in My Moccasins. I have interviewed, well, as you know, there's the proverb, we never know a man or a woman until they walk a mile in your moccasins. And so I just interview various people and have them share their story. I think you can learn a lot in regards to what you're dealing with in your life to be able to hear someone else's testimony. I think it's the Native and the Black in me that just loves to hear people just share their stories, you know? And so and it's crazy because I've interviewed various people on it and know them all my life, and I didn't even know all of these things that they were sharing with me. I was like, wow, I really don't know you, you know? So it's also been an opportunity for me to be able to learn from people from media to the entertainment industry to activism, people that have went viral. So it's called Walk in My Moccasins, and you could listen to it on wherever you listen to your podcast, and you can listen to that. And I'll be going back into production. I'm doing it in front of a live studio here in Atlanta and doing a series of that here in Atlanta soon. So you can just follow me at Queen Yanashaha or Queen YONASDA for updates on things that I'll be doing.
Great. And where can they find your book?
Yeah, on anywhere books are sold. So it's on everything. It's on Amazon. It's on Barnes and Noble. So it's called Adventures of Star Song. So yeah, that's it.
Can't wait to read. All right. Well, is there any last words?
Yeah. So I would say that, you know, this Black History Month, it is the shortest month of the year, you know, that we've received this month. But, you know, for all my Native relatives that are tuning in, you know, the same way that we ask for everyone to learn something on each day for Native American Heritage Month in November, please do the same thing for Black History Month. There are more people outside of Dr. King and Malcolm X and Harriet Tubman, you know, there's so many not just from the past, but even from the present. There's so many contributions of Black Americans that have contributed to the building of America. So it's important that and inventors too. So, you know, so put yourself on homework and give your children a task as well, you know, outside. I mean, we know everything about Dr. King and we love Dr. King, but, you know, but I think there's so much more within Black history. And it's crazy because when my nieces came from South Dakota in 2015, they came here from Pine Ridge, and I took them over to the Martin Luther King Civil Rights Museum, and they just wept. They did not know about segregation. They did not know about the abuse. They was like, this happened here in America? And I was like, yeah. They said, oh my God. Like, they did not know because on the res, they wasn't taught. you know, about these things. And so it was shocking for them. They went through it. So I had to go through a whole, you know, history of over 400 years of history that I had to teach of Black American history. So, you know, so it's, you know, it's important. And it's also great that we have these months. You know, next month of March is Women's History Month, you know, so it's good that we have these months to be able to, but let's do it 365 years. And let's also be able to, you know, learn these things so we can learn one another and how we can be unite in everything that we're doing, from our voices being united on MMIW, from our voices being united on a whole bunch of land rights and everything, so much stuff, because we're all being affected by oppression and greed. So it's important that we unite our fight.
Yes. And thank you so much about mentioning the history, because just as the kids weren't being taught on the res, everyone is not getting taught the depth and the extent of the history. So one little paragraph in a textbook is not cutting it. When I was living in DC, one of the most powerful books that I'll be honest, I didn't read it. I listened through, you know, listening services, was The Black History of the White House, because the public does not know this history. We did not learn it in our educational systems. We did not learn it. And it's so powerful, especially to take the kids there and say, this happened here. This happened here, and it's documented. So I would highly recommend that book for, you know, any adult who wants to just like, let's talk some truth. So well, thank you so much for joining us today. I'm going to go ahead and leave us with one of the quotes that you had given to us, that's just so powerful. But we appreciate you. We love you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shah.
American Indian Political Party. Yeah, there's no argument with the United States as to whether or not you're Indian, because nobody has made the argument. No Negro has made the argument that you're an Indian. You're just talking like this conversation has been had on a governmental level. It has not. It's being had on YouTube by people who are actually of no consequences when it comes to the issue. Like, you're talking about the Urban Indigenous Political Party, all these things. As I stated earlier, there are already urban indigenous organizations. Now you're just going to try and ride the coattails of people who have been doing work in communities for 30 years and try to attach that to what you're doing and somehow think it's supposed to be effective. You haven't even jumped into the deep end yet. Once y'all jump into the deep end with this shit, you're going to fuck around and get jammed up. That's what you don't realize. You're still on the YouTube level. When you get into the deep end, it's going to be a whole nother conversation. Apply for an indigenous peoples organization at the UN. See if you can get in there. Since y'all riding off the UNDRIP, get your shit together, organize yourselves, and actually get up in one of these venues where you can start to introduce this conversation. There's no debate over what? That's never been a conversation ever in the history of the United States. Ever. You're going to start talking that Walter Plecker shit, and I'll slice that. I'll take that from you. What's the matter with y'all? Bong, see? Yo, They all walk into the same cliche. And I'm going to have to keep saying it a million times. Walter Plecker had a target list of exact families. Exact families. And whether they changed your status, which is citizenship, or not, they didn't change your actual status, which was citizen. Like, you can keep acting like there's multiple, like, so you think white is a status? Really? Do you know what a status is? Like, it's a signifier. It's an identifier. Check it out. When the census comes around, they're taking the census for all citizens. But guess what? They need specific identifiers to know how to cater to you. Guess what? Guess what happens when you become a, oh, damn, here we go. If that's the case, your status changes when you become 65, when you become elderly. Then rules change for you. That would be an example of a status change. Not your fucking identity. Like, that's such a great example of a status change. You get to be 65, and guess what? Now you got to pay this. You don't got to pay that. Half price at the movies, wherever you get. You get benefits because now you have a better status in the United States because of your age. And they have assumed that you have put all the money into the country, and now it's time for you to relax and enjoy the country. See? That's little things that would say, oh, the status changed. Like, but do you think, like, so you think that your grandma went from being an American citizen to not being an American citizen? So you think that a Negro is not, if you're in their paperwork, it's because you're a citizen. Now, unless your people had dual citizenship, meaning they maintain their tribal identity and went through whatever they had to go through to maintain that, you're an American. They didn't change your status. They may have changed how they describe you. But it's crazy to me. Like, why would somebody call, like, bro, this crazy. This is crazy. Like, if your status got changed, do the knowledge as to why they changed your status since you think it's a status. Like, what do you mean? It went from mulatto. That's not status. How am I going to keep saying this over and over? Status is citizen. That's it. If you're born here, you're a citizen. If not, you can become naturalized to what? Become a citizen. Isn't this basic shit? Walter Plecker did not go after everybody in Virginia. He went after specific families that he identified as triracial. So he wasn't going after a bunch of dark-skinned people. He wouldn't have thought dark-skinned Negroes are triracial. He was going after triracial families. Now, whether they were triracial or not, I'm not arguing that. The point is, he had a specific target list of families and of locations in Virginia. It wasn't a random, we're going to change everybody's identity. That's not what was happening. And all these people at the time were not even citizens. Well, the Native American Indians became citizens in 1924. All right. So all this was about giving people the status of citizen. It wasn't changing their identity so they could not lose their rights. It was actually 1924 was when American Indians, where all these people that this man would have been targeting, were being granted Indian rights as citizens. And that's what he was trying to interfere with. He didn't want people who weren't Indians to get benefits that Indians were going to get. So he was targeting mixed people, saying, y'all not Indian, y'all mixed. Like, it's got the family names. I could pull that video up. I got that video up. All that's posted. Everything I say, I've already posted. Like, it's like I'm tired of saying it over and over and over again to people. The only status is citizen. The president of the United States is a citizen. All of us are citizens. If you have a fucking social security number, you're a citizen. That's simple. Now, whether you're a dual citizen, that's when we're talking American Indian stuff. That's when we're talking about. So all these people who are claiming to be something, they're claiming blood lineage. They're saying, I descend from these people. But does that mean you're a citizen in their nation? Because all the laws you're trying to access are only accessible through the nation, i.e. the United Nations. You got people talking about the United Nations gave indigenous people the right. No, it gave indigenous nations. The United Nations doesn't talk to individuals. It talks to organizations and nations. You can be a nation and get in there, no problem, or you can be an organization that works with nations. That's how you get in there. Like, all this other shit these people are talking about is because they're confused. And they're going to stand on their confusion until what? Until one of them ends up catching it real bad from the federal government. And just real quick, you think I wasn't targeted? You think people ain't come after me? You think people haven't come after me and my people? All New Jersey Indians, people came for us. They investigated to see if we're really who we say we are. The issue is we weren't lying. Now, there might be other issues that are in that are questionable, as in who's originally from what location or not. But the information about who we're connected to and who our families are is all right. So what I'm trying to tell you is we've been vetted. We've been vetted by everybody. What y'all say y'all are and what you like, you haven't even been through the first layer of vetting. You can't get past the Pan-Africans. They don't take you serious because you can't present your fucking argument properly. See, they don't got no problem with me. And the ones that do is because they don't really know Turtle Gang. They know what people say about Turtle Gang. Only people that got problems with me is the people that listen to what others say about what we talk about. People who got a fucking agenda and they're trying to take advantage of people definitely don't fuck with Turtle Gang. Bro gonna try and tell me you switched up. Let me see who got to you. What happened? Switched up 2016. I did a video with Bro Rich saying that I'm African and Native. 2015, I did a video with Bro Rich saying I'm African and Native. When did I switch up? When did I switch up? When I was filming at all these lectures, I was African and Native. Yeah, I never denied my African ancestry. So what are we talking about? When did I switch up? Ishmael Bey is Ishmael Bey still to this day. So what's that mean? That means he got Moorish ancestors that married Native ancestors? Well, then you can't be the original American Indian. Just on that alone. Just on that alone. Unless you're going to try and tell us Bay is an indigenous American name, which we know is not, straight pseudo. So what are we talking about? How are you identifying as American Indians or urban Indians when all these things have specific lanes and y'all are trying to crash into somebody else's lane? And because you find yourself in a lane you're not supposed to be in, now you want to start slandering people. You want to rewrite history. Sister came up here and said, this is who she was. This is who her people were. And this, and told what her mix was. Ain't nobody sitting here saying you this and that. Nah, that's who she is. It ain't all that other shit that people be doing, trying to erase people. That only happened in these damn communities. That only happened in the degenerate aspects of the communities. You're going to find people in all communities that want to talk down to you, right? But that's not the community. A lot of people that be talking about certain, let's say people are talk about they from a tribe and shit. They don't even do the work to like, yeah, you're a blood member of the tribe, but you're not out here doing the real work. You're not You're not sitting down with leadership. You're not pursuing tribal goals. You're just living, and it's your blood. And nah. It's people out here that's doing real work. It's people out here, people in Oklahoma, people in Wisconsin, people all over the way, Canada, Kansas, Texas, doing real work for their people in the name of their people. Not claiming a name, claiming some general shit. So, do you hear what she said? She said the civil rights lawyers don't know about the Civil Rights Act. What? No, they don't talk to you about the American Indian Bill of Rights because you're not an American Indian. Why would civil rights lawyers not know every aspect of civil rights and the laws that it created? So you're saying a lawyer can't talk to you because they don't know about Indian rights? Who don't know about Indian rights? Definitely Indians know. We just sat here and showed you these motherfuckers fighting for their rights in the 60s. Like, what are you talking about? How do the civil rights lawyers not know about civil rights laws? That would be egregiously irresponsible, wouldn't it? And now you're yelling and talking all loud because you can't simply present your truth. You got to rant, but then you want to sit up here and say, I'm doing something, I'm this and that. Say, I came up there looking for beef. I wasn't looking for beef. I'm tired of all this misinformation. Like, damn, why are you going to make me crash your fucking party? I don't even like, stop. Like, now I'm looking for beef. I put myself in the center of fuck shit. And I'm looking for, I guess I was looking for beef then. No, I just wanted to correct you. And my bro got up there and he gave you some jewels. And then you're going to start trying to slander him. And then your man going to start talking crazy. Tomahawk Tony, another fucking nut. Fuck out of here, yo. And before you jump on here trying to come screaming, yo, hold on. I don't want to hear all that shit, man. Trying to sound like you something. Man, get your regular voice, man. Why? 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 Then you should too, then. Well, then you should too. You should too. So who's your fucking tribe? Exactly. Don't give us 15 fucking tribes to call from. Hold yourself accountable to the same shit you just said. I do. I hold myself accountable to that shit. Hold yourself accountable to it. All this yelling and screaming, all wound up, but you want to tell me to calm down. Look how you acting. You can't even see the face. Like, I'm texting to you and you trying to imply that I'm all acting crazy. Look how you talking. She claimed Pamunkey. She claimed the Virginia tribes. You just heard her ranting and raving about the Virginia tribes. Well, guess what? Those are Algonquin speakers. So guess what? That puts them in the Algonquin families, which now ties you into a certain history that you can't fucking rewrite. That's what I don't get at. With like, don't y'all fucking get this shit? Do you understand how this is? You're saying that you are somebody. That means you're tying into known family histories. You can't tie into a known family history, then sit here and say, I'm going to rewrite it. No, that's how motherfuckers know you fraud from the rip. The people who don't know these histories, fucking, it's entertaining to them. They can hear the shit you got to say and it sounds good. But the real people who know, that's why Cujo Atkins said you a fraud and you're not a part of the family. Because he's real. He has a card. He could get his card. He's actually who those people are. Like, he actually could get his card and he calls you out because you're, and guess what? The truth of the matter is, I don't even get on it, but my cousins, I got a bunch of cousins that are Atkins that tie into those same families up here in New Jersey. I got another close cousin that is an Atkins as well. Multiple cousins that are literally traced back to the Atkins of Virginia. Same families. So y'all be trying to act like y'all discovered something and you can, only ones it's not. It's people out here that got the real information. And we know when you're lying. It's fucking 100% obvious to us. And so we try to help you, try to educate you, but y'all don't want to be educated. Y'all want to fucking rewrite history and erase people. Well, there's going to be consequences for that shit and it ain't got nothing to do with me. This shit is bigger than Turtle Gang. That's what y'all not getting. Talking about, who am I? I ain't no authority now, but there are people who are authorities and those motherfuckers watch me. And if I fucking start watching you, what the fuck is you talking about? Yeah, y'all don't know what y'all be fucking with. Now, I know to people who feel some type of way and they get caught up in shit, they feel like somebody's trying to set up a hierarchy, but that's not the case. That's not the case. The issue is, as in every family, there's a natural hierarchy. I'm naturally my grandmother's grandchild. I can't be offended because I don't have the respect and the history and the longevity and know the things that they know, because if they don't pass it down to me, I'm not going to know. So the reason these people don't know these things, because they're not a part of communities that pass them things down to them. And just because they doing a protest for Palestine out here. Yes, thousands of protests. I said probably about 1,000 people walking down my block. All right, now I know people say I don't need a card to be Indian. No, you don't need a card to be Indian. But if you're going to claim American Indian status, and when I say that, I mean you're a part of a semi-sovereign nation, right? And you have rights that are unique to you. If you're going to make that claim, then you need to have a CDIB card. See, I don't claim to be a federally recognized Indian. I don't claim to be a state recognized Indian. Right? My tribe is unique in who we are and how we identify and how people recognize us. We're very unique, but we do have identification. I have identification that identifies me as a member of my people that I received from my people. Right? I don't know why anybody thinks there's something wrong with an ID, especially when you're dealing with commerce. American Indians receive what? Some forms of benefits, whether it be money or other things. So they need an ID to identify who they are so they can properly receive these benefits. There's nothing wrong with that. If these people actually had an urban indigenous heritage society, this and that, they would probably create some type of identification for them in concerns to that. But when confronted with the idea of showing it American Indian identification card, now it's all this other shit. See, because you're making claims based on blood, but the claims you're making are based on federal laws. So you're trying to supersede the blood with federal laws, but you don't want to be held accountable to the standards that the federal government requires. You can't play both sides. You can't say grandma said to the federal government. They're wilding out here. It's about 2,000 people. That's a totally different conversation. Like, this is what you don't get. This is how we know that you are just fucking lost. Listen, if I say I'm a street baller, nigga, I don't need to tell you what team I play for. I show up at the park and we ball. If I tell you I play in the NBA, I'm a professional NBA ball player, and you say to me, what team you on? Then I start talking about, I don't need no team to be in the NBA. That's what this shit sound like to people who know what the fuck is the conversation is being had. Nobody is denying that you fucking go play basketball on the streets. Fine. Anybody can. You can say and do what you want. But if you're claiming to be on a fucking NBA basketball team, if you're claiming to be on an NFL football team, and we ask you for some proof, what is the problem? So you say you're an urban Indian, which are identified legally as American Indians. You say you're the American Indian. You're not saying some abstract thing like I'm a Nubian. You made the shit up and there's no references. You're claiming to be American Indians who have a fucking history. So yeah, why the fuck can't you just show us what the fuck you're saying? Talking about William Mankiller and all this shit. Pull out your fucking tribal card. I'll pull mine out. I'll show you all my UN badges, everything. I'll show you my Princeton badges, everything that gets me access to the places that I'm going because I am who I say I am. So is that what you're going to do when it comes time to sit the UN? Even though you're trying to ride off the UNDRIP, you're going to go to the UN and say, why do I need an ID? Why do I got to prove to you that I am who I am? See, you can't have Fed, you can't be leaning on Fed shit and then say we don't have to listen to Fed shit, but you're trying to use Fed shit to write yourself into the history books. You're literally trying to use the 1968 fucking Civil Rights Act to claim your identity, but then you want to sit up here and say we don't have to prove nothing to the feds. It's bizarrely insane to me. Complete transparency. Here he comes trying to save her. So he shows literally his tribal ID. Now fucking Tomahawk Tony wants to ask about the history. Now Tomahawk Tony is all of a sudden a Delaware. Listen, if you were a fucking Delaware expert, you wouldn't even say Delaware. Now you want to talk about you want him to qualify who he is to you when he's already done it to the federal government, the same federal government that you guys are trying to appeal to? Do you not see the circles y'all running in? Now you think that you have like some type of, this man just showed you his fucking tribal ID. That if y'all had, that's what you're demanding. You understand that, right? That's what this whole thing is about. Her trying to get people into tribes forcibly, if anything. Like, what are we talking about? Now he wants to let me clear my throat. Shut your fucking ass up. See, they want to turn it now into Negro shit. So now they want to claim to be Indian, but they want to stand on Negro. So basically they want to turn it into you're not black. Yeah, because the original Indians wasn't black, and he doesn't even claim to be the original Indian. He knows he is an admixture. What are we talking about? You got people who got realistic understandings of who they are, having debates with total lunatics that keep moving the fucking goalposts. Is it about the blood or is it about how he look? Because now you're asking about his tree, but you're really talking about his appearance. That's what you're really doing. You're being disingenuous. What about that tree? That tree don't got shit to do with phenotype. Take one motherfucker to marry in and change your phenotype. What are we talking about? And then when he starts giving you his tree, now y'all want to talk, you want to interrupt. This is why I don't go on platforms like this, because I'm not going to sit up here and have these people who don't even have the ability to fucking reason in the moment. Like, she don't even know enough to just be quiet and listen to what this man has to say. He's actually was saying things to help her. See? I want to show the confusion in it. because he just showed them his Delaware tribal card, right? Then Sonetta asked him what his nationality was. He's a fucking Delaware, Sa. But you're really wanting to ask him what his ethnicity is. Do you understand what's going on? She asked him about his family tree, which is about his bloodline, but she's really inferring his phenotype. Then Sonetta asked about his nationality after just being presented with his Delaware nation. Do y'all not see these things, or do these things like go over people's heads in the moment? He just showed him his Delaware nation. Why would you then ask him what his nationality is? You really should have asked him what his ethnicity was. Do you guys not understand these things? I know y'all do, I would hope, but I'm just speaking in general. How do you miss these ways? Like, we don't even, I ain't gonna say we, fuck that. Niggas don't even know how to conversate. Niggas can't even think in the moment. And what happens is niggas make fallacies all throughout out their conversation. So by the time you get to the end of the conversation, you're talking with someone who's in complete fucking la-la land. This motherfucker just showed him his fucking Delaware nation ID. And then he asked him what's his nationality. That's when I just start packing my shit up and saying, yeah, these motherfuckers don't get it. They don't get it. Why is it regurgitated? Address that. So you just said it's regurgitated. So what is oral tradition? If you're not repeating what your ancestors fucking told you, which is called regurgitation. So what the, this is what I mean. I can't even fucking conversate with these people because he's trying to sound intelligent, not understanding that you're talking about oral tradition. How the fuck else does oral tradition get passed down if it's not regurgitated? Please, somebody answer that to me. How do oral? This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing that if I walk down the street, if me and this bro walk down the street, people are gonna see us as the same people and treat us the same. Don't do that. Like, you said oral, I could spend hours on just breaking down the conversation and the lack of comprehension that you hear clearly in the words that are chosen. So you can't even have a true conversation with somebody because they're not even fucking speaking properly. He somehow inferred that oral tradition is anything but regurgitation. Why is a fucking menu, is a fucking recipe that your grandmother handed to you? Why is that not regurgitation? Why is the fact that that you're riding off what your grandmother said, why is that not regurgitation? But a whole fuck, because see, they think that I'm not even pulling my camera up, but when we talk about, they call them oral traditions, right? But these oral traditions, they're actually written in tree bark. So the shit is written down. They just come from oral traditions that are from time way past, but they've been written down since before the Europeans even got here. Do you understand? They're written on tree bark. They're glyphs carved in the tree bark. So yeah, we say oral traditions, but technically they're fucking documented. So he's trying to talk about what he calls our more oral tradition, which is really documented, and he's trying to reduce it to regurgitation. Why do you got to set your conversation up? Why can't you just ask the question? It's like saying, yeah, now we know that you are already a millionaire that stole his money because you was misrepresenting and said, like, what the fuck? Why you got to say all that? Why can't you just ask the question? Why you got to set shit up all the time? Why? Because y'all already losing. And it's the moment you do all that stuff, I already know you lost. How is he a crossbred subspecies? What are you talking about? Like, that is some real fucking Walter Plecker fucking, like, what are you talking about? You're literally sound like Walter Plecker. You're saying that how can he be those people? Because he's a crossbred subspecies? And my bro was actually answering the question with him. I'm addressing this. What do you mean crossbred subspecies? Ain't nobody crossbreed me. No fucking dog, nigga. What are you talking about? This is what I mean. Why can't we have real conversation? This is why I don't respect a nigga like Tomahawk Tony. Why can't you just have a fucking real conversation? Why do you have to be talking about crossbred? So you people are hung up because he's biracial. I'm biracial too. Believe it or not, you niggas is biracial too. You just don't see yourself at it because you have a darker complexion. If that be the case, most of us are biracial. We have multiple ethnicities in us. You're going to have fucking African, you're going to have Indian, and you're going to have some type of European or white. However you want to see it. That's just the truth. So why is he a subspecies? Like, this type of shit, just, this is what I mean. Like, bro, you could have never came up in my neighborhood. Because how you going to build with people talking like that? And we got a code of conduct because we're not savages. And when savages come around talking savage, we deal with them as savages. Like, why would you add all those layers to the conversation that are not necessary? He's not a subspecies. He's not crossbreeded. He's a descendant of a person. Like, what are we talking about? You're confused about how these things happen? What do you mean? You're confused about how we have biracial people? Well, it has a lot to do with sex. And people of different ethnicities simply having sex. It's not that complicated. And then the people of two different ethnicities, sometimes even two different nations, they do something so simple as having sex, like real easy. Like, sex is simple. You just need a male and a female. You don't need a fucking scientist. You don't need none of these things. And guess what? Even if you never tell them to have sex, they'll figure it out. Yeah, these niggas don't need to talk the same language. These motherfuckers don't need to believe in the same God. They don't need to have anything in common but the fact that, guess what? They're both Homo sapiens sapiens, and one's a male and one's a female, and they will produce an offspring. This shit is not rocket science. How do you not understand this? No, what you're really trying to say is, how is somebody who is multi-ethnic claim to be an American Indian because you believe American Indians are black motherfuckers? What's popping? What are you talking about? What subspecies? I put a team on that work. No, he didn't say that. You said it. See, that's why you got to address that shit. All Tomahawk 20 did was insult him. That's it. So let me address, this is how stupid he is. Let me address the Native American political party. Let me show y'all how stupid these people are. Like at this point, I just like, y'all niggas stupid. Like, I don't even get. So you've heard of the Black Panther political party, right? Was the Black Panther political party made up of Black Panthers, like actual animals? No, the Black Panther political party, the Panther represented something, right? The people who were in it were not Black Panthers. It's not literal. So what I'm saying is the Native American political party is not literal. The Native American they're talking about are the Europeans that were born in colonial settings. The Europeans that were born here considered themselves Native Americans. This is why I say there's a difference between Native Americans and Native American Indians, right? So when they're talking about the Native American political party, they're talking about white people who organized a political party in the 1850s. And the people that supported them were called the Know-Nothings. Like, this has got nothing to do with actual Indians. Has to do with white people who were creating a political party. Like, this shit is by far the dumbest. So here we go. The Know Nothing Party, also known as the American Party, was a nativist political movement in the 1850s that was popular from the early 1840s to the 1850s. The party's official name was the Native American Party before 1855, and then simply the American Party. The party was called the Know Nothings because when asked by non-members about party doctrine, they were told to say, knew nothing, right? So, as you'll see, if you just take a moment, right? The American Party is a political party, right? Its official name was the Native American Party. Now let's get into who they are. The Know Nothings were a nativist political movement in the United States. What does nativist mean? Nativist means born in, someone who, like a racist. Nativist is someone who fights for the land he was born in. That's what it means, right? Officially known as the Native American Party, not the Native American Indian Party, the Native American, because this is talking about Europeans who were native to America as opposed to Europeans who were just now coming here. Because what was happening, you were having, this is what they showed you in fucking the gangs in New York. They showed the Irish coming here and the white people that were already here considered themselves the Native Americans. And the white people that are now coming over from Ireland and places like that and trying to get jobs, they saw them as a threat. So they organized a party called the Native American Political Party to actually empower themselves over the new white people coming over here. So what the fuck is Tomahawk Tony talking about? Why do you motherfuckers keep embarrassing yourself, showing that you fucking don't know what the fuck you're talking about? And then rather just be humble and go, damn, I was wrong. These niggas got to think of something else to be wrong about. So now we got to see what they reply to. What else we got to correct them on? That's why I can't fuck with these niggas, because they can continue to move the goalposts, and everywhere they move it is wrong. They're moving it like where they move it is wrong. I got to go get it from where they moved it wrong and put it back where it's supposed to be to show what the real truth is. I'm not cleaning they shit up no more. I'm tired of this shit. The Whig Party was a political party that existed in the United States during the mid-19th century, alongside the slightly larger Democrat Party. So all these were different parties created by white people, not by fucking Indians. The National Congress of American Indians, the NCAI, National Congress of American Indians, advocates on behalf of tribal nations and American Indian and Alaskan individuals. So this is what they would really want to be referencing. The National Congress of American Indians, not the Native American Political Party. They don't even know how to look at history. This shit is crazy. Let's see, who created the Native American political party. The party's anti-immigrant stance was first articulated by Silversmith, Thomas R. Whitney, and William Bill the Butcher Poole, who led the Order of United Americans and the Order of the Star-Spangled Banner, two organizations that served as precursors to the Know Nothing Party. Like, for real, you can literally go watch the gangs in New York and it'll show you who the fucking Know Nothings, who these people were. They weren't fucking Indians, bro. None of these people, and they definitely weren't Delaware. They're confused because Tammany Hall, which is where, that's what they named their political hall. They named it Tammany Hall after the Tammany Society, meaning they named it after Chief Tammany, who had goodwill with the Europeans in Pennsylvania. That's who helped create Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. Chief Tammany fostered the good relationships between the settlers and the Indians. So when they created their political party, the hall that they organized these things in, they named it after Chief Tammany because he's the one that helped them organize in Philadelphia. That's all it is. It's a fucking organization named after a Lenape chief, and now these fucking third grade dropouts want to rewrite the history and act like what took place in Tammany Hall was orchestrated by Indians. No, those were your $5 Indians that y'all want to talk about, because I got a video on my thing that break all that down. I don't know, is these niggas watching the videos and they're not comprehending it? Do you understand that the original Europeans that came here, they came here as English and Dutch and all these other nationalities? And then when the United States formed, they no longer wanted to be recognized as English or Dutch. So they created political parties. They created identities for themselves. And part of what they did, they created like a rites of passage. And in that rites of passage, they would learn specific tribal and Indian ways. This is where the term MC come from. I'll get to that later. But a lot of these terms, right, might control, like master of ceremony, all these things come from structures of how natives met, how they organized the political system. They tell you that they got shit from the Iroquois, right? They based a lot of their political positioning and how they govern themselves on not just Indian governmental culture, but they even, like, do y'all know that each state has a fucking totem? Do you know that each state has an actual totem? Do you know what New Jersey's totem is? Do you know what New Jersey's totem is? And I'm talking about amongst Europeans because they were copying the indigenous people when they first came here. Well, the New Jersey totem is the turtle. And there's a reason for that. Right? These Europeans with the 13 colonies were aligning themselves much in the same way that the tribes were already aligned here. They were taking from our lifestyles. So in order for them to call themselves Americans, they had to go through a certain rites of passage. And after they went through these rites of passage, they were now Americans. That was a part of where the secret societies and all these things grew. But this is another in-depth history that you have to go into when you start throwing things around. He's talking about the known, and he's saying descended from circus clowns. No, this is a whole different group of people. What the fuck are you talking about? It's embarrassing, yo. All this shit is highly embarrassing. So, yeah, I'm gonna take a little break. It is what it is. I knew motherfuckers wasn't gonna pop. It's African. Nah, son. See, look, even Tomahawk Tony thinks that it's him that Sonetta is talking about insulted him. Sonetta, bro, like, Turtle Gang Midwest didn't insult him. He did say you a clown for letting these people up. He shouldn't have said that. That's about as egregious as it was. You know what I'm saying? But look how he yelling and screaming. This is what I mean. Like, in person, I like Sa. I'm cool with Sa in person. But to put myself under somebody like, nah, I don't. Nah, you're not gonna surround me with a bunch of. I ain't doing that. Nope. Look at this. Look how he talking. Tomahawk Tony, all rights reserved. So you an Indian, but you leaning on federal. See what I'm saying? This is crazy. Man, it's crazy. I don't want to hear more of this shit. I pulled up just to let niggas know that Turtle Gang was official. And niggas ain't want to hear that. You. You see that? He tried to relegate me to social media. You see that? Because you get it popping. No, I don't get it popping on social media. My social media is trash. I don't get it popping on social media. I get it popping in real life. I don't focus on my social media. That's what y'all do. I be really out here. That's why I was coming back from Oklahoma on my way to the missing and murdered Indigenous women's prayer walk. Because that's more important to me, being about the shit than talking about it. I come on here when I got to deal with shit that y'all motherfuckers be fucking with, bringing my name up. That's right. I'm always going to show up when Turtle Gang is mentioned. Now, if y'all sitting there slandering me and lying about me, I'm not going to address that. I'm not going to address that. Shit crazy. And the American Indigenous movement took over the BIA Bureau of Indian Affairs. Over 500 Native Americans protested because of the terrible treatment. Oh, that shit went. But yeah, that's just documented. It's in history. These people can't write it out of history. It is what it is. It is what it is. We could show and prove for decades who we are. Let me see this. Is this video available yet? Get this video right. Yeah, hold on. Let's see something. I'll keep misrepresenting this information. And to me, I don't like. Okay. All right, so this is the video I had to download.
Apply to them or aren't understanding how they operate within the bounds of jurisdiction within the
So this was 2018. We were preparing for the 2020 okay, hold on. Okay, Turtle Gang Midwest in the building. About to bring him up, then I'll get into this. All right, take your time. So this video here that I got queued up, it's a video 2018, our meeting with, this is the meeting of fauna with United States Census Bureau. Now, Two Hawks invited Phoenix Moon. I didn't know he invited her. He invited her. Like I said, I never had no issues with her. She wasn't making no crazy claims. You know, give people the space to figure this shit out. So he invited her up, you know, not because he thought she was an Indian or anything, but because she spoke about issues on social media and he thought she had a voice. You know what I'm saying? So he invited her up to come to the event. And she's at, you're going to see her in here. You're going to hear him talk about urban Indians.
So I mentioned 5, I'll repeat them again for those who were late. You have our federally recognized Native Americans, state recognized Native Americans, and of course I'm using that terminology because we know that once they engage in that process, have the U.S. or the state form that trust for them, they're now subject to the jurisdiction of the state or the feds, and that's the way it is. So that's why I'm using that terminology, Native American, not to say that they're the situation where they're not indigenous at all and they're just claiming it, but a lot of them, my family, the Narragansett Indian tribe, they're Indians, but they've gone and gotten federally recognized, so they're federally recognized Native Americans. So you have the federal and state. The classification that I think most of us probably fall under, especially if we're living in the city, which is the urban Indians, if you know to put yourself down as that and pursue that, and most of us don't. We literally found I didn't know it till a year and a half ago. And then we were like looking at the definitions, like, well, that's us. And the people we at Human Service were like,
Quinga now, bro. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Philomacy has, bro. How you doing?
Chilling. How you feeling, man?
Pretty good. I'm chilling, my guy.
Yeah.
Whole lot of bullshit in the air.
Yeah, you got him stirred up. You stirred up. You spooked him when you pulled up on Sarnetta, yo.
Yeah, and I don't know what the problem was. And if I did offend Sarnetta, my apologies. I didn't.
Well, I think when you called him a clown at the end, I think that was the only.
It was more to go to say that, you know, he was running a circus at that point in time. I just wanted him to be aware, like, bro, you know, if you run in a circus, what does that make you? No disrespect, but it's some clown ass shit that you got someone up there claiming native shit. You got Phoenix Moon up here claiming the Indian stuff, but yet she can't even identify properly who she is or her tribal creation story or where her people are at today and what they're doing. That's the whole point of my explanation. And you know, just to keep it short, Cujo already killed her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, she's a grandma said. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. These motherfuckers are nuts, bro.
Yeah, and it's crazy that after going through it with all these other people, why would they think that they could sit up here and actually have this conversation with us? You could, like, it's people who don't know a third of the things we know, but know truth and destroy y'all. Like, you don't have to be a Native American. You don't have to be a historian to understand that the 1968 Civil Rights Bill, like the American Indian Civil Rights Bill, had nothing to do with black people who had already got their civil rights in 64.
Yeah. She's stirring up the matter. She's stirring up the agenda, and what I mean by that is what she's doing is she's not looking at the Rainbow Coalition Project, where they were in alliance with the American Indian movement in regards to civil rights. That was completely different from 64. That we're talking about 68. Now, this Black Indian thing, you know, I don't know how she's trying to apply it, or I don't know how she's trying to break it down, but from what I'm seeing, is foolishness. Um, uh, the original American Indians, in fact, were not black, but they were of a copper-colored, red tone complexion. And that is documented by Heckwelder, Sir Heckwelder, and many others, who have documented the Delaware, not just the Delaware, but many other nations as well. I find it ridiculous how she is trying to say that she is a black indigenous, pretty much what a Wabo or a typical Abo would say, and apply the 68 Bill of Rights in regards to the American Indians to herself. Why can she not do it the Fred Hampton way?
Yeah.
That's my question. If you are American Indian, um, I highly doubt it. It'd be interesting to see herself break down her lineage. And I'd like to see where she is legally. What kind of criteria specifies she's American Indian? Everyone, regardless if it's FedRec again and state rec, they should be carrying some sort of identification. Just like if you were a part of the Native American church, they'll typically give you a identification card with your name on it. That way you can consume and possess religious sacraments. And that's just another thing. You know, identification is not a big deal. The Native American Church, we use that for the 1978 Religious Freedom Act because we are protected and exempt from peyote being a Schedule One substance. It's our religious belief. It's part of the church. So I mean, and that's sort of a part of the Native American Declaration of Independence from '68. It breaks down freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, etc. Well, if you look at my tribal constitution, it's listed the same thing. And I have to prove whether it was by birth, my father got me enrolled, or if I'm growing up and just finding out that I'm Indian. This is an explanation, not me specifically. And say I'm in my 20s or 30s and I was claiming these things. You have to have a CDIB or some sort of identification. I can't go around and sing ceremonies of the Native American church not knowing what they are, who they come from, and things of that nature. I can't be selling peyote off the streets. I'd be considered a drug dealer. Everything would have to go through the church, and then through the church, they even, like I said, they have identification. So it's not a. I'm not asking to antagonize. I'm asking on a realistic basis. We are the only people that have gone through blood quantum situations and identification situations where we legally have to prove who we are. If you cannot prove who you are, then you have no business selling American Indian arts and crafts, speaking for certain peoples, etc. That's just protocol and dialogue. So for her to say she's a Chickamauga or whatever she says she is, she has to have legal documentation indicating not what her grandma said. I'm talking about legal facts, legal documentations, primary sources on paper, whatever, in order to speak for those people she claims. And I'm sure Cujo would understand this. Cujo says he has his information and verification. Would that give him the right to speak for those Virginians or West Virginian American Indians? The Delaware Nation knows them as Nova nations. They're unrecognized and state recognized nations that still reside within West Virginia and Virginia today. And they came to our tribal councils to address themselves because they didn't want to be categorized as CPAN corporations posing as indigenous nations. And we agreed to that to study them further to learn who they are because they are Algonquin peoples. Long story short, Cujo can align themselves to these peoples, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, that does give him the right to buy and sell their merchandise, to speak on their tribal history and family histories and situations, etc. But for Phoenix Moon to do it, it is a different story because she's saying, I said, my grandma said, but she's not showing no legalities. Therefore, she has no business in what we would call Indian politics. You get what I mean?
Let alone starting the American or the Urban Indian Political Party.
Turtle Gang, what happens to celebrities that are saying Native American this, Native American that to benefit from in the film world? And they coming to find out they're at fraud. What happens to them? They're sued by that nation.
Yes. And you just
they're sued by the industry. They're sued for everything that could have possibly affected the ones doing the suing. So I mean, come on, let's be realistic here.
And the thing is, right, people don't realize that, you know what? Up until just recently, $5 Indians were considered white people who were trying to become Indians. The point is, there has been a long history of people claiming to be Indians and not. So now that black people are doing it, it's not hard for them to figure it out. Like, this stuff has already been a problem in the native world. You know what I'm saying? What's the name of the lady that they just found, this famous singer?
Oh, right? I forget, but she's from the Canada regions, if I'm not Manitoba. Yeah, I forget her name.
Right? And then you have the politician.
There's been a few of them these last few years, and I do remember the politician. I forget the name though. But like I said, there's so many examples of people doing fraudulent behavior in regards to self-identity. And in regards to them self-identifying, they're making up stories saying they grew up there, they grew up here, their families from this. And then you got people from actual nations saying, in fact, yeah, we know her grandfather's grandfather, but their children moved off the reservation 30 years ago and no one knows who the rest of them are. They didn't grow up here. They have no knowledge. It's just claiming. And today it's not about what you claim. It's about who claims you politically and on a legal term. That means if someone claims you, for an example, the Delaware Nation claims me. I am an enrolled member. I am a somewhat of a dual citizen of the United States of America. It verifies. It varies. Yeah, majorly. But long story short, it comes down to when you're self-identifying, you have to be 100% accurate, whether you're aligning with the tribal enrollment criterias, the BIA criterias as a whole, or whatever. You, if you can't accomplish those simple things, what makes you think you can continue to bang this American Indian stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Phoenix Moon, she went to the BIA with, sorry, I forget his name, Ishmael Bay, and they
didn't go to BIA. Did they go?
Are supposedly they try to write a petition to
it's the petition. They haven't gone there.
But the outcome of that would have successfully failed because after the Coal Belt incident back in 09, between 09 and 2014, 1/3 of tribes discontinued working with the BIA. Delaware Nation definitely does not work with the BIA. Their enrollment process is not equivalent to the Delaware enrollment process. We have our own enrollment process. It's actually changed significantly in the last 3 years on how you can apply yourself to the nation. It varies on who you are in specific. But what I'm trying to say is her actions would have got her nowhere, bro. Would have got her nowhere.
Would have put her on a list, on a watch list.
The real Afro-Indigenous would have got or would have pretty much addressed the whole situation. She would have been sued for millions. Bro, she's setting herself up for failure. What makes you think the BIA is going to work with you if you are claiming to be an American Indian, Native American, however you want to word it with the wording game? What makes you think they're going to work with you if you can't even identify on a legal status?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
If you can't even approach them under the proper protocol, meaning if you're an urban Indian organization, there's a protocol that goes towards you setting that up. See what I'm saying? You can't just claim to be an urban Indian organization without having a certain amount of actually like recognized Indians on your board. See what I'm saying? And it don't have to be like federally recognized, although it's always better to have them if you're dealing with something on that level. But you gotta have people that can, at least half of your council has to be from actual indigenous communities, like verified. So who in their organization where they're using the title urban Indian, anything actually comes from an Indian community? Like none of them.
So we understand the Urban Indian Relocation Act, what was going on back in the 60s and 70s and 80s. A lot of Delaware members were actually relocated to California, Idaho, Arizona, and elsewhere. And they're still in contact with the nation today. They're actually really big families that they pushed. So it's not like she's going to tell us she's an urban Indian and we're going to be okay with it. No, what real people do within our communities, whether it's Indian country or urban, we always know who you are, who your moms and pops is. She cannot specify that her mom is an enrolled citizen. Neither can she do that for her father, and I'm pretty sure they're legally classified as Black Americans, if I'm not mistaken. And if that's the case, that's what she is. Now, if her grandmother's grandmother had Indian ancestry, okay, great. Does that make you American Indian? No, it does not. But what it legally makes you is a descendant. Being a descendant is completely different from being, B-E-I-N-G, from being American Indian.
It's like this. It's like fucking if my grandfather was in the U.S. Army, right? I'm a descendant of a man from the U.S. Army. I'm not in the goddamn army. See what I'm saying? Like, my bloodline was there, but I don't do the things that them people do on a daily basis. I'm not fighting.
So, Turtle Gang, let me ask you this. If my grandfather is a full-blood Delaware and I'm a quarter-blood Delaware, does that make me Delaware or does that not make me Delaware? Besides cultural tradition, on a today's basis, minus cultural tradition, because my grandfather's full-blood Delaware Indian, does that make me a Delaware Indian or a descendant?
Well, I would say
technically I'm still under blood quantum law, even though my tribe does a lineal descent now.
I would view you as I don't know what the law would say, but I would view you as a Delaware because of the cultural practices, because you still live the life and you have the blood. If you weren't living that life and you were just skateboarding somewhere and listening to whatever, I would consider you a descendant. That's just how I would look at it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And I still do work. You know, there's a difference from being and telling people what you are. Now, I don't necessarily live in Oklahoma. I've been through in and out of Oklahoma a lot of times, But my dad, he moved up to Wisconsin. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he met my mother. My mother's white, and her dad's half Indian, half white. So I'm an admixture. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't change the fact that I'm Delaware Indian because
No,
I'm enrolled
doesn't.
Delaware Indian.
Exactly. That's the point I was making when Sonetta, after you showed him your card, he asked you what nationality.
Let me correct this. So they wanted to clown me because I said on my Indian side I had black and Mexican. Let me specify that a little bit. So my dad's grandmother is Dora Connor Delaware, the great granddaughter of the head principal chief of the Delaware hereditary line. Her mother is Lucy Chisholm. Lucy Chisholm is the daughter to Shawnee Bob. Shawnee Bob is half Shawnee, half Mexican. That's my Mexican part, right?
Mm-hmm.
We also have my dad's grandfather's mother's father, who is Jim Ned, who is a chief of the absentee. He was half black, in Delaware. His mother was Delaware. So traditionally, when tradition was still properly being followed, would have made him Delaware regardless of his blackness. Now,
Mm-hmm.
people are getting that scrutinized. Now, that's on the Indian side. Now, there's just so much to it. My dad,
Mm-hmm.
my dad's an mixture of things. He has a little bit of Irish in him. He has different types of natives in him, and in fact, the Irish in him actually came from the East Coast to Oklahoma in our bloodline. There is a chief named John Capps, and that's kind of where my dad's last name comes from. But even though he's legally a Chisholm, it's funny because he was adopted by these people too, and their name was Capps, but they were adopted Delaware from way back then, and they maintain their travels with us, everything. But my dad's biological last name is Chisholm, but both his parents died. That family decided to adopt him, and that's how I got that last name today. So they were also trying to scrutinize my last name, Caps. It is Irish last name. It's also adopted last name. It's not my biological last name. Biological last name is Chisholm, and we get that from our fifth great adopted grandfather, Jesse Chisholm, who adopted Jackson Chisholm, who was the supposed adopted father of Shawnee Bob, and that's how we got that last name. That is my colonized last name, if you want to say this. So I don't have an Indian name. We lost that way before the Midwest Indians got their surname. So, time shows people got shit scrutinized. They got shit confused. Just because I have an admixture doesn't mean I can't be a part of the chief lines. My family
that's crazy.
My family still hold traditional hereditary rights, and the ones that are due, they're black and Indian. I don't have those traditional hereditary rights, but I'm attached to them from certain standpoints, and I honor them because I'm aware and educated about them. And they don't want to come up here. The ones I told you that work, they're African and Indian, but they're hereditarily the chief line, and what they say goes when they go to them councils. And let me tell you, they think this shit is foolishness as well. They know about their African side and they know about their Indian side. It's crazy. And this is what people don't understand. Racism, you guys think it's bad where y'all live. Well, I was raised in Wisconsin, not far from Milwaukee County. Milwaukee County is the most segregated county in the country. So anything y'all have to do with racism is illiterate to me. So talk to me like a human being. Talk to us like human beings. And that's just what it is. Now, your educational background for everybody varies because obviously the East Coast and the Southeast have different curriculums than the Midwest does. So if you guys don't know what the American Indian movement is, yet you're trying to apply it to yourself, you guys are fucking nuts. Learn about something before trying to claim something, because now that we're talking about it, y'all don't want nothing to do with it. So it's weird to me. I don't know, Turtle. Where do you want to go with this? Felix Moon and Ishmael Bay trying to run a debate.
So this is the thing. Really, what they want is for us to sit up there and listen to them lie to us and thousands of other people. Right? They want to do it on a platform of people who are susceptible to being lied to. So they want to use us as a way to propel themselves back into, somewhat of a spotlight. See, they got low after this video that we just watched came out, and after the autonomous.
Do they not realize that the American Indian Movement and the Rainbow Coalition Project are responsible for the '68 Declaration of Independence for American Indians? Section 8, the Housing Act. They're also responsible for the Indian Religious Freedom Act. Is she not aware that the American Indian Movement and the Rainbow Coalition Project are in alliance to this day? Not every organization, individual agree with each other, but we are educated on what's happening and what's going to happen. I don't see how this bypasses them, bro.
Yeah, obviously she isn't, because she wouldn't be making the claims. Or see, this is the thing I keep telling people: you don't have to create the wheel, right? If she was aware of the American Indian movement and the Black Panther Party and how they work together, she could be trying to attach herself to an organization who is much further ahead in the process than what they're trying to do. But what would happen is they would sit down with people and they would find themselves butting heads. Because them people are not going to agree with y'all got to say, because we know our history. We know, like, the Black Panther Party, right? And the American Indian movement know that they have a history of working together. You cannot now come in here and say we're them and not them. That's like you said with the UNDRIP. The American Indian movement is damn near responsible for UNDRIP. They're the ones that was in the UN at these meetings. They're there every year. They were there this year. You know what I'm saying? They're there every year. Like, these people never even spoke about Leonard Peltier, but they're claiming American Indians. And if they don't know who he is, then they definitely are, oh, that's not us. Then why are you making the claims to what they did legally? Because that's what they keep trying to say. We're not them, this different kinds. No, then why are you trying to make claims to what they've done legally? Why are you trying to lay claim to the 1968 Indian Civil Rights Bill? See what I'm saying? Like, they're trying like, a bill covers different situations, different topics. They're called titles. Title 2 and Title 8 are not dealing with the same subject matter, but they're trying to conflate the two because they're hoping people won't read or don't understand actual law. Well, I understand law, and I'm not going to let you sit up here and keep misinforming people. They got exposed, they disappeared. Now she popped back up, asserting shit again. You challenge her. Not even challenge her. You tried to give her some information.
I was just infatuated because she kept claiming. So I'm going to keep it a buck. I heard the story between her and Cujo. And I just wanted to make it clear. If you don't have a CDIB, what things you can run around claiming Indian this, Indian that? Oh, I'm from Indian country too. Get the hell out of here with that, because Cujo's from West Virginia. I don't know what Indian country's out there, but
no, he's from Richmond, I think. He's from the east side.
Gotcha. Long story short, bro, is y'all can't be running around claiming this and claiming that American Indians are really black and et cetera, or the black Americans are really the American Indians. You guys are fucking ludicrous. It doesn't make no sense. What if the real Grand Council of the American Indian movement heard about this? What would they say about this? How would they react to it? They are not going to take anything you guys say lightly. They will take y'all to tribal courts, not state court, not the Supreme Court, regular Supreme Court, but they're going to take you to tribal court, which is federal. And y'all don't want to deal with that because you guys will be tried differently. Have y'all ever seen someone do a 30, 40-year bid off a 9-year bid? I have in tribal courts, and it's not easy. You know,
what is tribal court like? Just describe what a tribal court setting would be like.
Tribal courts just like walking into any courthouse in your local place, except it is operated and owned by the tribal government. So I am a member of the Delaware Nation. I have a president, I have a vice president, I have a treasurer, secretary, I have a council committee, executive council committee. We have a judge, we have a tribal attorney. Pretty much the tribal attorney is like your district attorney.
District attorney, yeah.
So I mean, and then so on. So you cannot bring a regular lawyer into our courts. She has to have certain credentials to do federal services. So if you think you got a outstanding lawyer from your county and she only does state work, well, I feel bad when you got to go to tribal courts and you don't have an attorney that's present because you were unaware that you can't use regular federal or state attorneys. You have to have a tribal attorney.
Yeah. So I'm not trying to get in your business, but you've actually been to a tribal court before. You've been tried at a tribal court before. Is that fair to say?
Not necessarily me. I haven't really been tried in a tribal court, but I've seen people tried in tribal courts. I've had relatives tried in tribal courts, and the penalizations are a bit different. I don't know. It all varies from nation to nation, honestly. But but what I can say is, if you are claiming this and claiming that, and you're making a profit off of it, all I got to do is get your name and information, report it to the tribal attorney. The tribal attorney will refer the case to the judge. I give them $1,000. They're going to try and press charges.
That's simple.
Same for Delaware Nation. If I wanted to take you to court because Lenape sorry, I'm really bad with wording. Lenape, you cannot copyright the word Lenape. You cannot. It's patent. It's patent under what is it when they put the R patent on it?
Registered trademark.
Yeah, Lenape itself is a registered trademark. So when Top Cats or Dane Calloway say Lenape this, Lenape that, and we understand when we put them together, and who else? They got about 1 million followers. Whatever they say, we know is defamation. So, and whatever we say, they know can impact us based on the amount of followers they got. We could sue them for defamation and slander based on the followers they got in tribal courts, just by putting Lenape in their mouth. Now, when you go to a college academic institution, they have to get permission to speak on us, or else we come after them, just like it's happened in the past. Last year it did, in fact, and the year before and the year before. So you don't think that's going to happen to another person on YouTube that has more followers than a college institution?
I agree with you 100%. This is what I was speaking to earlier.
So, Dane Calloway, what if you get tried in my court for using the word Lenape? Now you're going to be going to my tribe. You're going to get dealt with in my tribal court. Now you got to find an attorney that's applicable to even walk in the room of my court. So I mean, if you're found guilty in anything, you're dealing with federal offenses. And federal time is way more time than any state time. And on top of that, you're dealing with tribal federal law, which is different from regular federal law. And I guarantee it, if the regular feds slap you with 10 years, my tribe's slapping you with 35 years. If it's, I don't know, they do exaggerate the the penalties. But what I'm saying is, tribal court is not a place to be tried, because then you're going to be going to federal penitentiaries that are privatized, etc. That's how it works. People don't understand that. Look at the McGirt law of the Muskogee.
I'm gonna pull that up in a second.
Look at the
Wait, I just brought up the U.S. Code. Wait, I just brought up the U.S. Code, 1341, frauds and swindles. Whoever having devised or intended to devise any scheme of artifice or defraud, or for obtaining money or property by means of false, fraudulent pretenses, representations, or promises, or to sell, dispose of, loan, exchange, alter, give away, distribute, supply, or furnish, or procure for unlawful use any counterfeit or spurious coin, obligation, security, or other article, or anything represented to be or intimated or held out to be such counterfeit or spurious article. I don't want to read all this shit, but yeah, I'm not reading all this. But this is the federal fraud code. Now, sure, if we read through all this, we would be able to identify a lot of what you're talking about. Now, what are you telling me? The McGirt law?
So the McGirt law. So I don't even want. We can talk about it for a second. So you got the Seminole Creek Muskogee Confederacy, which we know as the 5 civilized tribes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Within the 5 civilized tribes, they have a federal law system. So whatever happens on their grounds is federal. It's not state. This applies to American Indians. This applies to any citizens of those nations, and anyone who lives within those boundaries of those nations. So therefore, you're not under state law. That means half of Tulsa, Oklahoma, if I'm not mistaken, is under McGirt law, and the other half isn't. So I mean, that just goes to show what you're dealing with. So what if you guys are slandering the 5 civilized? Aren't you going to end up in their system, where they deal with people on a day-to-day basis for homicide? People that are doing 10-year homicides are getting 40, 50 years for just off of fucking tribal courts. That's how much they don't want y'all there. That's how much they dislike Americans. They're gonna slap y'all over the head, bro.
Yeah, so this is something that
y'all think Tulsa, Oklahoma was just created by a random bunch of black folk? No, these were people who assimilated into nations. Over to 85% of the black people that remain in Tulsa have something to do with Indian country, historically. The other, 15 to 20% are new generations that aren't even from this country moving in. Koreans, African Americans, whatever, Europeans. They're flooding the cities. But what I'm saying is that city is historically based off of black folks that were already assimilated into Indian culture. Whatever, however you want to look at it. The younger generations might have a different outlook at it today, but the older generations, go back to their grandmas and their grandmas. I guarantee it, they were slaves of one of those 5 civilized tribes. And if they are slaves of one of those 5 civilized, means they are the property of those nations. And if they're the property of those nations, they're under the authority of those nations. And if they're under the authority of those nations, they're of those nations. But that doesn't make them Indian. That's why they have the freedman classification versus the Indian party classification. Everyone can be a citizen, but there's different party classifications to everything. So I mean,
that's what we talk about. They keep changing. They talk about they changed our status. There's only one status in the United States, and that's citizen. Peace, Smasheroonie. So Indians exposed, investigated, made a great point. Something we had talked about before. But let's make sure he get his credit for bringing this up in this conversation. If DC was who he claimed to be, he wouldn't have went to court with the Shinnecocks.
All right, Indian exposed. All right, so Turtlegate, did the Shinnecocks successfully sue Dane Calloway?
They sued him in, I believe it happened in federal court. I had the document.
Did they win?
I don't know how it worked out, but all I know is if he was who he says he was, it would have happened tribal people to tribal people.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was a federal court or an Indian court. I think it was a federal court.
So if he was Cherokee in North Carolina, how come he did not reach out to North Carolina for, or in regards to another nation coming after him? If another nation was coming after him, you would assume his nation would defend him. Just like when C-Pain started, Daniel Thomas got sued by the Ramapo. Who backed up Daniel Thomas until Daniel Thomas' criminal history came out? Delaware Nation.
Mm-hmm.
Delaware Nation dropped him and left him to rot because they found out the allegations on Daniel Thomas. My explanation is if Dan Calloway was a Cherokee citizen, regardless of Indian Party or just a regular freedman citizen, I don't care. Obviously, from his phenotypes, like they want to use against me, he seems like a freedman. But what I'm saying is, if he was a part of that nation would have backed him up by a single letter presented to them. If Dan Calloway was being targeted, all he had to do was write a petition to the tribe in regards to the Shinnecock Nation suing him, and the tribe alone would have created a resolution to deal with the situation. They never did.
Yep. Well, he said he a PD Indian too. I'm like, you mean a P Diddy Indian? I think him and Meek Mills is P Diddy Indians. He say he PD Indian now. Like he got a bunch of different claims. Like,
but I don't care about his claims. What I'm saying is he said he was a citizen of the Cherokee Nation in North Carolina. If he was getting sued by the Shinnecock Nation, he should have petitioned to the Cherokee Nation in North Carolina that he was getting sued in regards to where, what, when, and why, which was probably never done. Therefore, the Shinnecock Nation won that lawsuit. And I'm pretty sure it was for defamation and slander, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it was because he used a picture and actually it like bounces it over into a different type of violation. So he was like trying to play off the wording of it. But actually, it's about him using her image for personal profit, and that is stealing money out of her pocket because she could have used the picture for the same reason.
And who was the picture of what? Was it of who was the girl they were spotlighting?
It was a Shinnecock woman. Was it? No. This is an old picture, so the woman is older now. It was a picture of a Shinnecock woman who just recently got their federal recognition. So it's not like we can say the Shinnecock, whatever, you know what I mean? They got their recognition.
Yeah.
So he was stealing from a federally recognized tribe, and your ass went to court, and he been real low with it.
Yeah, this is nuts, bro. So he got sued, and the Shinnecock won. And in regards to him losing, he lost because he had no factual defense. In regards to, he might have been a Cherokee citizen in North Carolina. Maybe they disregard him in what he puts out. So
I can only tell you what he said. He said that he is a card-carrying member, but he doesn't participate.
Yeah. And I've had people make phone calls up there, and they said they don't recollect him.
Now he's saying that under oath he said he is not. See, I didn't follow the case. Indian Exposed, you want to come up here and brief us on this?
Yeah. If you want to give us some updates and some highlights.
Yeah. Drop the link for you again. So see, there you go. If he in court, he made a statement. Oh, he read the transcript? Okay. See, for me, it wasn't even that important. I knew he was lying. I ain't need nobody to prove it to me. I couldn't understand why people was thinking he was so official. I'm like, why wouldn't you simply be with your people then? Why can't we see a picture of you standing with at least one group of people? No.
Yeah, right. He said he went up to the tribal complex to get information. He went to his grandpa's land, all that, but he didn't video none of it.
No.
You know, his wife tried to back him up on those claims, but his
What else you
wife
gonna
isn't
do?
it. His wife ain't even native, far as I'm aware. So what gives her the right to Indian business? Bro, this is. I mean, we can go on and on about these people, bro. But
Listen, all I can say to these people is black power, black pride. Yo, everything you're doing, all the energy you're putting towards claiming to be Indian, put that energy towards actually uplifting your actual ancestors and what they did, irregardless of what their fucking ethnicity is.
yeah,
Like,
so
God damn.
if Dane Calloway was really a Cherokee of North Carolina, he would be in he would be in court every chance he could get in regards to repatriations. He ain't made one move yet.
Look,
Not
bro
one move.
said, hold up. Bro said, yes, I read the entire transcript. He stated under oath when questioned, he is not American Indian.
So he's not American Indian. So what if he's an American Indian freedman? Did you read that?
They probably didn't ask him that. He's
Okay.
not, bro. You're trying to give these people more credit. These people are straight lying, bro.
Yeah, but the thing is people like Dane Calloway like to tongue twist things where he could say, "Oh yeah, I'm not American Indian," but then he can go back and say,
Nah, they say they are American Indians. That's the thing.
Yeah.
They say they're not Native American.
Yeah, and because we know and understand there's a legal difference between Native American and American
Indian.
And
yes.
why do American Indians call themselves natives? Well, look up the definition of natives. It's the inhabitants or people that inhabited certain regions and certain times.
Yeah.
Become native to that part and region. So yeah, that's where native comes from. Look up the true definition, you'll get a better understanding. But
yeah, they keep trying to dance around. They keep trying to dance around the term native and the fact that people migrated and that aboriginal or indigenous means you're from the land. You can be from the land. It don't mean like, bro, it don't matter where these people come from. They still from the land. They just are here now. And they've been here for thousands and thousands and thousands of years before anybody else got here. So what does it matter? You know what I'm saying? Like there was no great nations here prior to that. There were other species of man here, but it wasn't any other Homo sapien nations. Like we're talking about migrations that took place 30,000 years ago.
Yo, and that's just something. No one wanted to fight about that. Nor can they recollect it or understand it, nor do they understand what sciences were using to say 30,000 years. First off, the sciences we use, it does not come from no Moors. It doesn't come from Pan-Africans. It doesn't come from the Mormons' philosophy. It doesn't come from no Christian philosophy. This comes from archaeologists and anthropologists dating back to the 1800s that have been researching us.
Mm-hmm.
People from like Turtle Gang, on top of that, do you want to explain why is religion attempting to break down who we are, where we came from, and what we're doing today? They're breaking down our DNA. So long story short, we got bigger things than Dane Calloway. We're dealing with organizational institutions that are literally attempting to extract DNA from American Indians just as any eugenics agency would to identify who we are, to factuate the Bible, to factuate the Quran.
Yep. To validate their own religious beliefs, and that's what they've been doing since the moment they arrived on the shores of North America. They've been trying to validate their religious beliefs, which is why they're trying to tie everything into the Bible. Now, I do believe that there are actual truths in the Bible. There are actual histories that reference people who we would now say are the American Indians, but I believe it's all been conflated, and it's all been like, and that only works with the migration stories. You know what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to make is they have tried to confirm their stories and make us the people that the lost tribes, right? To validate their book. But everything they learned about us taught them that their book was wrong. So they have been since then trying to rewrite history to fit us into their book.
This
when
goes
really
for the Moors and the Mormons
everybody,
and non-denominational Christians.
everybody has tried to fit us in their box, and their box is only a 6,000-year-old box. That's the problem. So the
And
whole thing about
the 6,000-year-old box is technically the New World box. We are talking about an old world box. The Lenape predates 6,000 years. The oldest country in Asia is not even a fraction of 6,000. Same with certain parts of Western Asia and the Middle East. Lenape are 30,000 years old. Where were the Iranians then? Where were the Chinese then? Where were the Indonesians?
where were the Mongolians then?
Where were the Mongolians then? How can we be Mongoloid people if my people predate them?
Exactly. And how do we know they predate them? Because they migrated all the way to the east coast of North America. So how many thousands of years does it take to get even there from Asia to there? See what I'm saying? And the fact that they had been here 30,000 years ago. See, this is the problem with the whole Bering Strait thing. When they told the story of the Bering Strait, they told it like it was the first and last migration of people, right? When really it was the last migration that they were specifically talking about, right? There have been many more that went back and forth for probably another 20,000 years before that.
There's an ancient trade. Even before white encroachment, we had a food trade, not a food trade, a food network system. We had a trading network system in regards to that food trade. So, I mean, this was going on with Pacific natives and Hawaiians. This was going on with Polynesians. This was going on with people in Siberia in the Americas, the Inuits in the Americas. It's been going on for centuries. And guess what? Their creation stories all go back to one people. Their religion goes all back to one people. All their calendars, their lunar calendar systems are all the same.
Yep.
What does that
check
mean?
this out. What people don't know is that what you call the Aztec or the Mayan, it's not just one calendar. It's a group of calendars that are placed together to create, to reflect all of the timekeepers from the Americas. Like that is not just one calendar. It's a series of calendars from different groups of people at different times that all add up to give you the actual, like even that calendar alone. Like if you understood what you was looking at, and we got somebody who that's what he do, Mazatsin, that's what he do. You know what I'm saying? He'll break that down for you and show you how much like fallacy we've learned.
Yeah, like I'll keep it a buck. It's no different than the Anishinaabe lunar calendar.
Yeah, that's a part of it. That's the point I'm trying to tell you. It's a part of it.
It's no different, and it's a part of it. It's one thing. It's the same thing, but from another perception.
That's it.
Why? Because you got the northern perception and the southern perception. What separated the northern Aztecs from the Native Americans from Northern America if we were to create borders? The thing that separated them was cannibalism. There were tribes that didn't believe in it, and there were tribes that did. We could talk about that for days. Long story short, just because they're two different people doesn't mean there's going to be two different religions. They're two different people because they have two different thought of minds. They had disagreements, just like Muslims and Christians. They were once under one roof, but now they're split in different ways. That's how the Aztecs were to the American Indians of the Great Lakes before all the Great Wars even happened. We were all one people. The Mayans, the Incas, they have they may be of different people. Their language may be a bit different, etc. But guess what? We all come from the same migrations. They tell it. If you read enough books, they'll tell you about their historical relations with the Lenape. Same with the Aztecs in Peru. Same with the Aztecs in Guatemala. Same with the Aztecs in Mexico. They will all tell you about their historic relations. In fact, and it's true because I've read it in multiple books from scientists, anthropologists, archaeologists, other storytellers, and other tribal members going back to chiefs talking about it. In fact, people from Peru all the way up to Mexico always sent messengers to the East Coast.
What we're talking about is the confederation of the eagle and the condor.
Exactly what it is. So I mean, people get stuff miscrutinized. I mean, y'all gotta realize the Aztec territory before white encroachment, before land sales, before great wars, their most northeast territory was right here in Jefferson County, Wisconsin. They have land markers here. They have mounds here. Archaeologists, anthropologists already specified it. Chronologists already specified it. They've already done DNA forensics on bodies here. They've done more than enough, not just bodies, but artifacts and relics. So, I mean, y'all can't tell me nothing. The Native Americans have an oral history for when the Aztecs of the North were here. They have a history of when they fled south.
Now, check this out.
So, I mean, Phoenix Moon, Dane Calloway, Top Cats, if you guys are Indians, you guys would understand what I'm talking about. But in order to understand this, and for me to tell you this, and I'm going to keep it a buck, before you even learn this kind of stuff, you should go check yourself first. Go get identified first. Go get your lineage set up. Go get enrolled if you are who you say you are. If not, leave this alone, because you are talking on all histories that are connected. Like it or not. And guess what? It goes back to the grandfathers. No matter the nation, even my nation, no matter the biggest rival enemy, they knew the truth in the Turtle Clan of the Lenape. They understand the creation story. They understand and respect it and honor it. It's a part of theirs. They have their own position in it. Just as the Wabanaki and the Abenaki confederacies, they have their own part in it. Just like the Wisconsin nations, who are part of the Wabanakis and Abenakis. Don't get shit miscrutinized.
You know, it's this. See, this is how you can tell. Phoenix Moon will stand on grandma, but she's talking on a personal level. Well, exactly what you're talking about, grandma said, and all this, where do you think it comes from? It comes from the much larger level in terms of the older nations, the grandfathers, right? The grandchildren. You're trying to make a claim that people should recognize what you have to say based on your grandmother's, but you're ignoring the fact that all the nations in North America recognize the Lenape as being the grandfathers. What does that mean? What does it mean when I'm in Arizona and I'm introducing myself to a man that's twice my age, and he calls me grandfather? Hold on. And he calls me grandfather because I tell him I'm Lenape. What does that mean? And I'm already out all the way in Arizona, and I'm not telling this man this, that. That man didn't have to say that to me. But once I told him I was Lenape, he identified me as being grandfathers. One of the like, see what I'm saying? That is not something that I created. That is known history amongst the tribes. Why don't y'all know that if you claim to be these people?
Yeah, so let me put it like this. Not just the Algonquin speakers, and I apologize for cutting you off. I sincerely do. But not just the Algonquin speakers. It is documented not just by Sir Heckwelder, but many others, that the Lenape territory extended all the way from the Atlantic coast down to Florida, all the way to the Rockies. That means everything within those boundaries are of the Lenape. If they are not Lenape, they are of the Lenape. Understand what I said. It is documented by Sir Heckwelder and many others. Look it up. The Lenni Lenape territory originally extends from the Atlantic coast to the Rockies. So that means the Cheyenne Arapaho, the Sioux, the Ho-Chunk, any of them nations, all the way down to the Muskogee Creek Confederacies. Those are Elgic speakers. Their creation story goes back to the Lenape, one way or another. The Ojibwe are the knowledge keepers.
I'm about to bring something up that I've been sitting on, and I ain't been wanting to. I don't want people to be offended. But you see what I'm showing here? Look, The language families, what are the Macro-Algonquin languages? Macro-Algonquin. The language families included in Macro-Algonquin are Algonquian with 13 languages, Yurok and 1 language, Wyandotte with 1 language, Muskogean with 4 languages, and Natchez
Athabascan.
No, that's
Is that
Atacapa.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Chichamacha, Tunica, and Tonkawa with 1 language, a piece of the same name. So we can really get into this and break this down. This will be a whole nother bill. But what they're telling you is that these are all Macro-Algonquin languages, which means they're connected to the Algonquin languages, right? Which means what? These are families with the Algonquins. That's simple. Like, you can't get around language. They develop differently because we're in different places, being influenced by different people who come into our territories, different tribes. Languages develop differently. But at one point, these languages come from I ain't gonna say a singular language, but it comes from a grandfather language. And they're all being identified by these scholars, by these, what they're called linguistic anthropologists.
Yep. And I want to, and we're talking that far back. I just want to say something. Dane Calloway and Topcast. The reason I like bringing them up because they're population followers. So my thing is they always want to talk about the Hopewell or the pre-Clovis or the Clovis or the copper Clovis culture, whatever it may be. They need to realize at a point in time, those are the Lenape. If you listen to every tribe, they're talking about their ancestors, the ancient ones, the original ones. They are talking specifically about the Lenape. It doesn't matter if we call them Delaware today. They are Lenape. They always talk about who are the ancestors of the mound builders. At the end of the day, it's the Lenape. So I mean,
have to,
figure it out. What I'm telling you, you're gonna have to figure it out. Whether you got to Google it, go to the library, go talk to an elder that's well educated, so he could tell you his way. Figure it out, because what I'm telling you, it's in stone. It's not only in stone; it's in every tribal creation story, regardless of how you understand that creation story. They're all connected. For an example.
Yep.
The Ho-Chunks are part of the grandfather stock. The Ho-Chunks are one of the oldest nations of Wisconsin. In fact, they are the grandfather tribe of the Illinois tribes, the Missouris and Arkansas tribes, going all the way down to Natchez, the South Dakotas, the Sioux. The Sioux creation story is based off of the Ojibwe and the Ho-Chunk. Now remember, the Ojibwe are grandchildren of the Lenape. The Ho-Chunk are also calling the Lenape grandfathers, but really if you look at the historical traditions, they are of the same tree trunk. But in true indeed, the Lenape predate the Ho-Chunk. So, they're just younger down the line. But what I'm telling,
that's what you tried to tell her.
What I'm trying to tell you, all my people are connected. If you look at the Anishinaabe history, I can be Lenape Turtle Clan. It doesn't matter if I go visit the Potawatomi, the Ojibwa Anishinaabe, the Anishinaabe, the Ottawa, the Micmac, the Chippewa. I am considered a brother. I'm considered a grandfather of that nation. I'm technically and traditionally a part of their nation just as much as I'm part of my own nation. That's how clanships work. When you understand creation stories, when you understand the traditional system and things of that nature. But I guarantee it, not many do. Not many that are followers of Top Cats, Dane Calloway, BAP, AP, A1. They would have a third grade lexile comprehension to what I'm speaking on. A scholar in college, a scholar in any academical institution would agree with what I'm telling you. So, I mean,
so look, this is what we find here, right? Adding on to what you say, the Macro-Algonquin languages were spoken prior to European settlement in eastern North America from Labrador and eastern Quebec down the Atlantic seacoast to North Carolina, around the Great Lakes, west into Saskatchewan, Alberta, Montana, Wyoming, and Colorado. In the southeastern United States, from eastern Texas to Florida and Georgia, and north into Tennessee, and in an isolated area in Northern California. So, this not us making this shit up. This is information that I've been like, I don't even want to talk about this because I don't want people to think we trying to sun them. But if you're going to start talking crazy, these are the reasons why we know you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The basic shit. From a linguistic perspective, you don't know who the fuck you are. If you did, you'd know the position to take with other nations. Like, you can't even understand what being an Algonquin speaker means.
and that's just it. You know, I don't know, bro. If you look at the American Indian movement today, they actually, it's weird because if you understand some of their culture tradition, they utilize the peyote. If I'm not mistaken, it is indeed crossfire, but crossfire was kindled through big moon and half moon, with some of their own beliefs. So that's what made it different. Long story short is, even through religion, we're all connected because we share something in common. Even though peyote was a rather pretty late 1880s, the Delaware, the Shawnee actually incorporated the big house ceremony into it. So I mean, you got ancient religion and new religion together, but peyote is technically an ancient Mexican going down into Peru and elsewhere. But the way we utilize it today in regards to half moon, big moon, and crossfire is utilized a bit differently. But within that system alone, these are the families. Regardless, these families are specific. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We know who they are.
We got 6,200 shots in the building. Peace, bro. How you feeling, man?
And the reason I talk about the peyote religion is because the bigger picture is the Native American church. And because of the Native American church, the reason it exists the way it does today is because of the American Indian movement. Not just American Indian movement. Along the side of us, we had the Rainbow Coalition Project fighting for our rights in 78. And before that, it was 1968, Declaration of Independence for American Indians. You best believe when we were that's part of civil rights. Same with the religious or the Freedom of Religious Act. I forget how they worded for 78. They just, I mean, we did that for us during civil rights, but the bigger picture was black people were going through the same oppressions that the American Indians were. That's why we came together, and people need to understand that. You know what I mean? So.
Absolutely. And we need to celebrate that. Some of us are little products of these two people coming together, but either way, we both were fighting the same fight and we were fighting it side by side. So why are these people trying to create division?
Yep. So Minneapolis is one of the Indian capital cities of the world, and it's also heavily populated with African Americans, regardless of classification, and they face the same oppression by the same person who was giving it to both of them. So they do have a lot of similar differences. They were classified certain ways that others weren't. You know, you've had Latinos up here, and I'm not putting it like this, but I've seen personally Latinos that get treated better than those who've been here or been around here or have deeper family history here. And it's just the way it is, especially here in Wisconsin. And again, Wisconsin's one of the most segregated states in the country. Milwaukee County is the most segregated county in the country, and there's heavily populated natives there too, African Americans, Puerto Ricans, and it's crazy to see how everyone's mistreated, how segregated. Really, the south side of Milwaukee is nothing but Puerto Ricans and Hispanics. East side is African Americans and blacks. North side and west side is whites. and also the neutral zone. But you know, the white side, you go there, it's clean. You go anywhere else, it's dirty. Then on top of that, you go 30 minutes north, you got the Stockbridge Mohican Reservation. Go up there. You got African Americans living up there. You got whites living up there. Native Americans up there. Guess what? They're treated like shit too. So I don't want to hear nothing. You know what I mean? It is what it is, man. Little Chute, Wisconsin. It was black folks that came out from New York back in the late 17, mid 1800s, and they were treated like shit to the American Indians, and not just that, the federal government. So, and over time, they assimilated more and more and more, and now they are either Muncie or they're Brotherton. It is what it is. They're a part of that community, either as an Indian citizen or as an ordinary human being. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Turtle Game, where you want to go. I'm kind of getting off subject, but
no. All of this is good. It's edifying because actually what we're doing is we're giving them more topics and we're helping them widen their conversation. I guarantee you they're going to try and cross whatever and try to rewrite this information we dealing with right now, try to dumb everybody down and keep them away from real positive information concerning not just American Indian history, but actual African American history and where the two intersect. So we've shown Yanazda Lone Wolf, who is a physical representation of where the two intersect.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Look. So look how black her skin is, but I understand how much Indian she is.
Yeah, her mother is.
Her mother's full-blooded Lakota, and her father is he was a blue-collared African American. She said, who kind of paddled with. He kind of paddled. He was an artist.
But he was an artist too.
He was an artist. So, and he was also part of the Nation of Islam, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I think I'm not sure if he was, but the mother
I don't want
was
to put.
introduced to
Yeah, I don't want to put. I don't want to put things in people's mouths.
I don't think he was.
I kind of heard that from some of her speeches, but what I want to say,
he might have been there. I know she is connected with the Nation of Islam.
What I'm saying, that does not define the fact that she is Native American or American Indian. What defines her by being American Indian is blood quantum, CDIB, her family, her parents, and obviously her father's African American and her mother's Indian, so she is multicultural, bicultural at that.
And her mother made it a point that she learned about her African side.
What she says about herself makes her official. What her mother says and what her father says makes her official. But anyone else's perception about her is illiterate, because you're not in her shoes. You're not in Turtle Gang's shoes. You're not in AIM Nomad shoes. You're not in anyone that's American Indian shoes. And I guarantee it. I've seen them Turtle Gang speak about her and attempted to speak for her with their own opinion. How is she Indian but she's black? How is she Muslim but she's Indian? You hear stupid stuff like that on the daily, and it's illiterate. We don't care about that. The fact is, her mother's Lakota Sioux. She is Lakota Sioux. She's an enrolled citizen, just as any other person in her shoes would be, who claimed to be Indian.
And she was born in D.C. during AIM's longest walk. That right there should have the people saying, "Hold up. She's not only a representative of our nation, but
I'm gonna tell y'all based on facts what she is. She is a princess of the American Indian movement. She is almost as a clan mother to the American Indian movement. She is a influencer. She is a artist. She is a what is it when you gather people? She is a assembler. organizer. She does so many things for her people that you wouldn't imagine. Even when she's not in her community, when she's in outside her community, whether it's New York or DC or California or Canada, she still speaks in the right tone of herself and her people and addresses her multicultural background in proper mannerism. You don't see that from many people. And if you were in her shoes, you would try to put yourself in those right footsteps that she has done. And it's not just Yanazda. You got the other girl that spotlighted out the Shinnecock. I don't want to disrespect her. All much love and respect.
Yeah,
Shanae. So, you know, Shanae is a Afro-Indigenous as well. She is a icon. She's done so much for her nation, the Shinnecock. Politically, personally, privately, religiously, you name it. Does that make her any less Indian or any more black? It doesn't change her. She is who she is. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. We can keep going on and on about Afro-Indigenous or Africans that assimilated into Indian culture back then or today. We could talk about adopted people that are African American or Asian or Mexican or whatever you want to think about, and speak on that history. It's all documented. It's all there. There's no issue with it. According to Indian country, according to the Great Lakes Indians, according to the Ogamogs and the Dudamogs, they agreed to admit your multiculturalism. You see it in Delaware Nation, you see it in the Ojibwe tribes, you see it in the Potawatomi nations, you see it in all tribal nations. It doesn't matter. What about the Pacific Coast tribes? I was taught that they are heavily amalgamated with Tonga, with Hawaiian, with all those Pacific islands from over time, not just from today, but going back historically. And even going to those islands, they know that they are the same as the American Indians here on Turtle Island, that they have the same ancestry, that they have similar religions and similar languages. Just because they're on the Pacific Islands doesn't change who they are. You know what I mean? They are part of the migration. They are related to Australians, the Papua New Guineans, you name it. They're related to all. We're all related. It's a part of the oral tradition. It's part of what's been carved in wood, what's been carved in stone, was documented. That can't change. A1 cannot change. Dane Calloway and Top Cats cannot change what's been put in stone. I'm sorry that your perception is of a colonized mindset. It is what it is. Say what you want. It doesn't affect me.
So check this out, bro. You see these people on here?
Yes, sir.
You there? Because it's breaking up a little bit.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right. Can you see the people on the screen? You can see the people on the screen?
Yes, sir.
All right. So that is the PD Indians. This is who Dan Calloway also states he is. He's a PD Indian.
What is PD? Break it down.
I don't know, but I'm about to show you something. But the point I want to make is it's a river. It's a river in North Carolina or South Carolina. So I guess it would be like a Creek tribe, I guess.
Is it like PEEDEE PD or is it PD?
Yeah. No, it's PEEDEE. I'm gonna show you. So this is the people. But when I looked at the people, I noticed, okay, they look like my people. They're multiracial. You got some people that look white, some look black. Like, okay, Dan Calloway, if this is your people, I could believe that. What's the problem with actually standing up for your actual people? Now, before we get into it, let me just play this quick video so you understand that I'm not just saying things to be saying.
They're a state recognized tribe.
And I won't tell truths about you.
But the PD are they're affiliated with the Catawba and other nations, primarily out of South Carolina. They have a few, 2 state recognized tribes and several unrecognized. And you can easily look them up on Google. Just type in PEDEE people, and it will pull it all up. The precise meaning of PD is unknown. The name and many variations have an alternative spelled as PD, however you want to spell it. In these Spanish accounts, the name is rendered Vahidi. That has been contention among historians regarding the orthology or the orthograph. Oh my goodness, the orthography.
Don't tell no lie about me, and I won't tell truths about you.
All right, so you know what?
What was your awakening to the Indian paradigm?
Well, my grandfather back in, I want to say 2015 or something like that. It was either 2014 or 15. That's when my grandfather like schooled me because he saw I was off that Africa type of stuff. And he was like, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? And he started taking me to reservations and showing me my family. In South Carolina, he took me to one of the PD reservations, PD Indian reservations. In fact, they throw me a birthday party every year.
Good morning. I am the chief of the PD Indian tribe of South Carolina. We are a tribe that's been here for well over.
So that was hella interesting. He a PD motherfucking Indian.
Don't tell no lie about me, and I won't tell truths about you.
So let me get it off quick. The PD culture is an archaeological culture spanning 1000 to 1500 CE. It is divided into the Teal phase, 1000 to 1200, Town Creek phase, 1200 to 1400, in the Leak phase, 1400 to 1500. The PD were part of the South Appalachian Mississippian culture that developed in the region as of early as 1980 CE, extending into present-day North Carolina and Tennessee. They participated in a widespread trade network that stretched from Georgia to South Carolina, eastern Tennessee, and the mountain and the Piedmont regions of North Carolina. So, and right here, we can keep going. Let me read the last 2 little paragraphs. The PD culture had developed as a distinct culture by 980 CE and thrived in the PD River region of present-day North and South Carolina. The pre-Columbian area, as an example, the Town Creek Indian Mound site in western North Carolina, was occupied about 1150 to 1400 CE. And right here, the last paragraph, Town Creek Indian Mound in Montgomery County, North Carolina, is a proto-historic PD culture site. Extensive archaeological research for 50 years since 1937 at the Town Creek Indian Mound Village site in western North Carolina near the border with South Carolina has provided insights into their culture. The mound and village site has been designated as a National Historic Landmark. And let me readdress this. There's only a couple state recognized of these people, and there's many unrecognized. So the question for Dane Calloway, do you belong to a state recognized tribe or a unrecognized tribe? Because if you are part of a unrecognized tribe, you would be categorized as CPAIN, which as a whole of your people would be corporation posing as indigenous nation. You could also find that on Wikipedia. Just look it up.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he claims PD. He said that he is, one of his grandparents. I don't know. He said they throw him a party every year. Though.
Yeah, don't tell no lie about me, and I won't tell truths about you.
Question: what was your awakening to the Indian paradigm?
When my grandfather back in, I want to say 2015 or something like that. It was either 2014 or 15. That's when my grandfather like schooled me because he saw I was off that Africa type of stuff. And he was like, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? And he started taking me to reservations and showing me my family. In South Carolina, he took me to one of the PD reservations, PD Indian reservations. In fact, they throw me a birthday party every year.
Good morning. I am the chief of the PD Indian tribe of South Carolina. We are a tribe that's been here for well over 4,000 years, according to the archaeologists.
My family in South Carolina, he took me to one of the PD reservations.
These dancers today, they were going to do a couple dances for us. I'd like to introduce them. Over here is Mike Dunn, his wife Daphne, and John Lynch. The tribe has been here for a long time. We finally got organized back in 1976. We became chartered. And from 76 to 2006, we became state recognized. We're one of the 10 tribes in South Carolina that is actually recognized as a tribe. South Carolina did not recognize Indians up to 2005. So I'd like to thank y'all for being here. I'd like to give honor to the Creator for having us here, for allowing us to be here. People thought we was stink, thought we was gone, but we also assimilated into the white people's world through the settlers. We became farmers, we became slaves, we became other things. Our nationality or our history or our census, when they took us, they didn't put down Indian, they put down either the word mulatto, black, or others. But we're Native Americans. We're proud PD Indians, and we're here.
Don't tell no lie about me, and I won't tell truths about you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Recognized in the PD. They're aligned with several of the nations and a few Algonquin-speaking people nations. There's several unrecognized groups that claim descendants of the PD people today.
Now let me just say this. Let me just make this remark.
So if he is claiming a PD of the state recognized, he has to go to North or South Carolina to be recognized. Even though we know he's living in Texas, he's legally not Indian.
This is the thing. He already admitted in court he's not an American Indian. But this is I be looking at all the other stuff. First of all, these people want to discount a lot of the other tribes out here because we're so amalgamated, right? Well, here he is. His own tribe is just as amalgamated. See what I'm saying? So why is that like such an issue when anybody who knows this history, what he talked about is damn near the same thing that we talk about up here in the North. How we mixed in, how we intermarried, how they labeled us mulatto, all the things. This is the common story for mixed Indians who didn't grow up on the reservation or didn't grow up recognized. This is our common story. There is not no
Turtle Gang, let me ask you this. What courts did he say he was not American Indian? Was that in tribal court or was that in state court or what federal court was it? All right, so it was in federal court. Federal court, he cannot claim to be American Indian because according to what I said, if he has PD ancestry in him, we know they're only of state recognized tribes today. He's not within North or South Carolina. Therefore, on any legality criteria, he cannot claim American Indian. He can only claim descendant, and that is by law. And it's hard to even do that, and that doesn't mean shit when it comes down to descendant. It really doesn't. At the end of the day, I feel like
Man, I feel like if you're a descendant and you're busy and you get active, I think you can make out of it what you want to make out of it in terms of
but in the
what you
term,
bring to the community.
I was
But
saying that.
legally,
I was saying that in the terms of his standpoint.
Yep.
He has
I agree
done
with you.
nothing for his people. He just found out something about someone saying something because maybe the PD reservation is down the street from his relatives and they got ancestry and their descendants. But that doesn't make them these people because they're only a state recognized people. That means the majority of their people left and amalgamated somewhere else, whether they migrated to Oklahoma or to Texas or to Canada or whatever. They are of a confederation, and obviously they're of the Muskegon Confederation, the Seminole Creek Muskogee Confederation. But at the end of the day, those are LG speakers too, and those are our people too. And they have a system, and they also got a protocol and dialogue. And obviously, you don't fit the script if you're claiming you got PD ancestry, and they're only a state recognized. And I'm not offending state recognized, but what I'm saying is when you're outside of North and South Carolina, you are not an Indian. You are living in Texas. You are nowhere near the Vahidi, the PD, whatever you want to call them. No. Norris Francis Branham is of a tribe that was once federally recognized. It was also state recognized, but because of the conflict issues in politics, and I know the true history behind, we're not going to get into it. They choose to be unrecognized, but they have majority of all their criterias to pass the BIA, to join the Delaware Nation, whether it's the Delaware Tribe of Indians or Stockbridge Muslim Mohicans. They are applicable of who they are. But like I said, they're associated with the Nanacokes of Jersey and Delaware. They're associated with the Ramapo. They're all in alliance with FANA. FANA's Rhode Island. They're also aligned to an extent with the Shinnecock and other nations. I'm not going to put his or words in other tribes' mouths. I'm only going based off of what I see. And what I'm telling you is the people is Dan Calloway is a goody two-shoe, two-bit nobody piece of shit claiming to be Indian. If anything, he's a free.
Tell no lies on me.
No, won't tell no lies on you.
No truths about you. That's what it is. I won't tell no truths about you.
Whoever's listening, I just simply want you guys to go on Google, type in corporations posing as indigenous nations, and then click and then after that put comma Wikipedia, hit search, click on that, and then you will scroll down and you will see a list of unrecognized tribes, and you will see a list, and you will see you'll see the PD Indians is what I'm trying to get to. And if they're categorized by that, that means they have done nothing to obtain their self-determination of being American Indian.
Which they have the total right to if you're actually those people.
And
now,
hold on, I'm gonna get to the point. You're also gonna see the Brotherton Indians of Wisconsin and the Sandhill on there. But if you do your further research, they are notarized by federal recognized nations. They're notarized by the cultural preservation officers and other political leaders and political departments, historically to current. The brother towns are in the same boat as the Sandhill. The brother towns are legally supposed to be a federal recognized, but due to certain reasons, they have no state recognition nor federal recognition, but they have powwows. They're in the powwow circuit. They're in alliance with the Stockbridge. They're in alliance with the Mohicans, the Potawatomi, you name it. They're in alliance. They're notarized as American Indian descendants and American Indians. They're no different than Metis people. What are Metis people? Metis people are people that were mixed of European and Native American ancestry that lost their ancestry heritage, lost their language, lost their ways, but still maintain their own communities. So I mean, we can talk about this all day. We know the truth in the skies. You know what I mean? It's all there. We don't need to play or beat around the bush when it comes to this. Phoenix Moon, at the end of the day, I'm sorry to say it like this, but you will get whooped in a debate by me. And this is Turtle Game Midwest. You will get whooped in a debate by me. Ishmael Bay, you are a dirty Moor trying to talk about my people, trying to debate my people about our history that is in stone. Scientists approved it. The Moors proved it. The Nation of Islam approved it. They know the history. Non-denominational Christians and the Mormon Church knows our history. They even try to utilize it for themselves to factuate the Bible, to factuate the Quran, to factuate the Mormon Bible, to, you name it. So at the end of the day, the bigger picture is no matter the religion, no matter the pretending, y'all are all in the same goddamn boat.
Yep. However you call it, y'all all a bunch of wabo, abos, misleading your own people that look like you. Yeah.
Ishmael Bay, you're no different than Taj Tariq Bey. And Taj Tariq Bey utilizes the Lenape history no different than the cultural, or no different than the research advocate Wayne May utilizes our history. No different than Nathaniel Jensen. You guys take what Sir Heckwelder said for yourselves when he documented the Lenape copper colored. They were one of the first people to be documented that color on this continent. So
it's crazy to me that all these people are claiming copper color when I know y'all was not getting made fun of when y'all was growing up. Wasn't nobody targeting y'all because y'all was light skinned. Wasn't nobody calling y'all yellow boy. Wasn't nobody doing the shit that actually happened to people of light complexion.
And let me tell you this. A real urban Indian don't act like this. A real urban Indian don't act like Phoenix Moon or Top Cats or Dane Calloway. These are not urban Indians. These are Grandma Says trying to fit in where they can get in. These are outsiders looking in. They are nowhere inside. You know what? We can have the American Indian movement do a rundown on the Wabos. We can have political advisors do the same thing. It's outrageous. It's foolishness. At this point, the Wabos is its own organization at this point, and people have already been designated. Huh?
They need to organize.
They need to, they legally are classified as a whole when it comes to A1, Top Cats, Dane Calloway, Phoenix Moon, BAP, and whoever else be rocking that boat. What I'm saying is, at this point, they could be sued in any tribal court because it's a group of people coming together in regards to running false narratives, making money off of slander, and all
these niggas gonna catch a RICO charge, huh?
Whoa. At this point, it's all aiding and abetting, bro. This is like a form of burglary, bro. Making money off money. You're asking people for money to donate to your platform. Your platform is strictly about my people coming out your mouth. That
indigenous erasure. Your platform is based on indigenous.
They're violating my tribal constitutional rights as a person. That's what they're doing, bro.
Their whole platform is based on indigenous erasure. And because they're not really in the mainstream of these conversations, they don't know how serious this stuff is. See what I'm saying? See, they're still on a low level. They're on the YouTube level.
Look, what if I go to the BIA? But first, before I do that, I write a statement. Maybe it was like a paragraph. Maybe it was 20 paragraphs. Who cares? And say I had you sign it, and I had all the tribal chiefs and 100 people sign it, and I send it to the BIA in regards to Ishmael Bay and Phoenix Moon. And I asked the BIA after everything was signed and said and done to go after them and to chime in our tribal courts for slander, for slander, false narratives, all that stuff, aiding and abetting. So I mean, you know, it's crazy because at this point they're utilizing the Walum Walum, which is of the Lenape. The Lenape is already patent and regulated. Therefore, you cannot copyright or infringe that word. You can't even use it to your benefit. That's how much restricted it is. If you guys would like the information, go on Delaware Nation, click the filter tab, and look at their information. It's all in there. So DelawareNation.org. Everything's copyrighted or everything's regulated and patent, bro.
Yep. Now let me say this. So, I've been directly dealing with these different groups, and they've been slandering me along with the Lenape, right? But they've been doing this like when they slander me, like their intentions are to slander me, but they're slandering a whole nations of people, right? And they really think like, I don't know, like, I guess I'm the authority of this. Like, that's what Phoenix Moon said. You're not the authority. No, I'm not the authority. But guess what?
You've been in the game before I even graduated high school. I'm 30 years old. You've been in the game well before I was in high school. You were in the game before it was YouTube. You've been in the game before the internet. So, I mean, you were in the game when people were still using beepers and pagers and shit. You feel me? Hey, call me. The Wabos sent me a letter. Let me see. Kai Sharik Bates sent me a letter. We gotta write him back. You know what I mean? I don't even know what a beeper is. I'm a '93 baby. I had one in kindergarten until third grade, and then I didn't have nothing until sixth grade. I got my first cell phone in sixth grade. It was a flip phone. I know I had a Nokia. My second phone was a flip phone. So I don't want to hear this shit, bro.
Well, now this is the thing. When they say they're looking at me like I'm not the authority and I can't do nothing, it ain't me you should be worried about. It's people that are attached to the conversation that are on a level higher than y'all. So it's not me.
Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all who y'all need to be worried about. Y'all want to talk about descendants? Y'all need to be worried about the descendants of Clyde Bellacourt, Russell Means, Crow Dog.
When they hear about this shit,
y'all need to worry about the descendants of John Trudell, Dennis Banks. Y'all need y'all need to worry about the descendants of John Thomas, and his relations. Y'all need to worry about the Red Nation. Y'all need to worry about the Red Road, the faith keepers of the Red Road, which is the Native American Church. They need to worry about all these things. They need to be worried about what they're really getting into because it is dangerous. And I don't even want to say it like this, but
no, people take it seriously.
No.
Indigenous erasure is serious.
Because hear me out. I don't want to talk about racism. I don't want to talk about prejudice. I don't want to talk about anything that's contentious. But serious and dangerous things happen to people who have bombarded Indian country and invaded Indian country without knowledge. People have died because of it. And you know what? I'm not going to talk about any specific group, but this is a dangerous agenda. People are losing careers because of this agenda. People, politically, educational, academically, personally, people are losing relatives because of this. People are physically dying because of this conversation, and fail to recollect.
No, listen, hold on. Let me say this. People are dying for actual, authentic conversations that aren't rooted in pseudoism. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're going to have a show soon where I'm going to bring our brother, Two Cloud's mother, back on so she can bring more attention back to her son's plight, who lost his life because he was fighting for real Indian stuff. You know what I'm saying? He was doing his best to be the best person he could be to represent his community. And however it came to be, this is something that really happened. You know what I mean? So when we talk about there's real consequences and there's real people have lost their lives for arguing for a truth, let alone a lie.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
It's outrageous, bro. Like, come on, get a grip. Like, people have died for this Indian stuff, and y'all playing games. Y'all forget my fifth great grandfather, Jack Harry, died in Mexico just so his family could live in peace. from the American government. We were the last family out of all the Delaware to be allotted in 1936. My grandfather was born in 1934. He was an illegal citizen until 4 years old. That bill didn't come into, or the last allotment didn't come into effect for us until 1939. The Citizenship Act for Native Americans was introduced the year my grandfather was born. It was ratified and it passed through the legal system in 1936, and it came into effect in 1939, depending on what state, maybe a little earlier. But what I'm saying is, like, bro, come on. Like, these people are fucking kids, bro. They need to grow up and realize that people have gone through real shit. People are going through real situations. Families are fucked up because of situations. I don't see y'all rehearsing none of that shit, and no one's taking none of this shit lightly. Because if the American Indian movement, if they do get involved, no matter the chapter, they're not going to take the shit lightly. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And they think we're being bullshit. They think we're being assholes or dickheads or whatever, but that's not the case. We're being humanly as possible. We're being nice, kind. We're even welcoming y'all, the general people in the chat or whatever, the viewers, to come join and conversate in regards to the things y'all don't know or have questions. So, and it's nuts. Y'all need to realize. Y'all need to realize. Phoenix Moon is not no Indian. Dan Calloway ain't no Indian. Top Cast ain't no Indian. All these people have the mindsets of colonizers. They don't follow no Indian ceremony. They're probably Christianized or follow the Islamic State. Regardless of what it may be, we're being nice. When the American Indian movement, when those councils or whoever it may be start addressing y'all, shit's gonna get ugly. Shit's gonna hit the fan. You're talking about the descendants who were shooting at the government back in the 60s.
Taking over buildings.
Y'all don't want to deal with those people because my uncle. I'm gonna put it like this. I have a relative named John Thomas who I'm really closely related to, but we're from two different tribal nations of the Lenape. Long story short, he was one of the leaders of the American Indian movement. He got shot 2 times. I think one was in the face and one was in the neck, and he had multiple surgeries. That was when he was held hostage by some goons with Russell Means. They were put on the ground and shot by 22 calibers. Russell Means got shot in the back, you name it. These were the same people that were around Crow Dog. Crow Dog was a suspected murderer for certain things. And he was the one that made that thing where I killed someone in Indian country. You cannot try me for it. So the feds disregarded. He got let go. He made that situation federally viral. These are the same people that exercise the civil rights movement for the 68 bill and the 78 bill, whether it was the Declaration of American Indians or the Freedom Religious Act. Same people from many different nations that come together, whether they were former presidents, former chiefs, ex-prisoners, they all came together, and you have the American Indian movement. I have an uncle or relative, John Thomas. He's a Delaware Shawnee, a leader of AIM. I have another cousin who was almost on the committee but got demoted because of allegations. He was also taking part in board on the Rainbow Coalition Project, and he was an advisor. So you're talking about people that are well tied into things, that understand history real well, who are some of the primary people that created the civil rights. Martin Luther King didn't create the civil rights. Malcolm X didn't create the civil rights. They were a part of it. They were attached to it. You're talking about people that created it. We are talking about parties of people. huge masses of people coming together in regards to civil rights. The only people I can think of is the American Indian movement and the Rainbow Coalition Project are the two subjects I can think of off the top that would have been the true aspects of fighting for civil rights. If you have no knowledge of that, you have no partake in this conversation. So I mean,
absolutely.
Get alone, tell me that you're American Indian, yet you ain't got no identification card, also known as a CDIB or yeah, identification card. So shit's nuts. My grandma said the American Indians the American Indians are not gonna. The American Indian movement will laugh at the grandma says.
Mm-hmm. They don't want to hear none of that.
They're based off of ceremony and politics and confederations and historical obligations.
All right, so this is what I want to do. I want to show some of this video. This is the UN last year, but you're gonna see that we are with the American Indian movement at their seminar. So I think this is worth watching real quick.
So one thing I'd like to mention is that, as I, been in college, I did several research papers on colonization, and this is a continuation. Putting our men in prison, our women are being murdered, our children are being taken to DSS or whatever, adopted out. And there's money in that. I live in South Dakota, and they pay foster parents extra money, like a special needs child. So our fight is all about this whole circle of our life and our people. And one thing I can say about Leonard's case, that it's so gross, the misconduct that has happened, but we as Native people, we feel this every day, the inequities and the racism, right in South Dakota, with the monument everybody talks about, Mount Rushmore. That was built by a white supremacist and it's worship to this day. So, that's what kind of climate we live in. I live in Rapid City. We call it racist city, okay? We have institutionalized racism at all levels. I mean, you hardly ever see Native people in any type of positions beyond, cooks or janitors. So we're really still fighting. We have a lot of people that have come up to the movements. We have several organizations. And I'd just like to thank the Wambliska Society. We brought some representatives right here, Tara and her daughter, Kaylee, and they're coming up. So we want to include our youth, and they represent AIM Grassroots as a diplomat. So one of the things that I'd like to also talk about is the way the government has always attacked our people. And they don't care. When Wounded Knee 1890 came, mostly women and children and elders. And the same thing on June 26th in Oglala, Grandma Jumping Bull, that was her house. And it's not like they didn't know, because we had found evidence that we've been under surveillance during that time. They probably used a different word. They came in and attacked our camp. This was proven when Leonard's co-defendants, Bob Robinson and Vito Butler, were acquitted on the basis of self-defense. So we're all thinking, okay, so Leonard should come back. He was on the run then, and he should be acquitted too. You would think that the whole same thing, but no. This is where it started, by them using him as a scapegoat. They went to Canada, and ever since this began, they started lying. They went to the Canadian people or the courts, because that's where Leonard was at for an extradition hearing. And they abused a woman by the name of Myrtle Corbear. And she did 3 affidavits after they threatened her, that her life would end up like anime Avposh. Those are the words that they used against her. So abusing women, and it's just like from day number 1. Whenever we found out, when her affidavits were taken to the Canadian court, we're like, who's Myrtle? Everybody at the Jumping Bull, nobody knew her. She didn't know us. She didn't know Leonard, but she was his girlfriend in his paperwork, and that's how he was brought back from Canada. Straight up lies. The lies continue to date, you know, everything about why he's sitting in there. I mean, there's been so many different changes. I think Judge Sharp covers that legal part better. But, you know, it's just ironic that it can continue for 47 years. Where's the justice? You know, I think that by now, we should be in a world court. I mean, why are these crimes still being committed against our people? And he's just one example, because in South Dakota, 75% or more of the men's prison are Native people, Lakota Nation. Same with the women. Those numbers are way too high. So, you know, and we're less than 15% at the most of the population. Why are we still suffering? So I'm just hoping that everybody here that, you know, is part of an organization can just say free Peltier. What does that mean? That's a powerful word right there. And it's beyond him, it's about our people. It's about the continued genocide. And when you stand up for your human rights, like he did, and everybody else in the American Indian movement had already, you know, that's what we do. You know, we see something wrong, we try to address it in a positive way. So I just hoping that when you do your intervention. Oh, intervention. That you would just end it with free Peltier, or, you know, put it on your you know, your hat, your jacket, whatever. You know, we have some bumper stickers there. You're welcome to have one. And I have some brochures from the International Leonard Peltier Defense Committee. And we've been in existence since this started. We've had several times when we were taken advantage of by the government. They took over a committee at different points in the past 47 years. And there's been attempts to date. So, you know, we're just like a target, you know, by our words. What are we saying? Nothing but the truth, you know, and all they do is lie. When they tell you that, you know, well, let me see, one more thing I'd like to mention is the recent report that came out by the United Nations Working Group on arbitrary detention. And that's a powerful document, but it took a long time to come out because we have so many, not only in South Dakota, but other tribes that are just in there just because of the color of their skin or their beliefs. You know, so every prisoner that's in federal prison, you know, they still should be treated as humans and have basic rights, you know, human rights. So when you see somebody in there and you just, you know, you need to find out what the truth is and why they're there, because a lot of times they just didn't have the right legal help. They're in the wrong state, they're in the wrong city, and a lot of them have mandatory sentencing, you know, from the reservations, you know. And that's really sad because there's a lot of different circumstances that should be talked about when they're sentenced. And I think that's kind of where I'll let Judge Sharp continue his part. But I'd just like to thank everybody for taking a moment and coming here. And we really appreciate each one of you. You know, thank you.
Leonard Peltier is in prison because he represents all of us indigenous people. Bottom line. But that's why he's got to be there. And you know for a fact that my work that I'm doing, my name is Masatsin, we have the International Council of First Nations. And my work is after the Court of Borgia, okay? That's in the Vatican Library, because that's the prime example of the doctrine of discovery. In other words, that's a prime example of what they did. They burned all the sacred books. And
that's crazy. Our family history are from the same times to Mexico.
Locked up, okay? And we need to fight for that. So I think that we put it together, like you said, Mexico, you know, Europe, you know, all the what we call Ayala, right? You know, and now what the one in Suyo, the whole continent, you know, and in this stage, and you're right. And we don't gotta wait for later. We gotta do it now. So the other thing that we did one time, we called Kids in Cages. You might have heard of that, right? When they had the Kids in Cages. Well, guess what? From Kids in Cages, that's why they have Leonard in Cage. Okay. In other words, the Pope is the person who can. Okay, now, but it's not a question of religion, nothing like that. But The doctrine of discovery is based on those bullets, on those type of bulls, okay, from 1452 particularly, all right? So we have to fight it, and we've been fighting the doctrine of discovery for 30 years. We've been nowhere, but guess what? We're coming at it because they're in violation of the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People because they have stolen property in the Vatican Library. Okay? And on the things that we ask the Pope to consider is that the Holy See is in violation, right? And that we ask is also we call for the liberation of Leonard Peltier. But like you said, as the first person that we're going to liberate from the prisons, okay? We want to liberate all the older people, like myself, you know, all the older people that are there that are no harm to nobody else, but themselves either, you know. In other words, we've got to be the first movement. So we're making a movement of liberating all the people out.
And by the way, the American Indian movement began 1492. Yes. When the first Taino Indio in the Caribbean area was killed, that's when the American Indian movement began. We helped officiate it 1968 for the record, for you to know.
Soldier, keep on marching on.
So here we have Turtle Gang at the United Nations, which is responsible for the UNDRIP. So you can't minimize what the United Nations represents. Their whole petition is based on the UNDRIP. So we are in the UN. This is last year, not the year just passed. This is 2023. Here we are in the UN with the American Indian movement. And they're talking about the same things that they was talking about in them videos that we were watching earlier. The American Indian movement is a well-established movement, just like the urban Indian movement is a well-established movement. Now, if you're going to claim those movements, shouldn't you have some real connection to them? And if you want to be a part of them, why don't you do it the right way? Indigenous erasure is not the proper way. And you're not going to be able to convince. It's one thing to fucking lie to the regular people. Okay, y'all got 10,000 signatures. Great. How many actual American Indians do you have signatures of? You have 10,000 people signing something who believe they're the original Indians. I'm not impressed by that. I would like to see some basic, like, act like an Indian. Show the compassion that Indians have. Y'all act like a bunch of hateful people that somebody stole something from you. But this is what I wanted to get to before I got it. So going back to the PD Indians, they said they didn't start getting their stuff together till 1976, right? 70s. That's about when they got their state recognition, whatever it was. So what was going on with all these PD Indians beforehand, before 76? If there was no recognized Indians in the state of South Carolina, does that mean those Indians weren't pushing the, issue? What does that mean? See what I'm saying? In terms of Dane Calloway and them saying that somebody stole their identity. When did this tribe here?
Turtle Gang, 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Founder of the American Indian Movement, Nomads, will possibly be joining us here in the next 15 to 20 minutes, if not quicker. So just to let you know, and he's going to give out his 2 cents on our conversation that we've been having. So that'll be highly interesting. So, but go back to what you were saying. That was powerful what you were just talking about. My bad.
Well, I'm just saying. Well, I even lost my thought. But they're talking about having 10,000 signatures. Oh no, Dane Calloway. Okay, yeah. So let's get back to the fact that 1976 is when they started to apply pressure on the state of South Carolina to go about getting their recognition. That means prior to that, were there already tribes still making a way, trying to prove who they are? My point is, when these people talk about our tribes were infiltrated and they were taken away from us, when did this happen? because the tribe you're actually claiming didn't get state recognition, you know, because they say that the states colluded with the Indians to give them recognition of who they are to keep it away from the original Indians. So why would the state do it in 76, in the late 70s? Right? Why? Like, see what I'm saying? Like, why weren't none of these things happening prior? Why? Because 1978, 1976, certain laws were passed. Certain, we start talking about the Religious Rights Act, all these things came up like in 78, right? So my point is, why wasn't none of these tribes pressing the envelope prior to that? See what I'm saying? Because they try to say that they've been infiltrated by the state or the government. So why didn't the federal government put them in place back in the 20s when they were giving Indians citizenship? You see what I'm saying? So just on that note, you know, my mind took a moment to think about that, like, because, you know, Top Cat will tell you that they infiltrated our tribes and they took over. Like in his reference to what he claims. Well, when between who's the dude he said had dinner with him, with his grandmother? At what point did you go from having dinner with the representative for Texas to being infiltrated and infiltrated? See what I'm saying?
Oh, during the Republic of Texas.
Yeah, during the Republic of Texas. What's his name?
Yeah, I don't understand that because with the Delaware, so I'm still trying to understand it myself. There was times where Jim Ned was working for the Confederate, the Confederate side, and then there was times where he was working specifically for the Union side. So it was like, and then there was it had to do with the band. It depended on the band. We had 3 bands in Texas. I know that Black Beaver's side was primarily on the Union side, and there were times that Jim Ned was working for the Union, but he was more on the Confederate end. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, completely.
So, and I was kind of telling you this earlier. He was just doing that because he was trying to stir up problems between the two military groups, just so we had a fraction of time to do what we needed to do or whatever, to sidetrack them from what they really needed to do in regards to what they were doing to us. So I don't, to be honest with you, bro, it's hard to explain that.
Oh, White Owl is in the building. Let me drop the link for White Owl.
Yes, sir.
All right. AIM Nomads is here. All right. Invite, make this real easy. Good. Now I get to learn. All right. So we just dropped the link for White Owl. He's a member of the AIM Nomads. And
he's the founder.
The founding member. Okay. And we don't get to hear his take on everything in terms of these claims of being American Indians.
Yeah, because that's one thing. Real Indians versus the Wabos. The Wabos have no idea what they're getting into when it comes to American Indian business, American Indian country. I think they haven't even most of them, the majority, never stepped foot in Indian country. So, yet alone claiming to be an urban Indian, yet you don't recollect the reality of Indian country is idiotic in my opinion. How can you, be an urban Indian not recollect one's history?
The origins of your movement.
Yeah, or the origins of your movement. That's the most chaotic thing in the world. I believe he's trying to get in. He's not too tech savvy.
No, he's here. He's here. No, bro, it's good. Bro's here.
Yeah, okay, I see him up top now. Kulamasi Kulamasi, how are you doing, White Owl?
Hanhipi Washte Yuha ELO. How are you guys?
Good afternoon, bro. We're doing great.
Queen Ganawaloma, doing great.
So Turtle Gang, if you want to quickly introduce him, let people know who he is, that'd be awesome.
So yeah, absolutely. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn it over to the brother. Let me first of all let me just state this platform, just like I told Turtle Gang Midwest, this is your platform as well. Anytime, like, feel at home up here. And on that note, I want you to just introduce yourself and just get into what it is you like to bring to the table, and feel free to express yourself in any way that you feel.
Okay. How hanhipi washte yuha ielo hihanskan hihakapazi zipi lai machiapie. Good evening, my relatives. My name is White Owl Bin Elk. My English colonized name is Freddie Longworth. I am the international headsman and co-founder of the American Indian Movement Nomads, based right now currently in the Midwest. We work with different tribes throughout the United States and Canada. However, our end goal is to see a united worldwide movement for all indigenous people throughout the world. We have a primary focus on MMIP, land back, and ending the cultural erasure and genocide of our people at all costs.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Awesome. And can you also break down your knowledge and understanding of the WABO agenda and what's going on and what your belief is?
Yeah, so I actually am familiar with the WABOs from prison. I spent I joined the American Indian Movement in prison. I did roughly 12 years as an adult, my whole life as a juvenile. When I entered the adult system, there was something at the time going around called they had a book called The Seven. They were More Science Temple, and they had a strong emphasis on the Book of Ruth. They didn't share a whole lot of their information publicly in prison, obviously due to the politics. I wasn't real familiar with their ideology until I got out this time. And I noticed how there's this genocide that's happening through education. And there's no other way to say it, miseducation. Genocide, according to the United Nations, is the advocation of the erasure of a group or a culture in whole or in part. And the attempted erasure of our people, the photoshopping of our ancestors. For everyone listening, I am from Rosebud. I am from the North Antelope community in Mission, South Dakota. My people are Si Changu Lakota Sioux. And we have a strong alliance with the Cheyenne. We were one of the tribes that helped to defeat the 7th Cavalry. It wasn't the Lakota success. That's another misconception. It was actually the Cheyenne's war. The Cheyenne won that war, but they say the Cheyenne won the war and the Lakota took the land. That's pretty much how it went. But with all of this misinformation being spread, people need to understand that it came primarily from the More Science Temple that was started by a man named Noble Drew Ali. And Noble Drew Ali wanted to tell stories for his people. We understand that, because of the way in which the United States forcefully brought people over here, it's been a culture shock since they're trying to reconnect, but they're reconnecting in all the wrong ways.
Now, bro,
right?
Can I just interject just real quick?
Yeah.
So Noble Drew Ali never taught that Black Americans were American Indians.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
No, I know you're not. I just want the listeners to understand, because I don't want them to try and act like you're misspeaking on Noble Drew Ali, because they'll try to take advantage of every little opportunity they can to find some error. So I just want to make that statement for the people that are listening.
Right.
The people within the More Science Temple that developed the concept of being the original Indians, those were people who came after Noble Drew Ali had passed. So
with the heavy push with the man named Dwight D. York. Dwight D. York is one of the centerpieces behind these lies. He has fathered children by children. He's doing a 135-year sentence in Florence, Colorado, ADX prison as a convicted cult leader and pedophile. And his daughter is a woman calling herself Empress Rarebird. She's a shitbag. I don't know if I can say that on here, but it is what it is.
Oh yeah, you're good. Freedom of speech.
Okay, cool. I'm not real familiar with this app, but Dwight D. York has an agenda, and that agenda is to mass manipulate and hypnotize as many people as possible. And at the end of the day, it's all about that almighty dollar and capitalism. How can they make the easiest buck while confusing the most people and pretending as if it's okay to Photoshop our ancestors and talk about this information is ridiculous. A lot of people like to talk about the Holocaust and remembering the Holocaust and what happened. Well, the Holocaust for the American Indians has never ended. The Indian Wars have never stopped. Only this time, because of the fear of being called a racist or these labels that they give us, I think there's too many people afraid to speak out. They don't want to make blanket statements. I understand that. But, silence is complacency. And the longer the people in these communities that aren't connected stay silent and remain silent, the longer it's going to show their complacency and cooperation in everything that's happening. As far as I'm concerned, this is a direct act of war against our people and our ancestors. We face genocide in this country every single year. And not only is it now a battle with our people through MMIP, but it's a battle for our culture and the land and the capitalist corporate structure that we're enslaved in.
No, and that's totally understandable. That's kind of how we perceive it to be as well, in regards to the genocide upon American Indians in the Wabo. So, totally agreeable there, Whiteout.
Yeah. So I think that one thing that we could be most helpful in solving these issues is a united front. There was a chief named Philip Lame Deer, and Philip Lame Deer once said that our indigeneity is defined by us. Our Indianness comes from who we are through our DNA memory. It doesn't come from understanding these codified, manipulated laws. It doesn't come from just figuring out somehow that you can escape the matrix through these laws, because you have to be born within to these treaties. Identity is connected back to the land, but with that identity comes a responsibility of re-education from a non-colonial perspective. And when we understand that, it's a duty to our people to be free.
Yeah, totally get
Absolutely.
that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was telling people that your inheritances, people refer to things as their inheritance, like they own something. And I told them they should think of it more as responsibilities to your ancestors, to your elders, to the generations coming up. You have a responsibility towards them. You're not inheriting an object or a gift. You know what I'm saying? What you have is responsibility to your culture, to your land, to your people, to maintain these things. And that's what inheritance is.
Right. Well, it's also understanding what Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution means. That is called the Supremacy Clause, debt, supremacies, and oaths. And we'll quote it for you here. From this day forward, all treaties entered into before the adoption of this Constitution or after thereof shall be the supreme law of the land, and every judge in every state shall be bound thereby. Treaties are living documents. When the United States incorporated in the late 1800s, 1871 to be exact, that's when Congress went ahead and decided they were no longer making treaties with Indian nations. However, because they became a corporate debt entity, it does not mean that our treaty enforcement does not continue to this day. Again, that is a personal responsibility for us to adhere to what that means and to educate ourselves to protect our rights accordingly.
Totally agreeable. So, hey, Turtle Gang, do you want to address the situation where we had so-called black American Indians claiming title to the 1968 Declaration of Independence for American Indians? And also, Whitell, I'd like your knowledge in regards to the Wabo taking claims to that the 68 or 1968 bill for the Declaration of American Indians. What would you say in regards to that?
As far as them trying to utilize the 1968 Indian Citizenship Act?
Yup. And also,
yeah.
Section 8, where it talks about the Housing Act.
Yeah.
I think that it's a so since 2002, the Bureau of Indian Affairs has had statistics where they have been infiltrated through fraudulent accounts in the hundreds of billions of dollars. I think that a large portion of this money is being siphoned off to fill the coffers of these cult leaders that are confusing their people. Citizenship as it is entailed, we have to look at that word and what it means. You can't make treaties with conquered people, and a corporation is a dead entity. If you look at the term Indian under the federal Black's legal dictionary definition, an Indian is defined as a living human being. The United States is not a living entity. The United States is a dead corporation and has been since it incorporated in 1871. And that was further codified in 1933 when the billionaire bankers bought the entire system. I think that the Housing Act that they have used is just another way for them to, and I hate to say it like this because I'm not racist. Like, in order for somebody to be racist, they would have to have positions of political power. And as far as I know, Ben Nighthorse Campbell was the only representative that Indigenous people actually had within the Senate. I don't think there's any full, other than Deb Holland and Miss Tootsie, Gabrielle Tootsie. I really don't think there's a whole lot of active representation through what we call Indians. There's a lot of Americans, but there's not a whole lot of Indians. I think the Housing Act has been largely manipulated. I think that once people understand the wording behind the colonial process, they can manipulate it accordingly, and they can pretty much live free off the system simply by utilizing their words.
Okay, so you firmly believe that people that have no sort of identification in regards to their claims, should they be penalized for trying to manipulate the 68 bill in regards to the Declaration of Independence for American Indians and Section 8, the Housing Act? So you have people out here that are self-identifying as being American Indian, and as they're doing that, they're trying to be repatriated. And not just that, they're trying to take claims to these bills, and I feel that's heavily not true. I disregard the fact of what the Wabos are doing. Specifically, a person named Phoenix Moon. She feels she can manipulate what we just spoke on without having any tribal identity to back it up. No certification card, no nothing. So what would be your take on that?
First off, Phoenix Moon is a turd. Second off, I don't want to discredit those that were forcefully taken by white families, because the Indian Child Welfare Act didn't apply to every case. I am a full-blood treaty Indian, but I was stolen from my people when I was young. So I don't have an enrollment number, and I refuse to get one. I think that people don't realize we don't need a colonial oppressor to have us recognize who we are. That's like saying, okay, if you want to live without harassment, you just have to let the bully beat you up every now and then. That's not okay with me.
So into bigger terms, what if it was academical institutions taking possession of artifacts and relics on behalf of American Indians? Because to an extent, all this is going to go through UNDRIP and NAGPRA and the BIA, and they will look at it as if these people are fools, especially the Wabos. So I'm just saying, to an extent, having a CDIB is sensible in regards to protecting our historic relics and artifacts,
So
etc.
yeah, no, hold up. Let's just understand the conversation we having. It's not a conversation about whether or not, like, everybody has their own opinion about recognition. The point we're making is that they're trying to use federal federal laws to claim to be American Indians.
Right.
Right.
I mean, we
and
can
let
compare
me
this
just
to the
finish.
sovereign
Let
citizen
me,
movement.
yeah,
We can compare this to the sovereign citizen, guys.
But let me
You
finish this.
cannot be a sovereign American, just like they cannot be us.
Let me finish this. So they're trying to use a federal law to claim who they are. But based on that federal law, you would have to have certain documents, certain criteria, of which they don't have. So it's like they're trying to appeal using a federal law without being held accountable or subject to what the federal laws state. You see what I'm saying? It's like a double Dutch, halfway in, halfway out, trying to argue the argument. So I'm just trying to give you the perspective that I've encountered from them. So I want to play a short video where they actually talk about a petition they raised. Are you familiar with the petition?
Yeah, I've seen it. So there's something called the Dawes Enrollment. The Dawes Act was passed along with the Wheeler-Howard Act when our reservations became quasi-corporate controlled systems known as Indian Reorganization Act governments. It was enacted by Roosevelt under the New Deal, but he called ours the IRA government. And that's where they pretty much dismantled every traditional system within Turtle Island to make it a corporate reflection of their larger system. They would have to show proof to the Dawes Enrollment Act, as far as I'm concerned, to have any sort of standing in a legal matter. I know this because Dwight York has tried to appeal to the Supreme Court using that law too. They laughed him out of court. They wouldn't even hear it.
Yeah, he did apply to the BIA, didn't he?
Yeah, and the BIA rejected him immediately.
Yeah. Yep. And what was Giovanni's description of the people he saw on the exploration of the American continent? So now we already know that people want to go to a European description of who the people were to validate who they are. Like, this is what we talk. We're not talking about book descriptions. See what I'm saying? Like, this is just a little comment I'm reading. Like, we're not talking about that. That's what you want to reduce this conversation to. You know what I'm saying? You could do that, or if you are a descendant of someone from a tribal community or nation, you can just show that you're that descendant. You don't have to erase other people to be who you want to be. Like, that's the issue that we're all being confronted with, and people are like literally doubling down on it. Like, that argument means something. None of these looks like arguments. None of these drawings, none of that stuff would hold up in court. So let's talk about some real actual things.
So we got citizenship collectively as so-called American Indians in 1924. We didn't have a choice in the matter. The reason why the United States government forced citizenship upon us was because of our participation in both world wars. We had the highest concentrated population of people within the confines of Turtle Island that fought on foreign nation soil for a government that wants to erase us. You know, they can come with all of these, I'm Yamasee, I'm Arawak, I'm all of these extinct tribes. Like that's fine and dandy if that's what they want to believe. They can wear their turkey feather bonnets, but what it comes down to is, let's see who can call the wind. Let's see who can talk to the thunder beings. Let's see who can perform these ceremonies. Let's see them sundance. You know, that's the thing. We would willfully embrace them into our culture and adopt those orphans because we have a spot for orphans, if they would just know who they are and accept it.
Yeah, and that's not a problem. And you know what's weird is they despise those African Americans who assimilated into Indian culture historically to present, and I find it ironic that they lack the knowledge of it, yet alone they don't even understand. And it's not nothing racial prejudice or no contention. I'm just saying, you have different classes of black folks in America, and most of the wabos that are creating these false narratives in regards to this bigger agenda have no clue of that classification alone, yet alone to claim to be Native American with no credentials to attach to it. So what gives them the right to be even a part of any larger conversation than that alone? That's my problem with it. When they start getting into the historical aspects of creation stories, for the Lenape, it would be the Wallum or the Shawnees, and you hear about it. You hear about it in regards to the Muskogee Creek all the time, the Seminole all the time. But that's irrelevant. My point is these people are taking claims to things yet have no idea. Like the other day, I heard several people attach themselves to the American Indian movement, but couldn't tell me who Dennis Banks or Clyde Bellecourt or Russell Means were. I found that highly ironic. They couldn't even tell me about the actual movement alone, about different groups coming together and creating the formation of AIM. It was idiotic. And then when you bring it up, you get racial slurs, mongoloids. It's ludicrous at this point dealing with these people. So, you know, if you look at it on a correct basis, you can round them all together, and we can legally classify them as CPAIN, which they would be categorized as a corporation posing as an indigenous nation, just like any 501c3 nonprofit would be, who is pretending to be Indian yet has no legal credentials. So.
Right.
So I mean, that's kind of how I'm perceiving it to look at it. They are speaking. A lot of them, we do us. They think us as people. It's weird how they look at it. Their perception base is very off. It reminds me of, like you said, Dr. York or Taj Tariq Bey or any of these goofy people. But they take claims to being freedmen of like the Seminole Creek or the Muskogee or the Chickasha or the Choctaw, but they don't have the paperwork. Wouldn't you think Whiteout, if they were freedmen, that they would have some sort of citizen identification in regards to their claims? And it's really, at the end of the day, it's not about what you claim, it's about who claims you as a whole. And if you don't have nothing stating your claims or the claims in general, what gives you the right to speak on those specific peoples, their history, their criteria, their arts, their music, etc.? I feel like you should be tried in court for misrepresentation and infringement, because at that point, they're hindering my constitutional rights as a member of a nation. Um, they're speaking for my history. They're selling T-shirts with the names on it, which the name alone is patented and protected. So it's just these sort of things. They urge me, and at the end of the day, is the bigger picture is we can round them up as a whole, whether they like it or not, and try. We could take them to tribal courts and try them for slander and defamation to the nations. That's the bigger picture, everything, and it's going to take a lot of people within Indian country to create a motion and a resolution to deal with people who are not from Indian country or have no ties to it. Whether you're a freedman or whether you're an American Indian citizen of that nation, or whether you're a citizen but not of the American Indian Party, because we know that some tribes do have classification systems, especially New York tribes that came west. Um, we know the history there. We got books on it. So, long story short, that's kind of where we're at with this. We don't really want to debate these people. All we want to do is put conversation forth, the truth, the reality of things, and the misrepresentation that they have accumulated over the years, which is false, and redirect the right narrative and put it in the right hands. That would be the proper thing that I believe. But what would you think?
So I can't say I'm surprised. Russell Means once said that in the United States of America, the American Indian can be anything he wants except American Indian. The United States is a cultureless society. And because they're cultureless, when people awaken and they want to know who they are, rather than understanding the truth, it's much easier to romanticize these notions and somehow think that American Indians, sovereign people, the real sovereign people, somehow have some type of privilege. We fought for everything that we have. And to go ahead and correct you, I'm not going to give the full story and the history of the American Indian movement, because I know a lot of these turds are listening and they're writing things down and they're going to use it to their own advantage. But
Yeah, we don't want them to know what's inside is for the inside, and for the outsiders' perception is for them and not for us.
Right. Well, let me just say this. The American Indian movement started in Stillwater Penitentiary in 1968. It came from the bowels of prison, and it was started by three men. I will not name them, but those three men had an entire goal, and that goal was to act in defense of Native people, any place, anywhere, anytime, except they were still partly colonized. And I say that to respect to my late cousin, Russell Means. He woke up later on in his life because they still recognize that border. That's another thing these Wabos don't understand. These borders were man-made. Every border we have, including states, weren't existing back then. So the fact that they can claim this so-called Oklahoma territory, all of these territories are recent. No, it's not going to take a large apparatus. I'm meeting with the cultural affairs director on Monday from the BIA during my lunch break at work, and I'm going to go ahead and start filing on Empress Rarebird and on all these other turd bags personally, because it's our constitutional right according to Article 6. Every indigenous person can do it.
Do me a favor, put Phoenix Moon's name on there for me.
Definitely. We're gonna have them enforced because the BIA has their own police. They will go out and issue harassment citations. If it does not quit, then they will go to prison, and that's where they belong, as far as I'm concerned. This is genocide. It's not harassment. This is genocide. When they can take pictures of Sitting Bull, one of my ancestors, Photoshop it and make him black, there's a problem. And especially when the people are sitting on the sidelines that are entertained by this. There's white people that are entertained, there's black people that are entertained, and there's natives that are allies that are so scared to be called racist that they don't want to intervene. I would rather be a racist than a colonizer. That's fine with me.
And that's understandable. When it comes to these predicaments and the situations that are occurring, I totally agree. And I'm going to be honest, I was born in 93, so I was kind of, came into this situation a little late. In 2018, 2019, I started taking it serious in regards to us dealing with the Wabos. But from what I'm seeing, it's illiterate in regards to them, and it's time to put them in court and try them in tribal courts. They think that we have no authority outside the unceded territories, and that is legally false. We can exercise our treaty rights anywhere we feel to please as Native Americans, no matter the nation.
Brother, it gets deeper than that. I could teach both of you how to free yourself from the system and give back your social security numbers. I could teach you guys all of that. All you stand on is international law and treaty.
Yeah, and that's all it is. That's all I exercise. It's just the crazy part is these people are, I don't know, bro. When it comes to us dealing with the Wabos, like I said, I came up young in the knowledge of this, but it's something serious to look at. They're literally taking my ancestors. I can go back to my 10th generational grandfather, the chief of all the Algonquin speakers, Chief Tamani, Turtle Clan chief, and they try to designate him as a black man. They took his description from Sir Heckwelder. I think he was some type of Germanite, and took that description and twisted the narrative on it, saying that, in fact, that he was documented copper colored, but they were trying to say that he was more African and so Mongoloid and etc. But that's been recorrected. Long story short, it's a whole lot of nonsense that's going on. But what do you see in the near future legal terms happening with this Wabo community?
Well, to be honest, I see the first tribunal of genocide taking place with these Wabo leaders. They need to be tried for genocide and thrown in Guantanamo Bay and treated like terrorists.
And
That's what they are.
can we blame religion for taking part in this?
Oh, absolutely. We can blame religion. We can blame patriotism. We can blame corporations. We can blame colonialism. We can blame capitalism. We can blame all the isms.
Okay, yes, sir. Totally makes sense because if we notice the Moorish Science Temple, Dr. York, and then we got let me ask you, have you ever heard of Mormon research advocate Wayne May? And if so, how do you feel about him?
I think he's a turd too. I don't think that we're any lost tribes from Israel. What they don't talk about is the ghost haplogroups that are only found in Turtle Island. My own personal theory, I think life started here and branched out. That's why they're trying to keep everything a secret from us. That's why they don't want us to know, because perhaps since the out of Africa theory has already been debunked, right, a long time ago, they don't want to talk about the ghost haplogroups. They don't want to talk about the mitochondrial structures that aren't found anywhere else on the planet. They don't want to talk about hemoglobin X2b that nobody else has other than us and the Palestinian people. They don't want to talk about those things because it throws their whole concept into disarray. And in fact, the term mongoloid, copper colored, the fact they're putting so much emphasis on skin tone reflects ideologies of a man named Hermann Himmler and a man named Adolf Hitler. And they created something called the Nazi movement. They sound like a bunch of Nazis, bro.
What people with colonizer mindsets is what we're dealing with. And what's crazy is these people, some of them have 500,000 subscriptions, some of them got 250,000. Point is, at this point, with that amount of populist followers and subscriptions, these people are considered terrorists to the American Indians, to Indian country at this point. I am American Indian myself, so I don't mean to sound like I'm not American Indian, but what I'm saying is they're terrorists at this point. They're miscrutinizing the education as far as aligning themselves with academic institutions who are also taking part in this. So I don't know, man. It's a waste of time, but then again, it's something to take serious. It's something bothering. It's a distraction from my ceremony and my education. So it is a form of terrorism. They're restricting me and redirecting me from what I need to do.
This is treason, and treason is punishable by death.
Yep. Indeed. And I feel these people are being exposed. There's some big ones out there. I'm pretty aware, you're sure of Dane Calloway, as we spoke, Top Cats, and all these other ones, Umar Johnson, a former pretendian. So these are all the same people under the same groups. So if we can't go after individuals, do you think we can go after religious organizations or corrupt academic institutions
We're
for?
going after all of them. You know, all it takes is for enrolled members to step up and start putting in cases. And the BIA has their own police. The FBI has their own specific judicial arm for this. And we also have our treaty councils back home that can issue resolutions. If enough of our treaty councils stepped up and put out calls for the arrest of these erasures, right, these people promoting these lies, these people will go to jail for 10, 20, 30, 40 years.
And please, not for me, but can you please address to the public, how hard is it to file a petition to your councilman and president in regards to fighting these pretending? For me, it was incredibly tough, but it was very simple in getting people together to agree. How hard was it for you, or how hard would you assume it to be for others?
It's not hard, brother. People just need to understand that there's the forms are already out there. The BIA on their website already has forms for us to file and email right away. There's PDFs we can sign and file. It's just going to take people having the bravery to do it.
So you heard them, people, to the panel. So all you have to do is go to the BIA website, click on their filters, find the tabs that he is speaking on, and easily fill out the applications, and those will be reviewed. I know that's possible. I'm from the Delaware Nation. We don't deal with the BIA, so things happen a little bit differently. My tribal courts are a little bit more independent from the than other nations. So every time I file a petition, I have to pay $1,000, write a motion, have the motion signed by 35 plus people, review it with the general counsel, executive council, get it approved by the president, vice president, and when that happens, they create a official resolution to respond to these things. And one of them that we created was, as I said before, was CPAIN, Corporations Posing as Indigenous Nations. The Cherokee Nation, the Delaware Nation, all three of the Shawnee Nations, the Caddo Nation, the Yuchi. There's several nations that are taking part in regards to this situation, and they're not playing any games about it. When it comes to Afro-Indigenous, I believe our tribal politicians are well educated. They're well paid. Some presidents and chiefs are paid over $300 a day to overview anyone's motions in regards to motions or resolutions in total, the petitions in total. So this is what we need to do: is start filing motions and resolutions and ideas on what we need to do as a whole to end what's going on. And it starts with conversation amongst all of us, and then all of us addressing the politics, tribal politics, and for tribal politics to push forward the fact that they're combating people who are going to be classified or titled under anything in regards to the criteria of CPAIN. There's several ways we can do it. We go after 501c3 nonprofits. We go after anything that has anything that's worthwhile. But far as my nation, we dealt with a lot of unrecognized tribes. We've dealt with a lot of state recognized tribes, and we have deep history, negatives and positives in regards to situations and how we dealt with them. But what I'm saying is, simply off writing a motion or resolution, we can start this process as a whole and taking care of the wild
Can I
post.
say something before I forget?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So for the 501c3s we want to go after, that's pretty simple. All somebody needs to do is request an audit from the IRS. And when they do an audit, they'll check the legitimacy of those owners of those nonprofits. And if they don't have any true indigenous blood and they're claiming NA, Native American owned status, they'll get shut down, fined, sued, and go to jail.
Yeah, so what happened, there were some tribes out in Pennsylvania that were doing that. One was known as Bighorn, what was it? Bighorn Lenni Lenape Nation of Pennsylvania, and they had a subgroup known as Thunder Mountain Lenape. And pretty much they had a 501c3. That 501c3 was attempting to get involved with NAGPRA, historical artifacts, relics, you name it. So we ended up shutting them down. My tribe went after the nonprofit. The IRS ended up killing their contract and released their contract information to the tribe. And then there's other nations that we went after that were 501c3 nonprofits. Long story short, we had tribes that were creating we had nonprofits that were presenting themselves to be American Indians, even though they're a business entity. And what they were doing was saying, and I don't want to say it like this, but they were saying they were a certain name, and in regards to that certain name, it already exists. So how can you be something that already existed? But we already know these people are American Indian, but they're trying to be independent. The problem is they belong to already existing nations. So what gives them the right to be a new nation?
They look, here's something that would scare them and push them back. Next time they have their powwows, let's just show up with our sage and our drums. They can come to our reservations with AR-15s because they're ignorant, and children respond accordingly with emotions. We're spiritual beings having a temporary human experience. We respond with prayer in our medicine, and our ancestors work accordingly. And another thing that I would like to see is for this turd bag moon and this turd bag rare bird for us to show up at their houses and just camp out on their lawns, burn sage, pray. Like they're harassing us.
Yeah, that's my biggest thing is I don't have a problem with state recognized tribes. I actually got a lot of relatives that are part of state recognized tribes that I've traced my lineage back to or with, and it parallels. It's the problem is when you have unrecognized groups creating problems, and then it somehow the state recognized get interfered, and now those unrecognized group created a whole problem for the state recognized. Now the state recognized are being shitted on because of it. That's happened before. Specifically in Pennsylvania, it's happened. They've done so much that the state recognized in New Jersey been penalized or looked at a certain way, or is nothing but prejudice. But the reality, the moral of the story is I think we need to take the unrecognized more seriously and literally educate the general public on corporations posing as indigenous nations. You can find it on Wikipedia. And what I mean by that is, signifying, because if you look at a lot of the albos that are highly populated with subscriptions, etc., they are 9 out of 10, and we've already done the math. They're claiming a tribe that's listed as unrecognized. So if you're listed as a tribe that's unrecognized, why don't we figure out what 501c3 nonprofit they're attached to, which we've already done, and go after them? We've already done.
You know, look, that dope boy is making comments about somebody named Dope Boy in the comments. He's talking about how Africa supposedly has the oldest skulls, and that's been debunked. They found relatives here on this island that go way back to about 80,000 years. And they say the out of Africa happened around 70,000 years ago. So tell me how that time frame lines up if we're all from Africa.
And it's hard to explain because I don't want to have contention with anybody, but hold up. Let me say this. It's not the case.
No. Let me say this. That conversation is a standard conversation that is had on all these Wobbles channels.
Right? I know it's stupid. I just wanted to say it.
Yeah. So I wanted to preface with, when you made your statement about America, you said it was your opinion, did you not?
It is my opinion,
right?
That life on planet Earth came from Turtle Island, and especially the Aztec, Mayan, and Inca empires. They started in the north and went to the south. That is my opinion.
Okay,
and I agree with that 100%.
Now this is the thing, but this is the thing I want to be able to demonstrate to people. His opinion, whether you agree with it or not, it's his opinion. Trying to now create a conversation or argument over someone's opinion is not going to be fruitful. I'd rather continue with the conversation that's going to be fruitful. See what I'm saying? And this is how these people, this is what they do. They sidetrack the conversation with a conversation that they're equipped to have. I want to continue on with the conversation we're having.
Well, you know, sometimes children only know their ABCs up to D, and clearly Dope Boy only knows his ABCs up to D.
Yep.
Absolutely.
That's crazy. Now, let me ask you this. White House. So I'm Lenape, obviously, and I don't know how your tribe would preference it, but I was told from all the Siouan that they are children of the Ojibwe and the Sioux. Would you agree to that?
Can you say that one more time? Because I thought I heard something that was completely ridiculous, and in the background I was seeing Michael Jackson do Thriller. Can you say that again?
So, in regards to the Sioux creation story, whether it's Lakota or Dakota, it said that you guys go back to the Ojibwe and the Ho Chunk people. That those would be technically your guys' ancestral ties.
No. We come from the Algonquin-speaking people. We actually came from Canada. The story they like to say is we're from Wind Cave, but we had a brutal war with the Anishinaabe and the French for over 100 years. It was called the Long Knives War. They chased us all through Canada and pushed us into the territorial borders of what is now called the United States. When we got to the border, we broke into 3 arrows. One arrow pushed the Cheyenne and the Arapaho out of the Black Hills. The other arrow went down to Kentucky, and the final arrow settled in the Midwest.
Okay, and that totally makes sense. All right. So you said that your people derive from Algonquin speakers, and I totally agree with that. I don't disagree with that because the reason I don't think I'm trying to antagonize you or have contention. I'm trying to ask you certain questions that are prevalent to my tribe's creation story to make things make sense for the general people.
Gang. It's all love. It's all love.
So the Lenape.
Hold up. No, hold up. Listen.
Turtle Gang, let me do this right quick. So the Lenape, amongst all the Algonquin-speaking nations, whether it's Potawatomi, Ottawa, Ojibwe, Menominee, etc., we are known as the grandfather nation genetically, traditionally, historically. All right. So in regards to that, the Ojibwe, which are the knowledge keepers of the Algonquin speakers, the Bear Clan, I would say, their story for the Sioux, and this goes for the Ho Chunk, that they're that pretty much the makeup of the Sioux were two. I forget the whole story, but they even got a story on it. It was 2 or 3 boys that left the Ojibwe. They ended up in the plains, and then I don't know where the women come around, but those 3 boys ended up making the Lakota, Nakota, and Dakota.
Look, the word Sioux is derived from our enemies. Sioux means snake. Our name is Sayong. Saoun. Sayong. And
the Sayong. My apologies.
Nakota and Dakota are language dialects. When we came to the plains, the Oglala, because there was many bands that we were called.
Yeah. And I'm only and sorry if I'm not finishing my words. I meant to say the Lakota, Nakota, and Dakota speakers because I'm aware that the point is I'm just saying that from a general standpoint for those who aren't aware or educated in regards we're talking about. Once again, my apologies.
No, it's okay. So no, nothing but love, brother. You never have to apologize. Even our Chanumpa came from a woman, right? And it wasn't the white buffalo calf woman. The Chanumpa was given to us as an alliance by the Cheyenne because they were going to adopt us to become the Lakota dog soldiers. That's why the Battle of Little Bighorn happened. It didn't happen because Custer just discovered us on a ridge. Why do you think the Mandan, the Arikara, the Cheyenne, and the Lakota and the Crow were all there? Because they were going to be adopted into the Cheyenne Warrior Society, the dog soldiers.
Yeah. My cousin's wife, her family are part of the Dog Soldier Society. I'm pretty familiar with them. They're Southern Arapaho out of El Reno, Oklahoma.
Okay, we're Lakota dog soldiers. We're called the Muscada.
Okay.
And I won't say anymore because I can already hear the pens and the papers scratching down everything I'm saying.
Yeah. No,
it's too advanced for them.
No, and I respect that. I don't want them to know everything. I don't want the outside. They're not supposed to. We're technically not even really supposed to be speaking on them sort of things to an extent. But it's all right. It's all right to for a light conversation, nothing heavy.
They'll be more concerned with your opinion. Trust me. You see that. You wanted to talk about your opinion.
And no, and this is the thing. I do believe majority of the tribal nations were created here. But it is a fact, and I just want to say this because my aunt is the Grand Chief of all the Delaware, and she understands the creation story well. And what she clearly stated to the public on video is that the Lenape are over 30 years old, and in fact, they had 2 migrations into the Americas coming from Asia, and in fact, they are the ancestors of majority of the tribal nations today. If you look at the history, I don't know if you would agree or disagree with that, but that's from a Lenape standpoint.
I don't think we have any Asian blood because again, it would come up in our DNA.
No, and I agree with that. But the thing is I said that we came to the Americas over 30,000 years ago, so we would predate anything that was Asian.
We've been here longer than that. You know,
Yeah.
here's what these idiots don't understand. Clearly, a lot of people don't grow gardens because if they did, they would realize that you can't grow watermelons outside in Alaska.
Yeah. And I clearly understand.
People think that people don't belong to land regions naturally, like their plants, like their trees, like their animals that are already there. What, they think this was just a barren landscape that all of a sudden that we people just wanted to migrate somewhere and come here? That's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard in my life. Go find a dandelion in Saudi Arabia and I'll believe you.
Yeah, and I 100% agree with you. These people are clowns. They want to speak on our history, yet they lack the knowledge of it.
You can't even call them clowns, bro, because clown's a sacred term. They're not good enough to be clowns. These guys are
devils. They're devils. They're demons, bro. In all reality,
that's what they are. They're scum. All of them are scum, and anyone can come see me on any platform because if you want conflict, these two gentlemen are gentlemen. I'll give you what you want. You want to have high blood pressure and dream about me? I'll give it to you.
So, bro, let me tell you, bro. So, the Wabos actually believe humanity comes from America. That's one of their that's one of their main talking points.
But then, how did they come here? And if they traveled here, how is life from here?
No, they don't believe they travel here. They believe they came from the dirt right from here.
Wow, yeah, that's not true. Because the DNA proves it. I just go back to DNA.
Well,
I go back to haplogroups. I go back to my DNA structures.
They won't take DNA tests, but they won't hold everybody else accountable.
Because you know, you always believe in the tooth fairy until you catch your mom putting quarters under your pillow because you're fake sleeping.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you. So now, you know, I'm not sure how long we actually have you. So we wanted to just be able to give you a moment to talk a little bit about AIM Nomad, if you'd like to, if you even feel like you'd like to talk about that.
Brother, I not because there's so many infiltrators called Wabos watching. I would gladly tell your audience any day in a private conversation. I just don't want more people to try to manipulate and recreate what we've done because what we're doing is serious. Nomads are creators and destroyers of clubs. We're the 8th generation. I won't go any further than that. But if you want to condense this down to some real people that are infiltrators, I would be more than happy to share anything.
Absolutely. So we'll set something like that up. I definitely would like for some of my people that are, you know, that I know are a part of my community. I'm sure they would like to have that conversation.
And y'all two have patches when you're ready, bro.
Yeah, you ready? Yeah, we'll definitely holler at you about that. I'm more than interested.
Absolutely. So I just wanted to give people, like I said, people hear me talk, you know, and I talk from the perspective that I know things from my perspective, my unique situation, my family, right? They also hear Turtle Gang Midwest talk from his perspective, right? Very different from mine. Now it's another perspective, right? And this is a more of indicative of the perspective that these people don't encounter. You know what I mean? I want them to know how serious it is. And I think you have demonstrated to them how serious people take this. And that's more or less the message I wanted to send today.
Respect our right to exist or expect our resistance. We are legion. We are nomads. We do not forgive and we do not forget. Expect us.
No. And I'll put it like this, and it's not a threat, but the American Indian movement, especially the nomads, are nobody to fuck with. And that's why we don't want y'all to know. That's all I'm going to say. And it's the truth in disguise. Y'all don't want to fuck with the truth. It is dangerous. Politically, it is dangerous. Historically, it is dangerous. I appreciate you, Whiteout, coming on here and addressing the Wabos, and, you know, just giving me a short breakdown of who you are and what you're about and what your organization is about. Much respect and gratitude. And yeah, we'll definitely get people on here worthwhile for you to conversate with. We definitely have people that are above us that are in the conversation on foot, not just on media, but we're doing legal actions. We're taking legal actions. We have legal advisors paying attention. So yeah, dude, every what you did, what you said is well respected, and I agree with everything you said tonight. And I just want to say in my language, Wanishi, Anushik Wanishi K. In the Ojibwe dialect is Miigwech. So thank you, my brother. Appreciate it.
Well, Pilatanka, Pilamayayalo for you both. I'll say prayers and lay tobacco for both of you, your families, and everyone you know that's involved in this fight. And for the Wabos, I'll pray for you too. I'll just pray Iktomi serves his justice.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wanishi, Wanishi, Anusha, Kilamishi.
Well, Lagunta walking. Lagunta walking.
Well, thank you for having your time, bro. I don't want to cut you short, but I'm gonna get ready to hop off here in 2.5 dinner. But we'll be doing another build soon. I don't necessarily know how I want to go about it, but I was trying to address the American Indian movement because of the slander I heard, but giving up to information is critical, like White House says. So I think I'm gonna think twice on how to do that.
Yeah, there's enough information online for them to get an understanding of who the American Indian movement is.
Yeah,
there's documented historical, video of them.
Yeah, and their
response. And you know what? If they like getting stung by bees, let them come out with their fake shirts and their fake merchandise. Let them try to profit off of this. There's going to be big physical repercussions if that happens.
Yes, sir. Yeah, there is repercussions for that. You don't want to deal with the BIA, and if you got tribes that don't deal with the BIA, you do not want to deal with tribal government because their penalizations are way more heavy than any state or regular federal charge. You're talking about 10 years, 20 years added on top of whatever a normal charge is. And they do that for tension or for reason, not tension, but for reason. It's just something you don't fuck with. You don't fuck with our people. You don't fuck with our culture. You don't fuck with our tradition. We don't care who you are, how rich you are, how much money you got. You don't do it. When the Native American church gets involved, when anyone that has to do with the Native American church or Indian country gets involved, it bothers a lot of people, especially individuals like me. When you're antagonizing my people, you're antagonizing the history, you're photoshopping my people, you're photoshopping my grandfathers. That is illiterate, it's nonsense, and it's not agreeable. It shouldn't be doable. And those who have done it will be penalized to an extent. Whether I get your platform shut down, whether you get taken to tribal courts, it is in the process. Just over here we're collective, so that's what we're doing. We're being collective before we penalize. It's
never know. We just might show up in the area in our patches, and just know if we show up, you know what time it is.
And that's what they don't want to know, bro. That's what they don't need to know. And if they find out, and if they know, they're gonna find out the hard way. That's what I was trying to tell them. And they don't want us at their business. They don't want us at their place of residence. They don't want us at their job. They don't want us at their college. They don't. This is something they don't want. And they don't realize that the American Indian movement is not just in the Midwest. Whether you're nomads or any type of influencer or supporter or sympathizer, we have parties of people internationally who are on our side, who work with us, who demonstrate with us, who march with us, who politicize with us. So this is something that people need to be careful about speaking on, especially if you're a so-called urban Indian under self-determination, claiming to be a part of something that you have no clue of. And then you're coming off with a third grade Lexile comprehension level. That is dangerous. You put yourself in harm's way. And I'm not saying physically, but it could be politically. You could end up in prison for slander or anything. It's infringement. We have constitutional rights that protect us that no one else has. And these people are trying to exercise anything to corrupt it. And you can't corrupt something that's been put in place for thousands of years. That's just my whole end goal to it is how do you break something that really can't be broken? My people are still here at the end of the day. Regardless of the nation, we're all connected. And they don't know the truth on how closely connected we are. And I'm afraid to tell them or educate them on it, which there you go. You got Google. Now y'all want to know? Google
Look,
everything we
look,
talk
look,
about.
here's what I'm gonna say, and then I gotta go too. The only way you get rid of an infestation is to call an exterminator. And I
Yup.
hope it doesn't come down to that point because we have friends in one percenters and all throughout Turtle Island that'll come to our assistance. All we have to do is put out the smoke signal.
Yup. All we do is put out that smoke signal and the call has been made. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. You have a blessed night. God bless. Peace, canal.
You too, guys. Thank you very much.
Yep.
All
God
right, brother.
bless.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Peace canal.
All right, Turtle Gang, that was awesome. Thank you for having my guest on there, White Owl. So, for those who don't know, he is the founder of the American Indian Movement Nomads, 8th generation. He was speaking. He is serious. He is not a joke. He will be contacting the BIA as stated. And Phoenix Moon, your name will be put on that list. So if you get a letter in the mail, I do apologize, but you called for it, you got it. And all I want to say is the American Indian movement and their supporters, their sympathizers, their influencers are no joke. Indian country is no joke. The Lenape are no joke. The Lenape are serious. We have a war society. We have a warrior society. We still do today, no matter the nation. We have ceremony. We have songs. You cannot destroy that. And I don't. I just don't know anything further, Turtle Gang. We've done so much already today. I think it's been a great breakdown. I don't think we would lose in a debate towards these clowns. These infants, I should say. A conversation is a must. Education is a must. Uh, Arguing is illiterate. Raising your voice is illiterate, and I do apologize to anyone that's heard me raise my voice. But Turtle Gang, you got the mic, my man.
All right, bro. Listen, today's demonstration simply was an actual debate with people who aren't going to internalize the information and fucking admit where they're wrong. It's not going to be nothing. You're not going to grow from that. Like, it's enough information displayed today for them to see the error in their ways, or at least have a conversation about it. We've been live all day. I'm sure they could have popped up. It was popping up on my Facebook, popping up on my Facebook. Pop here. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
The thing is, I keep saying, y'all think it's about Turtle Gang. Oh, you ain't got no authority. You ain't got no authority. You ain't the authority on this. It ain't me you should be worried about. I keep trying to tell y'all for a long time. It ain't Turtle Gang.
And they think this is it. They think Indian country is not paying attention.
That's the point.
Look. I'm gonna go to show you because I come from a chief line, and I respect people when they know how to speak for themselves. White Owl is a founder of the American Indian Movement Nomads. Not just that, is he has a hereditary chieftain line he's a part of, and that is highly honored and respected, especially amongst his people. And what he said is not to take a joke. What I'm saying, everything he said is to be serious. He still maintains a cultural tradition. He is who he says he is, just as I said who I am. Just as Turtle Gang said who he is. We are one people. His creation story is his. Mine is mine. What he said was 100% correct today. Everything White Owl said today is 100% correct. You guys are not doing nothing but creating genocide and indigenous erasure. with colonized mindsets. You guys are literally taking everything that has been presented about us, factuated about us, documented about us, to use it against us. Who the fuck does that? The only people I know that have done that are the Wabos. We've had enough. Now, the people in Indian country, as I said, are paying attention. They've been paying attention, especially in Oklahoma. They are watching at a point where certain people are going to be tried again and again and again. People are going to end up in prison. No, I'm not an informant. Turtle Gang is not an informant. We are simply members of nations and tribes and bands tired of individuals claiming to be things they aren't, utilizing our information, slandering family photos, photographies of our elders, grandfathers, you name it. Um, also utilizing our history to benefit themselves in regards to presentations that they build on these platforms. It is nonsense. It is done with. We are done with it. Phoenix Moon ought to be lucky she doesn't go to prison for fraud. What she did was fraud. All I have to do is write a motion and she will be investigated. It is that simple. Whiteout made it clear it is easy. I I don't even have to have my tribal nation overview it. I could send a letter into the official American Indian Movement Grand Council and have them overview the letter, but they already told me 3 years ago they're not interested. It's a waste of time. But they have soldiers who are tired of it. They have warriors who are tired of it. They have organizations who won't put up with it. But the women in their societies don't want nothing to do with it because it has nothing to do with them. Long story short. I don't know, Turtle Gang. These people are clowns at this point. I don't know how you want to address this situation. They were talking about doing a debate, but I don't see a debate in the near future in regards to 1968. Because 1968 runs parallel to 1978 through 79, the Indian Freedom Religious Act. Civil rights. It's all civil rights. The Wabos are going to create a thing where the Native American churches are going to get involved. And if they get involved, organizations behind them get involved. And if the organizations behind them get involved, that's almost worse than a tribal politician alone going after you. That's what I'm telling people. You do not want to go to tribal courts. You do not want to deal with the American Indian Movement suing you or for defamation and slander upon the people. Indian country will not fall short from doing what they need to do to redirect the narrative. The narrative is that you guys are full of shit. Top Cats, you're full of shit. Dane Calloway, you're full of shit. Phoenix Moon, you're full of shit. A1's full of shit. BAP's full of shit. There's so many people that are full of shit. Not just them. Religion, the Moorish Science Temple, all respect to Islam, but Dr. York, full of shit. Who else was under Dr. York? There's so many people under him that were full of shit. That means Ishmael Bey, guess what? You're full of shit. The Mormon church is full of shit. Everything they utilize comes from American Indian history alone. So they're full of shit. They're birds full of shit. What happens when a bird is full of shit? They cannot fly. If they can't fly, they end up dying. What happens if they can't move or get to the grits for their digestion? And what happens if they can't digest their food because they ended up overeating? They die. They explode. They implode. Yeah. Birds full of shit is whatever they all are. That's all I have to say, Turtle Gang. I don't know. It's so serious. Look, we got our own people listening in. We got the colonizers listening in. We got Wabos listening in. We got religious organizations listening in. This shit is fucking nuts.
We got Jace Laurent.
Jace Laurent, what up, bro?
He not even listening, but he pulled up.
What's up, though?
Yeah, you good? You got yourself on mute.
Yo.
Crybabies. My
State
mother,
your business. Nah, I'm fucking with you.
Identified and sheep blood. Do you know there's a lot of hidden history here? What are you talking about? If that's the case, Rainwater, you should be up here with us. What are you talking about? Why are you like, if you have all that ancestry, then what's the problem? Like, what? We are championing your ancestry. Do you have a problem with that?
Yes, sir. Hey, brother, man, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna be right back. Run this shit.
All right. What's good, Jace? How you been, bro? Got yourself on mute. All right, got yourself on mute. Well, so yeah, this shit was just about showing y'all, like, listen, you be arguing with Turtle Gang.
Yeah, I'm back. What's good, my bro?
Okay, all right. Yeah, I was just trying to say that people have been arguing with Turtle Gang, taking shots at me, slandering me, and then doubling down and slandering the people and calling motherfuckers all these names for all these years. And guess what? Hold up. The bigger you get, you start to get more views and you're growing, right? And then you want to make it about like it's about somebody being jealous. No, you're growing, which means you're getting more attention, which means more people are seeing you. Now what? As your shit starts to get circulated through social media, there's other people that are offended by the shit you're saying too. It ain't just me. So this is what you did. Like, just met this brother. You know what I'm saying? This is our second kind of conversation with him. And he brought exactly the energy I've been trying to tell y'all people got. There's people out there that got that real energy about this because they're really connected. I've been telling y'all, every person that y'all talk about, every picture that you show, them people got ancestors and they still here. So now you done tried to attach yourself to something and discredit a whole movement of people. Guess what? It's descendants of them people, whether it be organizational descendants or actual blood descendants. It's people that carry on those traditions. They're going to get tired of hearing all that shit. And we at that point. So this is what I'm saying. Like, you want to debate? Let's go have debates around people who really know this information. And then you'll see it's not a debate.
Bro, we could schedule stuff at Princeton. We could schedule stuff at Rutgers. We could schedule stuff at Claremont. We could schedule debates at any academical college in New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, no problem. But the question is, they're going to question another's GPA level before it even happens. And none of you guys are going to make bar. That's the point.
They're not going to be qualified to have the conversation. It would be like this. I'm trying to say, like, y'all not qualified to have this conversation.
I will have certified historians from an academical institution come be the judge to our debate. We could really attest to see who wins. And I guarantee it, no one out of Turtle Gang Entertainment will lose. We will clown you like it's a circus because we know the truth of reality. We know the truth in history. We know the truth in our family. We know the truth in our organizations. We know the truth in how we operate, why we operate, how we operate. So who are you to take claims to something without having any identification? Who are you to say this, and that without being authentically that and benefit from it? You guys are panhandling on YouTube, speaking my tribal history, doing bogus ass third party presentations. Like, who the fuck does that? At this point, you guys are bums. I already gave all the names off. There's many more names. Many, 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 many more. And I want to know who this is on our platform. My apologies, but this could be Topcast, Dane Calloway, any goofy sitting up here.
And the usually is one of them. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
But
yeah,
I ain't concerned with that. They hear what's going on. However they hear it, I don't. This is for the documentation, yo. People to get it when they get it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. When y'all get to speaking on Chief Tamani, when y'all get to speaking on Newcomer or Wide Eyes, when y'all get to speaking on Jim Ned, John Connor, Black Beaver, Captain Patterson, Jim Bob, Johnson Bob, Joe Harry, Jack Harry. These are all my grandfathers and great uncles down the line. Any Delaware chief that has been a Delaware, I am connected to, whether he is Turtle Clan, Wolf Clan, or Turkey Clan. Present to or historically to present. My apologies. But what I'm saying is, you cannot fool a fool who's already been fooled. People in my own nation try to create lies about their family, and they can't lie about it. I'm a real truth seeker. I'm a real knowledge keeper. I'm a real knowledge collector. I am collective when it comes to my history. I am collective when it comes to Native American Indian history. Topcast think he's smart, but he's smart from a collective colonized mindset. He has the education from the colonizer. You name it. From all I know, his education is general. Anyone can go to school and does what he does. Topcast cannot do what I do. He can't get 500,000 people together in one night. Guarantee it. He can't call help for when he really needs it. He's a pussy. He's a keyboard warrior who's afraid to step outside. Crip this, crip that, blood this, blood that. Fuck that gang shit. The gang shit is for children. We are grown men dealing with organizations, whether it is educational, religious, whatever it may be, political. We are dealing with them on hand. You know what I mean? Like I said, I got many relatives taking part in this. I've done so much on foot. Ain't no one for to whoop me in a debate. Ain't no one for to outspeak me in a conversation. Nor Norris Francis Branham, nor Two Hearts, nor
This is the
Strawwalker,
thing.
nor
This is
any
the
of my
thing,
people.
though.
So
This is the thing, though. Like, we wouldn't need to debate. We would just need to have conversations.
no,
So, like,
cool.
truthfully,
It's running
debating.
dialogue. It's running dialogue on the
No.
proper
Listen.
platform.
No, what I'm saying is they don't understand that. They coming from the confrontational perspective, not from let's have a conversation and see where, you know what I mean? And then when we get to the points where we don't agree, then we debate that. Let's have conversations. Let's find some normal ground, some equal ground. Let's have conversations. Let's see some things we can agree on. You know what I'm saying? They want to get to the debate. But the thing is, the debate, like, it's not a debate. Like, it's literally, it says it, like, it literally says it. You feel me? Like, there's a reason why you have Title II and Title VIII. There's a reason. This stuff is so basic. The only thing you want to do is try and talk some craziness and misdirect the conversation to make it appear like it's a debate. But you can't debate what's written. You can't debate that you are trying to access a federal law without the criteria to match. What would it take to see what I'm saying? You can't say you are American Indians when it says American Indians in this federal law are federally recognized tribes. That's what it says. So how can you not be that, but claim that law is pertaining to you? It don't work that way, bro. I try to simplify it. It's like saying I play for the NFL, and then you ask the person what team they are, and they're like, not any team. I'm just the NFL. What position are you? I'm the quarterback. Well, what team? What you mean? My grandma told me I was a quarterback. See what I'm saying? It's the same conversation to me. Like, what the fuck? If you say you're this, why can't you simply just fucking show it? Why do we got to rearrange the whole world so now you can fit within this criteria of what an Indian is? Why we got to fucking, you know what I mean? Jump all into the conspiracy bag, got to this and that, and you know what I'm saying? Why can't we just simply say This my people. Boom, boom, boom. And it's that simple. Why do we got to turn the world upside down? I ain't have to turn the world upside down to identify my ancestors. I didn't have to say the Korean War didn't happen. I didn't have to say fucking Africa, slaves never came here. I didn't have to say
Y'all act like we got stabbed up 20 times by a gauntlet to be Lenape. Like that's not the case. That's not the case. This is birth made. I was born in this shit. Turtle Gang has peoples that have communities that are kind of isolated, if you ask me, that have over 5 communities in 2 different states. And within those communities, bro, y'all ain't finna run in there saying this shit, period. Regardless of if I'm off topic or what. He has 5 communities he can go to, and they know who he is. They know what it's about. He was
everybody know
birthed
who
in
I am.
He was birthed in this shit. What do you mean? But I'm pretty sure as a kid he went to Canada. He went to Wisconsin or some sort of that nature.
What's up in Canada? But this ain't got nothing to do with what you reading. I'm looking at bro said AIM don't get along with the BIA. Yeah, AIM doesn't get along. That's why
they don't get over. That's why they took over the BIA headquarters in DC.
Yeah,
What the fuck are y'all talking about? No, my tribe don't deal with the BIA either because of the 2009 between 2004 and 2014. My family we were part of the coal belt problem, and in regards to the coal belt problem, the BIA were taking money from us. So my grandpa was receiving money from the BIA back in the 60s and the 70s, and coming to find out they were shorting him out. So say his check was supposed to be 30, 40, 50 grand. He was only getting 12,000. So now my grandfather has umpteen grandkids. Now all the money he missed out on was divided between all his grandkids. So my dad and his first cousins and their uncles and aunties, whoever still remains alive. And so that happened. And after that happened, we just found out so much more that the BI was doing. They were stealing oil money. They were stealing casino profits. They were stealing grants that were given to the federal government for us. So they manipulated that. They were doing all kinds of things. So there came a point in the time where Delaware Nation pretty much said enough is enough. We're not going to deal with you guys. We're not going to let you guys operate for under us or above us. So we became independent from the BIA. I might be mistaken, but the Delaware Tribe of Indians done the same thing. I'm not quite sure because they're under the authority of the Cherokee Nation, but I know for Delaware Nation of Anadark, Oklahoma, we don't deal with the BIA because we know the BIA are frauds. We don't trust them. There's honest people that work for them, and there's people that are frauds. My auntie worked for the BIA for over 30 years, and she told me stories of what they were doing. She was one of the honest ones. But my dad, when he got that coal belt check, it was over $14,000. Now, take that 14 and times it by, well, you got to think. He has, if you in the Indian way, he has 3 other fathers and 2 other mothers. The Indian way, well, aunties. If you want to look at them like that, however you want to look at them. So, and with all their kids, you're looking at about 17 people. So do 14,000 times 17, and that was the amount of money that they stole from my grandfather alone, not including my grandma Dora Connor, Delaware. She had about the same amount taken from her. So you're talking about over hundreds of thousands of dollars. After taxes and after dividends and all that stuff. So we don't fuck with the BIA. When it comes to certain things, yeah, they still have say in NAGPRA issues and UNDRIP issues and enrollment issues, but it doesn't affect my people. But other tribes, yeah, it does. Some tribes still operate with them. Some tribes, legal operations like law enforcement are based under them. But no, my people are all independent, bro. So
Yeah. Now, let me just say this, right? Because we're gonna get out of here soon. Chase Laurent, you there? You just
Yeah. Sorry, bro.
oh
Earlier, I had
no,
to.
no, yeah. Nah, that's cool, bro. How you been, man?
Man, I've been good, bro. Got married. Got my
Oh,
own house now.
congratulations.
Uh,
Okay.
I work for myself now too. Like I've been in maintenance for like the last 8 years, and me and my business partner on the dog breeding, we made our own maintenance company. So I've been busy, man, for real. Like
Oh,
I really
great, good for you, man. That's what's good, bro. Definitely happy for
definitely,
you.
bro.
Congratulations to you and your wife. You know what I mean? Other than that, how things going? You know what I mean? How the music going?
Man, everything's going good, man. Like music's still going. I slowed down on everything, man, because the whole genealogy thing. I spent a lot of money on just getting to the point where I'm at right now.
Mm-hmm.
And we've made a lot of like connections with people. Right now, like I told you, when I last seen you in October, we out in Oklahoma. I know you just was recently out this way.
Yeah.
So we've reached out to like the Freemen, the Choctaw Freemen. We're in contact. I think you might know the lady. Her name is Angela Walton Raji. She's one of those like big professors of like the Freedmen history and the African American Native connections in Oklahoma.
Oh no, but I like to talk to her though.
Yeah, so like me and bro, we figured some things out. My family was part of the Scullyville settlement in Oklahoma, so we still reaching out to family. You guys said it's gonna take a while. You ain't just gonna figure this all out in a year or two. I'm on year 5 right now, so
It's continuous. You're gonna keep learning and learning. Like, you know what I mean?
And you got you. Hey, so I'm Turtle Game Midwest. I don't mean to cut you off, but
Yeah, you
bro,
good.
5 years is a long ways. I can tell you. I wasn't raised in Anadark, Oklahoma, but that's where my people are from. So I learned from them from a different perspective. But I was raised around my culture in different locations within the United States. Long story short, learning is not easy. For me to understand oral traditions, my family genealogy, individual ancestors' histories, physical descriptions, etc. You know, all that takes time, and I give you kudos for that, bro, because I'm over 15 years in doing actual academical research about my people, and it's not easy, bro. So I give you kudos for doing that for yourself.
hey, man, I appreciate that, man. I'm in the Midwest as well. I'm from Kansas City, so
Ooh.
if there's
You been up?
anything,
You been
yeah.
up to Wisconsin?
You said what?
You been up to Wisconsin?
Nah, I've never been to Wisconsin, but I'm from the Midwest though.
Yeah. So yeah, we got Delaware relatives out there in Lawrence, Kansas, and we got some right outside of Kansas City. They're unrecognized. They're trying to be their own tribal entity, but they belong to already existing tribes in Oklahoma. So those tribes in Oklahoma pretty much said, no, y'all can't create your own nation when you belong to an already existing nation. So we gave them options, but we got a large community out there. We actually own a 14,000 acre buffalo ranch out there in Lawrence. I don't know if you ever heard of it or been around it, but
Nah,
yeah,
but Lawrence, I'm familiar with Lawrence. My brother and my wife graduated from there. I've had family graduate from there, babysitters and all. I go to Lawrence pretty often, so yeah, I know I'm very familiar with the area.
yeah, we definitely got people. You ever like educationally? Have you ever learned about the Delaware specifically residing in Kansas historically?
Nah, I never knew that. I never even knew they was out here. I
Yeah,
thought they
so
was in Oklahoma. I only know a lot of things that
so yeah,
I'm one of Turtle Gang's little homie, so
yeah.
I know everything from like what he has put on the platform.
Yeah. And no, I'm just curious because you're from that way. So I just had to ask. The reason I just say that is because before we ended up in Texas and Oklahoma, we actually, one of our largest reservations was out in Kansas. And then the Shawnee and the Delaware ended up getting kicked out of Kansas some of our people ended up going back to northern Wisconsin, and then the other 2/3 ended up going to Texas with the other absentee Delaware, and some ended up going to the Cherokee Nation to become citizens of the Cherokee. But they're their own nation today. They're their own tribe today, but they're under the authority of the Cherokee Nation. They're known as the Delaware Tribe of Indians, Bartlesville, Oklahoma, right, like an hour from Tulsa. I don't know if you heard of that. But yeah, we got family all over, bro. Turtle Gang got Norris has family all over that he don't even know about, that I'm a little educated on. So I mean, yeah, bro, that's cool as hell, man.
Hey, nah, I appreciate that, man. Well, I'll definitely tap in with y'all, especially if you're in the Midwest. I do the same things as Turtle. Like I film
Yeah,
photography, video
yeah.
edit.
So
If there's any way I
Yo,
can help
hold
out, I can
up.
get the message out.
No. Maybe y'all should hook up and do the video at the mounds out there.
Yeah, because I live 15, like literally I live 15 minutes from Aslan State Park. And then I don't know if you heard about the pyramid under Rock Lake. I live 15 minutes from that. And then we got Sauk County Baraboo, where we got Man's Mound and all the turtle and bird mounds. And then right here where I'm living in Madison, Wisconsin, it's the home of the bird mounds. We got the biggest bird mound in the world here. And then we got 30 other bird mounds around town. Then I could take you out to Muscadet, Wisconsin, which is an hour away. I used to live out there when I was a kid. My stepdad, my mom's ex-husband, lived out there, from out there. But long story, they got FUG mounds out there. They got Indian caves out there. They got Blue Mounds Cave out here near me, 10 minutes away. Also, there's Serpent Mounds. There's Bear Mounds. We got all the mounds out here. And I think you'd like them. I think the primary one, besides going to like Illinois or Missouri, would be Ashland State Park out there in Jefferson, Wisconsin. It's 15 minutes from me. I get on Stoughton Road Highway 51. I go down there a quarter mile, turn on Buckeye. You take Buckeye all the way to Jefferson. You're there in 10 minutes. I go there for the car shows. But they got a state park out there. They look like pyramids. They got two pyramids out there. It's next to the lake, and then they got the Princess Mound, Shell Mound, and then there's several other little mounds around it. And then if you read everything properly, there's a historic mound out there. It's documented in books, like when you're reading about Aslan. But they were talking about a circle-like mound that's surrounded by corn. Well, if you're on the main road of Ashland State Park is on one side, and then you got the river next to it. But if you go to the other side, there's a farmer who never touches it, and he has it marked off. But he has the main mound there. They call it King's Mound, and it's surrounded by corn. And they said that cornfield is over 2,000 years old. And the cornfields all around Madison, Wisconsin, were originally developed by the northern Aztecs, because we have to understand that the Aztecs most far northeast, I should say, militant post was Jefferson County Aslan State Park. It's part of their migration story. It's part of their oral histories, etc. But also, one way we were able to describe that was the amounts of cornfields that are here. Uh, Alone in America, Dane County, Wisconsin has some of the oldest cornfields and some of the oldest uh, genetics when it comes to certain types of maize right here alone. And this is one of the only states where you can naturally find blue maize. There's just so much to it, bro, that you could come to Wisconsin and learn. You don't have to go to Missouri to Cahokia or Illinois to all these other mountains, because they're all the same if you know how to read and understand artifacts and relics, which I think you would find highly interesting once, if Turtle Game broke it down to you, the real history behind the mound builders and the ancestors of the mound builders, etc. not many people are aware or fully understand the real history of the great wars that happened in Wisconsin and Ohio, etc. But Turtle Gang has a better perception than most people I've met, and I'm around millionaires, there's nothing but rich people, smart people, well intellected people, well off individuals, and there's something you can learn out here, bro, for sure.
Definitely. I'll definitely tap in with y'all. So yeah, I just wanted to come up to shout out to bro, holla at him real quick. I know it's been a while since we last spoke, Turtle. So just sliding through, man. Keep doing your thing.
Appreciate you, bro. Definitely appreciate you, man. You keep doing your thing, man. Keep showing improvement, man. You know what I mean? You're another one of these. You and your brother, another one of these great stories, man. Something I always, reference, and what I mean, definitely like to see y'all continue to grow, man.
Oh, bro, I almost forgot we were live. I was thinking I was on the telephone. My bad. I said a little too much on here.
Yeah. We live. It's all right. It's like
Bet
being
that,
on the
bro.
telephone.
I'm gonna holler at you, Turtle. I gotta get out of here, man. My wife just came
All right,
to the
bro.
door, so
yeah, God bless, bro.
I'll stay tapped in. Y'all have a good weekend.
All right.
Yep.
Peace now.
Yeah, Total Game. There's so much people don't know, and when I'm talking about education or if I'm speaking on history, regardless of my knowledge, I'm always gonna try and do it from the perception of my people, the perception of my father, my grandfather, my mother's father, their histories. That's all we can do. I'm not gonna follow the perception of the Mormon Church and their anthropological and archaeological research advocates. Same with any non-denominational organization. Same with the Islam State, whether it's the Black Nation of Islam or the Moorish Science Temple. I can look at it and I can attest to agree to certain things that are spoken on, but in regards to how it's being utilized, how it's being taught, the way it's being taught, I totally disagree. But there's some history out there that people lack that need to learn and understand. And the only way I can show it is through Turtle Gang and edutainment in general. The only way we could really legally show it is through the Lenape perception. And the Lenape perception is historically far greater than any other nations that I'm aware, and I'm not afraid to say that because I'm aware of my own creation story. I'm aware of my tribal history. I'm aware of my people, my lineage, my chiefs. And that's all I got to say in regards to that. We're not afraid to speak the truth. And if we're wrong, we'll be corrected and still justify the right. Well, we agree to the wrong. I'm not always right about some of the things I say because I said it. I might have said it wrong because of my perception or my knowledge base. I could have worded something better, but that's not an issue, bro. What people gotta understand, not everyone goes to school to get educated. Some people are homeschooled. Some people are self-educated. Me, I went to public schooling and I went to Native American programming after school, throughout the summer, throughout winter break, everything. That's just what it was. My mother wanted to make sure I was raised 100% right. My mother wanted to make sure I was aware of my Native American heritage. Even though she's not Delaware, she made sure that I had knowledge of my Delaware history, same as my father, who is Delaware. Because why? They have a responsibility. And, for Top Cats, for A1 in them, it sounds like you guys' parents didn't have much responsibility because at this point, this goes for all the Wabos. Your parents seems like they didn't have that much credentials or responsibilities to even give a fuck about who you were. Because if they did, you wouldn't be going to school or learning while you're in school about who you are. Your mother should be telling you who your fifth great grandfather was, who your grandfathers are, what organizations they're a part of, what religion they are a part of, what ceremonies they control, who and who not to fuck with. My parents taught me clear as day what the deal was. You know what I mean?
We had all those instructions.
So I mean, it's idiotic. Like I said, at this point, the Wabos, bro. I mean, ones that do got a name, I feel bad for Turtle. They do not know what's coming, bro. And
Yeah.
it's not from me, it's not from you, it's not from White Owl, it's not from Two Hawks, it ain't from nobody that we fuck with. It's from the people above us.
I keep telling these people all they doing is bringing the communities together. Now, communities that once had issues amongst themselves, they fucking buried that hatchet. You know what I'm saying? And all this whole wobble thing is going to bring all the communities together, and they all going to come together under one premise, and that's to what? Crush this erasure that's going on. It's not like y'all think it's just Turtle Gang. As big as you get, is as big as your adversary is going to get. Like I said, is this a conversation they could have on the Breakfast Club? You know what I'm saying?
So that is the Lions Den, or what is the Breakfast Club?
I'm just saying they would laugh them. They would laugh them out of the room. They would not take them seriously in a moment for a second.
Bro, they can't even get on our platform without getting clowned. Our platform will outdo the Breakfast Club when it comes to this Indian shit. Point is,
but I'm saying that somebody who has real common sense, because they'd be like, "Oh, it's common sense, y'all." No, it ain't. Somebody who has education.
Yeah. I'm gonna put it like this. So you got people like Dane Callow and Top Cats. I don't need to debate them because I run with Turtle Gang Edutainment. Turtle Gang Edutainment has people that been to law school.
Yeah, there you go.
That been to school to any sort of politics. Turtle Gang has alliances with certain movement organizations. Turtle Gang is all over the academia world. Don't get me wrong. So we are so well aligned and well off with who we got in our circle. They can't even debate Two Hawks. Two Hawks will tear them apart.
What? They don't even want to talk to Two Hawks.
And he went to law school. From my knowledge, he has some sort of education in the law school. Now, they want to argue with me. Now, when it comes to legalities, and especially historical legalities, I didn't go to law school. I didn't go to college. I only know my knowledge because I'm self-educated. So for you to challenge me in legality or historical aspects, legal historical aspects, I'm not the one. We'll pull Two Hawks into it. He might not know about the Buffalo Soldiers of Texas, but he's smart enough to do his research.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? He might not know about this. It's just crazy. I don't mean to put him on the spot, but I'm just saying.
Yeah. Now, let me just show you something. So we have, let me make sure it's Al Red Dog, right? Said, thank you for video of Uncle Crow Dog. Now, I'm going to show you how this works. And, you know, we appreciate everything your uncle did. But let me show you how this works. I did a video, I played the video earlier of Yanaz the Lone Wolf. She mentioned Crow Dog, right? Which brought me to looking at the American Indian videos, of which she referenced Crow Dog. So Yanaz is somebody I know, right? She's a part of our community. When she comes to New York, she gathers with the New York Indians. She's a part of our communities, right? She speaks up for the Shinnecock. You know what I mean? Everybody, like, she's also, what people don't know is she's also connected to the hip hop community, right? She has a child by one of the Wu-Tang. So she's saturated in, you know, she used to rap. She's saturated in the hip hop community. She's close friends with one of my friends, Hakeem Green. So I met her probably about 15 years ago through Hakeem. And every time she come through and does an event or something out here on the East, I'm usually a part of it, filming or something. You know what I mean? We did multiple events in Newark, did one in Baltimore for the Freddie Gray when he lost his life. You know what I mean? So this is somebody that I'm connected to. You know what I mean? And I'm just showing you how the circles work and how people have loose connections. You know what I'm saying? So here we have Al Red Dog, who his uncle is Crow Dog, of whom Yanazda spoke of. You know what I mean? Who I know, who I've had personal dealings with, somebody I consider to be, you know, family. So this is how these things work. So I just wanted to point that out. All right.
Yeah,
So
that's all good. And you know what? That's just another thing is I don't want people to misscrutinize Yanazda or Shanae from the synagogue. These are Afro-Indigenous women at best. You know, they got representations of both worlds, and they're good at it. They do good at who they are and what they represent and what they're about. So all kudos to them, much respect and blessings to them girls. No negative towards them. That's all that matters. No contention. And that's another thing. If y'all we ever catch y'all slandering or any of that, we're on y'all tail for that too. You know, these women, especially in the Lenape society, women are highly valued, highly valued. Nothing to play with. And these are two serious women who are doing serious things for their people and are well respected by it. And like I said, and Turtle Gang said, the world is small, and it'll only get smaller the more you get educated. And things, and we're all a lot closer than what it appears. She might be Dakota, or any of those speaking peoples, but at the end of the day, we're all connected. And that's just it. And I'm not going to tell y'all how, where, when, and why, but just know we're all connected. That my flag, my tribal flag, hangs in one of their main museums, the Crazy Horse Museum out there in South Dakota. My flag hangs in that museum. When the protest was happening at Standing Rock, my flag hung there at that reservation during the times of protesting. So, we all support one another. We all know one another to an extent. That's why we always ask, who's your moms or pops? It's not out of disrespect. It's because at the end of the day, we know who's who real fast. Real fast. You got to understand, my people, Native people in America in general, before we even started writing anything down, everything was oral. Everything was word of mouth. So 2,000 years later, 10 years later, thousands of years later, 30,000 years later, but to current today, y'all need to realize if our oral skills were good then, how good are they today? You know what I mean? That's how slow y'all are. You know what I mean? We don't need language. We don't need none of that to change the way we did or do things. We still do the same thing. We still do things the same way we did then we're doing today. The only things that have changed is technology. Technology has introduced many new things. No different from the Amish. The Amish are gonna be Amish, but they're always gonna be encountered by new things, new technologies. So, I mean, does that change who they are? Not necessarily, because they still have the same faith and belief system. They still live the same way they live every day. They're doing the same things they still have done, building barns or whatever to do. Made some bomb ass.
They'll build a whole village in one day.
Bro,
build a whole house and barn in one day.
And you know what? They make the best brittle taffy in the world, bro. The peanut butter brittles off the charts.
Yeah, we used to go to the Amish. We used to go to Amish once a year. Go out there and visit the Amish.
If they got a cell phone, does that make them not Amish? You know what I mean?
Nah, they are urban Amish. They urban Amish.
So what happens when they turn 8? What happens to the women and men when
Amish?
Bro, what happens to the women or the boys and girls when they turn 18 or before they go to school? Their parents kick them out for a certain time to get used to the real world and give them a choice to go or come back. Most of them don't even go. Most of them stay home. So a cell phone can't change who they are. Technology can't change who they are. They're gonna be. So what makes y'all think the Lenape aren't who they are today as they were then. They're the same people if the cultural traditions still exist, which they still do. You just have to understand how, how to look at them. But what I'm telling you is, just because we're in a modern world and technology has brought upon us, eugenics, uh, American colonization, all these things are a form of technology. Have been it didn't change who we were. It changed our physical population and density of people, but it didn't kill us. We're still here. So I mean, the Bible. Same with the Bible. It didn't kill my people necessarily. They survived eugenicide, converting, kill the Indian, save the man. But we're still here. Cultural traditions still reside. The peyote way, the ceremony still exists. Big house ceremony still exists. The Sundance still exists. All these things exist. No matter the nation, they exist. So, and you heard what White Owl Turtle Gang said about the people in general, right? That they derive from the Algonquin speaking people.
He said it in a different way. He was like, "No, we come from Algonquin."
And he also said his people are from the dirt, from here, from the soil, which he is correct. But I'm not sure if he was fully aware of the Lenape creation story and who they are today. So
his people are from here, absolutely.
So y'all, so I mean,
hold up. Let me just say this. That's a lesson in perspective.
Yeah, lesson in perspective, y'all.
Yeah, like two people are right, discussing the same. But he thinks of it for different reasons. That's his opinion, though. I like that he stated it was his opinion.
It's his opinion, and I firmly believe in his opinion because exactly what he said is, or somewhat agreed to and expressed, is exactly parallel to the Lenape creation story and what every Algonquin speaking nation agrees to. The Ojibwe agreed to it. The Potawatomi, Menominee, Ottawa, Micmac, Ho-Chunk, they all agreed to it. But yo, that story I was talking about. I'm gonna have to find it for you. But from what I was told, it was 3 boys from the Ojibwe and 3 girls from the Ho-Chunk who what made the Lakota, and Dakota today. The boys were sent off as men who never went back to their people, and the women were given to those boys because those boys ended up going to war with the Ho-Chunk and took 3 of their women, ended up having kids. Those 3 brothers ended up turning into 3 clans. Those 3 clans ended up turning into 3 tribes, and over time, multiple nations. There's certain ways to look at it, but his perception was not wrong. I was not disagreeing with it. That was just from his tribal perspective. I'm an outsider speaking on his perspective. Am I wrong? From his perspective, I could be wrong, but from my perspective, I'm right. To my knowledge, from what my people say and what other people say, but the Lakota, Nakota, Dakota history, if you really look at them, they are people of the Anishinaabe and Ho-Chunk. 3 boys that came from
Algonquin people.
3 boys that came from the Ojibwe people that ended up in the plains. They were at war with the Ho-Chunk because the Ho-Chunk, their territory extended like all over Wisconsin into like portions of Iowa, and we gotta understand those boys' territory. They obviously were aware with them because the Ho-Chunk were already at war with the Ojibwe for a long time or always disagreed with them. So when it came to those 3 boys, they needed 3 women. So I'm sure they took 3 plus women or more, maybe a dozen, who knows. And over time, that story is what created the Nakota, Dakota, and Lakota. Which they are a young nation versus the Ho-Chunk, the Ojibwe. If you look at it from a real standpoint, from a tribal perspective, they are the grandchildren of the the Ojibwe and the Ho Chunk, but they're related. It's a part of the Ho Chunk story, creation story. The there's a Ho Chunk story that addresses exactly what I said. Same with the Ojibwe. I got a homeboy. Matter of fact, I'm gonna call him this week and see if he wants to come up and talk about it. He's a Ho Chunk who lives here in Madison. When I just seen him not that long ago. You know where I was at Turtle Gang. So we talked about it, and he expressed some of his knowledge in regards to where the Lakota and Dakota came from. And he even asked me, didn't they come from the Ojibwe and Ho Chunk? I'm like, far as I'm aware, yeah, they did. And I said, far as I'm aware, the Ho Chunk are the grandfather tribe of the Illinois tribes, the Iowas, the Missouris, the Arkansas, going all the way down to Natchez. And I was also taught that they are part of the same trunk as my family. They just broke off at a certain point in time. What happened was they ended up on the East Coast with our people, and at a certain point in time, right before white encroachment, they ended back up on the East Coast. Right around like the late 1200s, the early 1200s to 1300s, and this would have been right around the time the Lakota and the Dakota came to an existence. Maybe a little earlier than that. I'm not completely sure. That's where I need to do my research for exact dates. I got them. I just got to go get them. But same with the Ojibwe. They're an older nation than the Lakota and Dakota. The Cheyenne and Arapaho, we know where they come from. They have an Elgic dialect. We know where they come from and where their people come from. It all goes back to the Lenape. At the end of the day, everything it's been factuated. Whether you want to look at it from the Mormon understanding, the Islamic understanding, or any academic educational understanding, it all goes back to the Lenape. No matter what perception or who wrote it, no matter who wrote it, they address it. Same as my people, my creation story, my tribe, the Walloon. The Lenape or the grandfathers. You can't beat around the bush. I can use my sources. I can use second parties, third party, fourth party information to address the same thing. If you don't understand it from how I'm telling you to you from a Lenape perspective, then yeah, I can go to the book from a colonizer and get his perspective from what he was told and give it to you so you can understand to get a general understanding. And if you don't understand that, you have no business in the conversation. So
at that point, yeah. So look, we had a thing today was was what it was. Hope I didn't offend too many. Hope we didn't offend too many people.
No, we didn't offend nobody, bro.
I hope we offended just the right people. And truthfully, I would really like for people just to be able to be like, you know what? I was on some bullshit. Like, yeah, I was on some bullshit. You got me. Like, hey, so let's just move on. Let's run it. Want to be going through no shit with people. Like, come on, we didn't show enough evidence to be like, damn. Throw your teacher under the bus. Be like, damn. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like we didn't show y'all enough today. We didn't show you how people feel about what's going on. Like, there's really no end game, and the only end game is going to be one that's going to put you in a place in a box you don't want to be in, because y'all don't have no real end game. Because if you did, you wouldn't be trying to slander people who are doing things, right? Positive. So, like, tell me, like, you're going to crash out, but it is what it is. Like, y'all are bringing this on yourself. That's all I really wanted to speak on, man.
Yeah, no, and like I said, to shortly redirect it back to the topic, Phoenix Moon and Ishmael Bay, from what I see and from what I understand and from my knowledge of perception and knowledge, they already lost the debate, bro. So that's all I gotta say. So that's why I say that's why I said, if they want to run a debate, cool. If they listening, cool. Bring me $15,000 and I'll do a debate with you. Win or lose, I'm taking the $15,000. Point blank. That's what I need for my time. For Turtle Gang Edutainment time, we need $15,000 from Phoenix Moon and Ishmael Bay.
That's
for Dane Calloway and Top Cats, I already told them I wanted $50,000 for 3 hours of my time. They can't even afford that because they can't amount to it. I will sign away my per capita checks to you for 20 years if I lose the debate. $50,000. Come on. So
They don't. Do they know what a per capita is?
no, they don't, and that's only a percentage of a percentage of a percentage. So like I'm telling you, bro, these people are fucking nuts. They don't want to debate, bro. It's only gonna end up into a conversation that lands in court.
I'd rather just have the conversation. I'd rather people just realize, damn, I was wrong. Like I thought. See, I really thought that she like gave that shit up, and then just popped back up with all that steam. And then, bro, when you jumped up there, I'm like, oh, this nigga then popped it off now. So now, since you popped it off, I got the moment. You know what I'm saying? So we are where we are, and that's cool. It had to happen. You know what I mean? Just had to happen at this point.
Hey, hold on. So L Red Dog said they won't get in trouble for being wobbles, but if they have eagle feathers. This is the thing, Red Dog. So the Lenape word alone is patented and protected. So when they are doing presentations off of my people's history, that is slander and defamation when done incorrectly and inappropriately. Same with college academic institutions. Penn State University. We already threatened to take them to court because of certain things that Turtle Gang's aware of, Asbury Manor. We've same with Trenton and Princeton and Yale and all these other places. They have spoken on our people inappropriately without our permission, without our consent, and it almost landed them in court. What people have to understand, the Lenape word, it is patented and protected by the federal government. Anything you say, do, or use will be held against you in the court of law. You will be held accountable for the slander and defamation in regards to the word you're using. And it's already been attested, it's already been proven and witnessed that these people have inappropriately utilized our word, our tribal name, etc., for the benefit of themselves. And all they were doing was panhandling in regard for the fact of defamation and slandering my people. I can take that to court as a whole, in fact. We can round them up as a whole. It's already been done and it'll be done again. No disrespect, L Red Dog. But in fact, they are in trouble and they can get in trouble. Dan Calloway, one of the biggest ones out there, he has over about 500,000 followers, has already been in court for putting a shinnecock in his mouth. I'm pretty sure he was found guilty. And in fact, he claimed he had no native ancestry in court. Therefore, he was found exposed on the spot and guilty of defamation and slander. So, I don't know. It's just a start, though. It's only starting. That's all I gotta say, Turtle Gang. All love and respect to the chat. All love and respect to Turtle Gang Entertainment. All love and respect to White Owl from the founder of American Indian Movement Nomads. All respect to Yanas the Lone Wolf. All respect to Shanae. All respect to Two Hawks. All respect to all my people who are riding with us, who are in alliance with us, who are on our side, putting out the truth. We don't want no more bullshit. That's all we're asking. And all love and respect to my people in Indian country. Again and again, we'll be here. That's all I gotta say, TG.
Indeed. So, on that note, we've been rocking all day. Thought we brought some great information today. Had a great guest on today. Those who got it, I'm glad you was here. Appreciate your time. Red Dog, appreciate your time. White Owl, appreciate your time immensely. Jay Slavant, thank you for pulling up, bro. Appreciate you. Rainwater, you know what it is. Last comment, so appreciate you. 6,200 shots. Indian Exposed Investigations. Definitely got to have you up here so we can have a conversation. You know what I mean? I'm trying to figure it all out. All right, but definitely appreciate everybody who was here. And listen, I'll even say this: Phoenix, me and you, we've been around each other. We know each other, right? You need to take that into consideration. We've invited you to multiple events. We're not the ones you need to be at odds with. You need to just bear witness that you're wrong when it comes to this. Like, it's really not worth it. You know that. You ain't like, let your ego go. Start over. Admit you was wrong with this shit. Dead this American Indian shit and just keep it moving. Like I said, I had some respect for y'all. But this is crazy. So on that note, it is what it is, man. I don't think this is anything to debate about. I think it's a conversation. I think it's an opportunity for people to learn. And hopefully whoever stuck it out learned something today about the American Indians and a movement that damn near changed America. All right, so Walagunta walking, Onagunta walking, Wanishi, peace.
Wanishi anu shik miigwech.
Peace canal.